Is that we're starting today? Is this what we're doing today?
Come on, Drew Down.
That's how we're starting the day.
This is just what we're...
That's how we're starting the day, yeah.
And I almost want to put Drew on timeout.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Michigan? Good morning.
Is that a yellow card? Like, remember the mood boards? Go from a green to a yellow.
1000%. I think
Not
that's
a
just
red
what
yet.
We're just going to have a chatty house demerit board.
That would
here.
actually be so funny.
What's up, Warren? We are up in here. Yeah, we're in my
What's up,
Riches for Kyle
everybody?
era. We're working on it.
Appreciate you, Leezy.
Well,
What's happening, everybody?
Vass, we've done all we can do. What's up, Wheezy? Hello, David. Oh, Delivery Joe's here. Hi, Delivery Joe.
Hi.
And Johnny G. And Casey Tucker.
The Casey Tucker Band. Is anyone coming to hang out with us at Cache Creek today?
I hope so. What up, Nick V? What's up, Adam L. and Zabo and Norm? Oh, the homies all here.
I think Adam says he's going to try to make it up there. There you go.
Hell yeah. Shout out, Adam.
Appreciate
Let's
ya.
go. Let's go. Yeah, it's big time. A little hat trick for Rust Dog. Good work. What's up, Soren? I did hear this, actually. Thank you. Yeah, we planned this. We said, hey, wear your dopest sweatshirt. Well,
Oh, yeah, thanks.
what's
I guess
that?
I missed the memo. Clearly.
No, you wore your dopest button up, which it's
Gotcha.
extremely fire. You don't have
Okay.
anything to complain about.
Okay.
You were much better dressed.
I don't
today
think,
than
but
both
that's
of
not
us.
that's not really a good thing. But
It is. No, but it is.
okay. All right, cool.
What's up, bro? What's up, David? What's up, Garfinkel?
Hello, everybody.
No excuses.
Ever heard of a plane?
Yeah, come on.
What's
Lots
up,
of
Matt?
modes of transportation nowadays.
Good. I want you there anyway. Oh, yeah. Get that roof done. Hell yeah.
And Rust Dog, consider when you get your roof done, consider getting solar. So then way you can tie it up into one loan and then you get the 30% tax rebate.
That's facts.
Facts.
My tax lady told me what my tax rebate was on that. And I said,
KC
what?
says he can hear the mustache. Oh, buddy.
1320.
Oh, good morning, everybody. It's the best day of the week. James Ham is there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. Housekeeping up top. 13:20 a.m. on your radio dial. Hello. Good morning. Everybody on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello. Good morning to you as well. And everybody in the chatty house except for Manny. Hello and good morning. I hope that you're doing well. If you're listening on the podcast at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcasts. Hello from the past. I hope the future's going well. And the free Odyssey app. If you've not downloaded the free Odyssey app, first of all, what are you doing? Second of all, when you download that, just search ESPN 1320 and you can listen to us anywhere in the world. Anytime
All
you
the
want.
time. Yeah.
Anytime. You can listen to us. You can listen to D'Lo and KC, all the other great programming that ESPN 1320 has to offer. That's on the free Odyssey app. All right. We're giving away $500 again today because we're so nice. We're going to do that again today and tomorrow, and then we'll do it Monday through Friday next week. Look, if you're listening and you entered to win yesterday, we're trying to reach out to you. Pick up your phone. If you won and you get a call, it's probably us. Joe, is it a 916 number?
Yes, sir.
You're going to get a call from a 916 number. Answer it.
Do we not have a name?
No. Because the person has not accepted their prize yet.
Oh, no.
So pick up the phone.
Oh, that's random.
Make a play. So we
Okay.
don't have technically we have
Check
picked
your voicemails
someone
too.
to win. Check your voicemail.
Yeah.
Answer the phone. We're trying to hook you up. But anyways, we have another $500 to give away today.
Okay.
You'll get 2 chances to win. Of course, one on this show. We'll give you a keyword. Then D'Lo and KC will also give you a keyword, and you can enter again.
I don't even know who won yesterday because I wasn't here for the opening of the show.
I mean, who won Tuesday?
Yes.
Jalen, I believe was the person's name. Jalen H,
Mm,
I believe is their name.
okay.
Shout out to Jalen H. And you could get a shout out tomorrow or today if you were the winner. Pick up your phone and check your voicemails to see if we're trying to call you.
There it is.
Anyways, we'll give you that keyword in the second hour. The NFL draft is today. It's actually happening. It's finally happening. And look, I got to tell you, it's so funny with draft content because there are some people who the Super Bowl ends and then football doesn't exist.
Mm.
And then free agency happens and they're like, who is my team getting? Who is my team losing? And then nothing, and then no football exists until today. And maybe even not today, maybe not even till 5:00 today. Are people like, okay, cool. Now I'll lock in. Oh, it's the draft. Let me catch up on everything that's going on. But the draft content's been going since December. It is so bonkers to the point that I love the draft. I love the whole process. I love watching players and I love trying to match players and teams and oh, could this team trade up and where the quarterback's going to go and could this player set up? I just love that whole process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also tired of it and I can't wait for it to end. 5:00 tonight.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Draft begins.
I remember during the pandemic, I think I wrote 23 mock drafts for the NBA.
Whew!
Because
a lot of mock drafts.
There was nothing going on for 8 months.
Right.
I had to write one every 2 weeks.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Luckily this isn't 8 months. If you're really locked in December, you get 4 months of it.
It feels like it though. It feels like the NFL draft just never ever gets here. I'm glad it's today.
It's just saturated. Like the draft content market has just gotten so saturated that I think it feels like there's more the time frame between free agency and the draft feels so much longer.
Yeah.
Because every day you're finding out, oh, hey, here's this prospect nobody's talking enough about. And oh, the 49ers had a visit with this prospect and the Raiders have visited this prospect. And oh, there was this trade. And then you get the Daniel Jeremiahs of the world, the Dane Bruglers, the Mel Kipers, who are kind of they're really plugged in.
Mm-hmm.
There's Todd McShay's another one who are very plugged in and they'll talk to teams, but it's funny because, you know, and I'm sure it's the same way in the NBA. You can talk to a team, but that team is probably not going to give you exactly what the plan is. At least not in the weeks leading up. Maybe the day before, maybe the day or two before. And that's why I find the mock drafts that come out now from if I publish a mock draft, I'm still just kind of taking other info that I've seen from other people and trying to match what I think can or should happen.
Mm-hmm.
If Peter Schrager, for example, from ESPN, who talks to people and he's putting out a mock and there's something weird in it, you want to take note of that. Mel Kiper does the same thing. You want to take note of that. The weird thing that's happening now is that Mason Graham, Michigan defensive tackle, you may or may not have heard of him. So Mason Graham, if you're not familiar, is a defensive tackle from the University of Michigan. And not to be confused with Kenneth Grant, who's also a defensive tackle from the University of Michigan, who could also go in the first round of this year's draft. But Mason Graham was a consensus top 5 pick and a consensus top 5 prospect for the entire draft process. It was like, whatever, he's going to go to the Jags. The Jags need a defensive tackle. He's the best one. That's where they're going to go. Daniel Jeremiah, early in the draft process, said, hey, don't be surprised if he slips at some point because he's not going to do a ton of workouts. He's not going to measure well. He's not going to have all those measurable things that teams like. It's the same reason Aaron Donald slipped to 13, I think, in his draft.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, yesterday, people's final mocks start coming out. And you've got Mason Graham going 11 to the 49ers. You've got him going 13 to the Dolphins. There are multiple people who have Mason Graham sliding all the way out of the top 10. And I don't understand it. I understand, like, maybe he does. I'm not trying to say these people are wrong. What I'm trying to get at is, why is this happening today and yesterday? Why is this? If it's really, man, you know what? His arms are kind of short. He doesn't have elite size. He didn't do any athletic testing, so we're not sure if he would test well athletically. We've known that.
Mm-hmm.
We've been known that. Why is it today in these final mock drafts that all of a sudden his draft stock, publicly anyway, is tanking?
Okay, so someone who's covered the NBA draft for years and years and years.
Right.
There are always players who have no business being in the top 10, and then the last couple of days before the draft fall out of the top 10. And that's because a lot of, I don't know how to say this, like, gently.
No, just let it rip.
Money exchanges hands to keep players or to push players higher in the draft on mock draft boards.
Yes. Correct.
So then that way, more teams will look at a player. They'll get more, there'll be a better buzz about them. They'll be, because a lot of mock drafts are just basic aggregation.
Mm-hmm.
They're, a lot of people don't go watch footage of the players. They haven't watched a ton of games.
Mm-hmm.
What they do is they look at, Sam Vecini, and they look at, some of the big draft boards, and they move players around accordingly.
Sure.
Like when I build a draft, when I did for years and years, I watch so many hours of film.
Right.
Like I'm watching for hip movement. I'm watching for, release points. I'm watching for like fluidity of the athlete and all these things. But then I also match that with the player needs for each team.
Mm-hmm.
And then, talent level, of course there's tiers and everything else. But for me, like when you read a lot of these mock drafts, you should know that like some of the bigger mock drafts that you're reading were bought and paid for.
Just to give an example, and I will leave actual names out of this.
Yeah.
Let's pretend I am a top 5 draft analyst. That is my bag. That is what I do. Agents might call me and say, hey, I am Shamar Stewart's agent. Shamar Stewart is a defensive end from Texas A&M who has all the measurables. He's built like out of granite, and he's tall, and he's got long arms. He had 4.5 sacks in 3 years of college.
Yeah.
He had 1.5 sack every year. He had 1.5. That was his sack production. It's because he just kind of runs in and he doesn't know what he's doing once he gets into the backfield.
Okay.
It's like a dog chasing cars. And so I'm Shamar Stewart's agent, and I see, man, he's going in the 20s in all these mock drafts. I'm going to call Kyle, the number 1 draft analyst.
Yep.
Hey, I got 10K here, or however much. I'm just picking a number. I got 10K. Can you make him a top 5 guy in your next mock?
Yeah.
And so I go, wow, the Jacksonville Jaguars are looking for a top defensive lineman, and Shamar Stewart is the guy for them, and blah, blah, blah. And I'd put that in my next mock. And now all of a sudden, Joe Brazil, the Jaguars blogger, picks up, oh, wow, okay, well, hey, Shamar Stewart is the guy for the Jags. And all of a sudden, all these other mock drafts.
Snowballs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how that goes.
And
if you think teams aren't reading mock drafts, by the way, you are wrong.
No, you are.
Teams 1,000% pay attention to that stuff.
Well, then what happens in the last day or two is that it's fine to have that guy up there and push him early on in the draft process.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to the last day or two, it's like, no. This is how the draft will actually go.
Right.
This is not, I'm going to move the player to where he should go in the draft, not where I'm being paid to put him in the draft.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that all draft people are dirty.
No,
I'm saying that,
right.
that there are, like, to think that there is not money changing hands is super naive. I think
you're probably right.
And like, I've seen players that you're looking at like, oh, he could go as high as number 4 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then he falls to number 23. And you're like, did he fall, or was he never that high?
Right.
Did he trip? Like
that's it. And is it now at the point where guys are making these calls? And I think what's it might be the money thing. That might be what's happening with Mason Graham. But I think what winds up happening with Mason Graham is something like this. Like everybody believes he's going to go to the Jags. And somebody prominent with the Jags, maybe it's their GM, tells Peter Schrager or Mel Kiper or Todd McShay, hey, we're not taking him. We're out on Mason Graham. He didn't test. His arms are too short. He does not fit what we want in a prospect.
Couldn't get him in for a workout, whatever it might be.
Right. And hey, you know what? We're just not feeling. And all of a sudden you go, okay, well, dang. And then you talk to somebody else elsewhere in the top 10, and they're like, yeah, hey, we're kind of down on him, and you know what? We're trying to, or they talk to the Carolina Panthers, who are trying to trade down from number 8, and they're going, hey, if Mason Graham falls to us, we're not getting any takers on these calls. When all of a sudden people are putting pieces together and going, nobody's high on Mason Graham.
Yeah.
But you watch him, and again, he was early on in the draft process, again, like December, he was really frequently mocked to the 49ers. So he was one of the first players that I dove in on. I'm like, yeah, dude, this guy can play.
Yeah, oh yeah.
This is a first-round pick for sure. Where he ends up landing, I have no idea, because I'm not digging deep on the defensive tackle class. Sorry, guys.
Nope.
But he was one of the first, and it's like, oh, okay, this guy can play. And you start watching more, and then you start seeing people smarter than me coming out and going, yeah, hey, this is a top 3 player in the class. This might be the best defensive player in this class, blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right. Well, there's no chance he's getting the Niners at 11, so let's go elsewhere.
Yeah.
And now on draft day, we're 7 hours away from the draft, 6 hours and 45 minutes away from the draft. Like, hey, there's a real possibility Mason Graham falls to 11.
Oof.
Whatever, man. I
think, Kyle, that the way that this works too is that once you're in the top 10 and you see a player that you think will be off the board, you've done your research and it feels like he's going to be off the board at number 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, you start to fall in love with somebody else.
Yeah.
And the guy that you have a chance of getting.
Yeah.
You're not going to move up to go get the other kid. So you're like, okay, I like these 2 guys. And you spend all of your time and energy focusing on those 2 guys. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, this other guy might be available now. Well, I'm kind of pot committed with these other 2. And, is there a difference in talent level? Maybe a little bit, but we feel comfortable with him. Plus, you can get to a position at, 6, 7, 8, 9, where those teams just don't need a defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And so a need-based thing comes into play as well. And I feel bad for the kid if he does actually tumble on draft night. But again, there are so many times where I've seen guys start to tumble on NBA draft night, and it's like, oh, he didn't tumble far enough. Like he had no business being number 4. And the fact that he went number 9, that's not good enough either.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see the skill set. And then, 5 years later, they're out of the league. And
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the weirdest draft I can remember, because it's Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami, 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then in some order, Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. Travis Hunter, the cornerback and wide receiver from Colorado, and Abdul Carter, the defensive end from Penn State. They are the consensus top 3. After that, it's like, I don't know.
Wide.
The guy who goes 4 might go 15th. The gap is just insane in where you've got smart people. Peter Schrager, for example, has Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Mississippi, going to the 49ers at number 11. There's somebody else, I can't remember who it was. It was Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah, I believe, doesn't have Walter Nolan in the first round.
Oh.
Like, the gap is so wide. This is such a weird draft. We're going to talk about it a lot. We're going to talk about it so much, in fact, that we need an additional hour. So from 4 to 5 p.m. today, we're going to be talking draft out at Cache Creek inside the YOLO room. We're going to talk about the draft for an hour, and then we're not just leaving. We're going to move to the Elevate Lounge, where we're going to have drinks, and we're going to have food, and we're going to watch a draft, and we're going to have a great time hanging out with all of you. Again, that's at Cache Creek today. 4 o'clock is when our live show starts. You can come hang out with us there, talking draft, and then we will watch the draft in the Elevate Lounge at Cache Creek. Cannot wait for that. We're talking Raiders draft. We're talking Niners draft. But something interesting came up with Scott Perry's press conference yesterday. He got asked a lot about Doug Christie. And we need to get into that, because that's everybody's knows that, hey, that's the first thing he's got to take care of. He said it's something that's going to be taken care of in the next week. So let's dive into that now. Sam Amick said something interesting today that I want to tell you about next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. I don't know why I went into my weird radio guy voice there on the Sacramento Sports Leader.
That's funny. I heard it.
Hey, it's Sacramento Sports Leader.
Damn.
Yeah, Jackson Dart is. We probably won't talk about him a lot on this show just because it's not super relevant to the Raiders of the 49ers. But I'm so interested to see where Jackson Dart winds up going. The Shedeur Sanders drop has been insane.
Yeah, where's he going?
In March, it was Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders at 1. Whoever doesn't go 1 is gonna go 2 to the Browns unless the Giants trade up to 2 from 3. Or if the Browns don't want a quarterback, then they'll go 3 to then Shedeur or Cam, whichever one doesn't go first will go 3 to the Giants. And now all of a sudden it's Cam Ward 1 and Shedeur Sanders like, yeah, maybe the first round. Like, whoa.
But again, I think one of the reasons why he was up so high in a lot of mock drafts was because you're trying to sell something when you're putting out mock drafts, and the Sanders name sells. And so,
dude,
let's get him up in the top as far as let's move him around. Let's have him go here. Let's have him go there. Everyone's excited, and that fan base, and now this fan base, and now that fan base. You're just like drumming up interest in a kid.
Do you know how many Shedeur Sanders related 49ers things I wrote this year? I bet it was half a dozen. Just any time he moved in a mock draft, because my thought process initially was any weird stuff that happens in the, like, more quarterbacks going in the top 10 is helpful for the 49ers because it means more guys who they could take could fall out of the top 10. That was my initial thought. I was like, oh, if he gets to 11, maybe the Cowboys really want him because that feels like a Jerry Jones thing. And somebody trades up to 11 to get him. But now it sounds like Pittsburgh at 21 is the popular destination.
Okay.
And I was talking to my buddy in Pittsburgh, and he's like, yeah, but they're not going to, like, I don't think they'll trade up for him. If he falls to him, maybe. It's like, oh my God.
It's wild.
But it's interesting because I watched, I'm plugged in on the Colorado Buffaloes. Like I love the Deion Sanders his whole aura is fascinating to me, and I love watching them. I never came away from watching Shedeur Sanders like, oh my God, this guy's next.
Yeah.
Like he's a good player, and I think he could be a good NFL quarterback. But it felt like the top, he's going to go top 2. It felt like one of those super reaches to me. But again, I always defer to people smarter than me on that kind of stuff. Also, I saw somebody mentioned sport mode with Crocs because we talked about my Crocs yesterday.
Yeah, I was laughing at that. It was
sport mode is a very real thing, dude.
Extremely real thing, and it's taken very seriously as well. It's not a joke,
dude. No, I'm not. Like if I'm walking around my house, I just got my Crocs on normal, right? But if for some reason, I'll wear them out and about. If I'm going grocery shopping, you pop the heel up because I'm going to be moving. I don't want to be dealing with my feet potentially falling out.
Agility.
Having that option,
next level. I wish I could put my slides in sport mode. I can't.
If I had enough Crocs, I would wear Crocs every day. If I could match into my outfits.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
I like Crocs.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Anybody hating on Crocs just has never worn Crocs. That's it. That's the bottom line.
No, I agree. Like I've had Crocs for years.
They're the best.
I even
they're the best thing.
The Crocs slippers where they actually have like the fuzzy stuff inside.
They're great.
Yeah.
If you think you're too cool for Crocs, I have really bad news for you.
It turns out are the young people not into Crocs now?
Crocs are cool, dude.
So I've reached I'm at the age. I'm at the age where I'm not like, who am I trying to impress at this point, right?
Absolutely.
It's just all vibes for me.
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna go grocery shopping in my workout shorts and a cardigan and some Crocs, like, we're just going. I'm not worried. Like, that's just kind of where I'm at. So I started wearing my Crocs out. I was like, these are comfortable. To hell with it. And I said on the internet, man, I've officially reached old man status where I'm wearing Crocs publicly. And one of my friends who works at a high school hit me up and they're like, no. The young people love Crocs.
Mm.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm cool.
Boom.
I'm fired up. So now I wear my Crocs everywhere, except for work. It felt
Accidentally
weird.
cool.
It felt weird wearing Crocs to work. We're going to talk Kings here in a second. It felt weird wearing Crocs to work yesterday. I really think that threw off my vibe. Sitting here, because it's a tall chair. My feet don't reach the floor. Shut up. And so sitting here with my like my foot's in my shoe, but then my shoe's like dangling a little bit.
Oh yeah.
It felt weird.
Got to go sport mode.
I should have gone sport mode. See?
Straight up.
Because you're talking sports. Oh my gosh. Wait, it makes so much sense.
Talking sport mode.
I do believe that
Pamela, I'm cutting this segment for you.
Idiocracy, the movie, is where Crocs made their debut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the costume designer or director or somebody was like, I have found shoes that are so hideous, nobody will ever wear that. Like, these are, because it was when Crocs was just starting out.
Yeah.
And they were like, these will never be a thing, so we don't have to worry about these being a thing in the future and Idiocracy aging poorly. Nope.
Well, that movie didn't age poorly at all.
Not even a little bit. Anyways, Scott Perry's press conference was yesterday.
That's right.
James Ham was there at Golden One Center. He got asked a lot about Doug Christie's, or not Doug Christie specifically, but the coach and who's going to be the Kings' next head coach. Because as of right now, they don't really have a head coach. Doug Christie was the interim head coach.
I believe I specifically asked about Doug Christie and the coaching search.
Yes.
I said, is Doug Christie going to be the guy, or are we going to have a full-blown coaching search?
Right.
To open the press conference.
Right.
Yeah, like, look, I think there's a lot to look at here. Like, first of all, when Scott Perry was the guy that was announced, a lot of people just assumed because Scott Perry was announced as the new general manager that meant that Doug would be back.
Mm-hmm.
And that still very well could be the case. Like, Doug has a lot of friends in high places in the Kings organization.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because he's a good dude, and because he's been around forever, and because he's part of the past.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also been part of the broadcast. He's got a huge following with the fan base, and he's a very popular guy in Sacramento. But that doesn't mean that's what Scott Perry believes is what's best for his franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, Vivek owns the franchise, but who's responsible for wins and losses now is Scott Perry. And so he's going to do what he kind of feels is right. He's talked to Doug a couple of times, according to Scott Perry yesterday. Not only that, but a lot of the attributes that Doug brings to the table are things that he certainly, that Scott Perry is looking for. He wants a defensive-minded coach. He wants somebody who can connect with players. He wants somebody who has an identity of playing hard, and like what he described as Doug Christie as a player.
Dude, he described, so just to I'm going to tie the NFL draft in here for a second, because it felt exactly the same. John Lynch got asked on Tuesday about defensive end prospects or what the 49ers look for in a defensive end. And then he went on to just describe Mykel Williams, the defensive end from Georgia. Just described him as a player.
Mm-hmm.
That to me was what Scott Perry did when talking about the coaching search yesterday. He was like, I want somebody who's going to have a tough-minded team that is defensive focused and that shares the basketball. It was like, I know a guy.
That's Doug Christie.
I know the guy. I know exactly who you need. And that jumped out to me. The fact that he said he's got to talk to a few people, but he expects a resolution in the next week.
Yeah.
That to me is, I read that as, and if you think different, let me know. But I read that as, this is Doug's job to lose. I'm going to confirm with a couple of people, because I haven't been in the building, that we're all cool with Doug and that's going to be the choice. Now, if he goes to somebody, and I don't think this will happen, but if he went to some decision maker and they were like, hey, we need to, I don't know, then maybe they expand the search a little bit.
I think a bigger issue is if you sit down with the players and you have individuals who have some questions about the direction and they're not comfortable with Doug Christie being the head coach, or they have qualifiers like, hey, Doug can be the guy. We're okay with Doug being the guy, but you had better load up his coaching staff. And again, part of it's just because Doug Christie doesn't have the experience.
Sure.
Like JJ Redick didn't have the experience either, and Chauncey Billups didn't have the experience either. But you surround those guys with really, really good assistant coaches to support them, and that's what you should do. I mean, like Doug should be coming up with offensive schemes and defensive schemes for himself. He should have ideas for himself, but he should also have guys who have done that in the league for the last 20 years or 15 years in the league, building out offenses and defenses for NBA coaches. And so like you need a really good staff, and that's whether Doug is here or not. But if it is Doug, you need an even better staff than you would with like a veteran head coach with like Mike Brown. Right. So you're hoping that would be the next step. But like, look, I think we're going to hear all kinds of things in the next week or two, and we'll see how this thing plays out. I would be surprised if they have an announcement quick, it's probably Doug. If they don't have an announcement quickly, we're going to start hearing about a full-fledged coaching search and what does that mean for Doug and all that. Then it's going to get complicated.
If we get to Wednesday is the date I set in my head.
Okay.
If by next Wednesday, so that would be the 30th, April 30th. If we haven't heard anything about the Kings are closing in on someone or if we've heard nothing by Wednesday, that's when I'm going to think, oh, okay, there's a larger search going on.
Well, that and like the NBA circles are really small when it comes to coaching. So if we haven't already started hearing at least some names mentioned, or that it isn't a foregone conclusion that he's going there or something like that. We'll start to hear some murmurs. Like, oh, like so-and-so is interested in their job or has, or the Kings have called.
Yeah. The Kings have expressed interest in Coach X.
Yeah. To check in. And then we're all going to be left with this idea like, well, is that for a head coaching job or is it for the lead assistant job? Like, what is it? I've said it yesterday on D-Lo and KC, like Dave Yeager's name has been mentioned in Sacramento quite a few times in the last 2 weeks.
Now you say that, but you also said this Scott Perry's name kept coming up.
Oh yeah. Scott Perry's name had come up for 6 weeks. Yeah, at least.
Is that how Dave Yeager's name is coming up? Or is it just like, yeah, if it's not Doug, here's a name to keep an eye on?
No, it's just like randomly you start hearing, oh, and then you start checking around and be like, yeah, I've heard that too. And outside of the walls and, around. So I would say, and again, I don't know that means Dave Yeager for a head coach or Dave Yeager for an assistant coach. But when you look at Scott Perry as, his time with Sacramento is 2017, that was Dave Yeager's team.
Yeah.
He worked with Dave for those 3 months while they were prepping for the draft. Although I will say that there's something that happens in that draft that Dave Yeager and his group really, really, really wanted Kyle Kuzma over Justin Jackson, and that didn't happen. Well, they lost out, and that's because Kyle Kuzma, number one, had played at Utah for Larry Kristowiak, who was a minor league coach forever, and also like a vagabond, like big man in the NBA for a while, right? Well, Larry had ties with all of the Kings coaching staff who had coached in the minor leagues. And he kept telling everybody, hey man, this Kyle Kuzma kid's amazing. They had Kyle Kuzma in for a workout and he absolutely blew the doors off of Justin Jackson. And the Kings,
what a weird thing.
And the Kings didn't take him.
Dude, front offices are, that's the other, just again, not to make this about the NFL draft, but that happens in front offices are dumb.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that. Front offices will do dumb things all the time. Like, hey, every sign says we should draft this guy, but you know what? We're vibing with Justin Jackson.
That's why I always bring up like the Damian Lillard thing. He showed up one day, he hit all but one shot. Like that's what they said. He hit like something like in the 90s of his shot.
Ridiculous.
Out of 100 shots. Like they were like, this kid is unbelievable. Going into the draft, the night before the draft, I was told by someone inside they're taking Damian Lillard. The next day, they get to the draft, Thomas Robinson falls, and this was because Dion Waiters, who again is one of those weird guys who he wouldn't work out for anybody, was slated to go in the 20s, and all of a sudden he goes number 4 and pushes Thomas Robinson to number 5. The Kings can't get a commitment from the Maloofs as to whether they at least can sign Jason Thompson back, and so they don't even have a power forward at all on the roster. So instead of drafting Damian Lillard, they draft Thomas Robinson because they at least knew they would be able to fill one of their roles that they needed. And then,
what a nightmare.
And then the Maloofs gave them money for Jason Thompson. And, like you should never, first of all, you should never make a draft decision based on Jason Thompson. And that's not,
that's a great point.
That's not to be disrespectful to Jason Thompson, but that should never happen.
No, you shouldn't be making draft decisions based on players who aren't all NBA guys.
Nope. And it doesn't matter if they're in their 3rd season or 4th season, whatever it is. But these are mistakes that are made. So anyway, like to get back to the question at hand, the Doug Christie question, I don't know like what they're going to do here, but I do think it's been leaning a specific way for a while.
Feels like it.
Like Doug was not in the room yesterday because I think it would have been a distraction. Vivek also wasn't in the room yesterday because I think he knows it could have possibly been a distraction.
It 100% would have been.
And there were a lot of people in the room, like Matina, John Reinhardt, like all of the training staff. Most of the coaches that are still in town were all there. Like there were a ton of people in the room. I mean, the place was packed. So it's noticeable that those guys aren't there. But again, I'm not going to make some, massive conclusion because the first thing that everyone would have done if Vivek was in the room was as soon as Scott Perry got done talking, they would have raced to Vivek.
Like, for sure.
Or race to Doug. Like they would have, okay, let's follow up. So they didn't have those guys in the room.
Sam Amick said on a different program today. Sam Amick said on some weird show, I don't know, that it may be, if they go with Doug Christie, it may be a short-term deal or a long-term deal with options built in. Would that be, I want to start here. Whether that is how they would do this or not is secondary to what I want to ask now. Do you think that would be prohibitive? If Doug Christie and Rich Paul walk in and say, need a 4-year deal, or that's the standard, we had a 4-year deal worth X dollars a year, that's what we're going to do here. And if Vivek's like, well, we don't know if you can coach yet. Like, you did a nice job, but we don't know what this looks like for 82 games. We don't want to commit to 4 years of this. So how about 2 years or 4 years with options after years 2 and 3?
Okay, so
would Doug go, I don't want to be the head coach here then?
No, and I think that's the leverage that the Kings have. Like, everybody knows Doug wants a job. Doug also wants a job with a paycheck.
Of course.
Like he wants to be the guy who leads his team to an NBA championship. He's also a guy who would love to make NBA head coaching money. Like, who wouldn't? Whether like that's a starting salary around $5 million or it's $7 million or it's $9 million, the Kings will probably try to keep it around 4 or 5 to start because he isn't proven as a head coach, right? But coaching salaries have gone up quite a bit. And so that'll be the first thing. As far as like a 2-year commitment with a 3rd-year option and a 4th-year option, I will tell you this, that the Kings, when they went to sign Mike Brown to his original contract, their first offer was a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option. And Mike turned that down and said, I will take a 3-year deal with a 4th-year mutual option. And the Kings were like, oh, well, that's fine. That's okay, fine. We'll negotiate, and we'll give you the mutual option. Right. Well, that's what came back to bite him in the behind, because when we got done with year 2, and let me think. No, you got done with year three.
Right.
Mike was no, it was year 2. When you got done with year 2, Mike was told the Kings, I'm opting out of year 4. And so that meant he would go into last season as a lame duck, which is why they went and gave him an extension. They gave him a pay raise and an extension. But again, that's on them. Like, most coaches get a 4-year deal. I mean, the Phoenix Suns have been handing out 5-year deals every year to a new head coach who doesn't work there anymore.
Yeah.
So like they're stacking up 5 years worth of deals. Like, the Kings are on the hook for the next 2 years for Mike Brown. And that's something that will play a role in what they do here. But that means you're at least getting Doug Christie for 2 years. Because if they're going to buy him on they're not going to fire Doug. If Doug is the guy, you're not going to fire Doug after 1 year.
You'd hope not.
And then go into that next year where you're paying Mike Brown, Doug Christie, and some other dude that's coaching the team now. So it gets really, really complicated.
And isn't this the last year of Luke Walton?
No, Luke Walton's deal is over.
Oh, is it?
He had a 4-year deal, and they fired him midway through his 3rd year. So Mike Brown's first year, they were paying 2.
Okay.
Yeah. But so that means they went through 1 year where they truly weren't paying 2 coaches, because they did, when you raise someone to an interim position from an assistant, you do have to give them more money. I don't think that Doug Christie will take a 2-year deal, a make good 2-year deal, because his agent is Rich Paul, and there's a reason why you give Rich Paul a percentage of your money, and that's to negotiate those deals.
Right.
I don't see that there's a way that you're not going to at least get a 3-year deal. I'd at least be shocked.
The thing for me is whoever it is, whether it's because Doug is the guy who doesn't have the experience, so we'll just say it's Doug. You have to do that if you're the Kings, because you have to give him the runway to figure this out. There's going to be some turbulence with the roster. There's going to be some ups and downs during this transition. There's going to be some ups and downs with him as a coach as he continues figuring this thing out. That's what I kept coming back to yesterday when talking about with the Scott Perry press conference. It's like, okay, this all sounds good. You need to just let him cook for a couple of years. You need to let this thing build and grow, and you need to let it have its ebbs and flows. And there's going to be peaks and there's going to be valleys, and every valley can't be, oh my God, panic, coach is on the hot seat.
Yep.
Give him the 3-year deal and let him have 3 years.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, you know what? We're not doing, I don't care how bad this year goes. I don't care how bad next year goes. In 25, 26, 27, 20, 26, 27, the 27-28 season, Doug Christie will be our head coach to at least start the season. Let this thing play out, man. So that's what I hope. I hope they don't do the, okay, well, we'll do 2 years and then we'll give you an option. And then, no, man, just.
And if you're not convinced, then go find the coach that you're sold on.
That's it.
That's, I mean, realistic.
That's
if
what
you're
it
not
comes down to.
convinced, and hey, I understand both sides. I think Doug's done a good job, but at the same time, I also think, look, there's a possibility here that you find a coach that's seasoned and that you have just more trust and faith in because you've seen him do it before.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
If you're not certain, then find the guy you're certain about.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right. We're going to put a pin in the NFL draft. We're going to put a pin in the Sacramento Kings. We'll take those back off the board and we'll keep talking about them. But we're going to talk some A's. JP Sears, he shoved last night. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and 5 strikeouts in a win over the Texas Rangers. He's going to join us next. Excited to talk with the A's lefty. He was a delight at the Sawyer earlier this year. Can't wait to introduce him to all of you here in the Chatty House and on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second. Can you answer this?
Why does Matina get so much attention when John Reinhardt has also been there since the Maloof days? Okay. Well, because John Reinhardt runs the business side, right? I think I think he's the CFO, and Matina's the CEO of the Kings Corporation. So Reinhardt deals with the business side specifically, where Matina oversees everything. Like she's an umbrella position. So there's a business side and there's the basketball side, right? We have two sides. The business side, someone sells tickets, someone sells I don't know, ad sponsorships, all that stuff, right? All the stuff you see in the building, all that. Then the other side is strictly what happens in the practice facility and all that. Well, there is somebody who oversees the company as a whole, and that is Matina. And everyone, there's that layer, Matina, and then there's ownership above Matina. So that's why her name gets brought up, because I don't think John Reinhardt walks into the basketball side and ever has a conversation about who's going to be the new GM or who's going to be the new head coach. He might be part of a discussion somewhere else. But he definitely doesn't have the influence on the basketball side that Matina has always had, or at least has had for the last, 15, 20 years. I hope that explains that. I do like, I've had a relationship with John Reinhardt for a long time. I think he's a very nice guy. And the Kings as a business are highly successful. I think that's something that other NBA teams come to Sacramento and try to figure out how the Kings have been so successful financially for a team that's in a relatively small market. I mean, Sacramento's 19th or 20th in the nation as far as market size, but they are very successful for the size of the market. That's why, when the pandemic hit, they had lost it was something like $100 million in the first 45 days or something.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with this, King Boss. I think the Kings, you're probably right, because local businesses and businesses in general do want to get behind a product that there's excitement about, and whether the Kings are good or bad, there's always excitement about it. So
yeah, it's doomerism online up until there's a play-in game, and then all of a sudden the roof is ready to come off the place.
Yeah.
Jim asked this first. I would be shocked if it's, again, not based on anybody I'm talking to, but it sounds like Cam Ward is pretty well set as the first pick. I'm already annoyed that that's going to take them 9 minutes to announce.
Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
30 seconds. Yep. I can hit.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
If you're out at Sutter Health Park last night, you saw our next guest throw 5 innings, give up 5 hits, 2 runs. He walked 1, struck out 5. It's JP Sears, A's left-handed pitcher, joining us now. JP, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Certainly better than the last time we talked down at the Sawyer, because there's baseball going on. How are you guys acclimating to playing at Sutter Health Park? Specifically, I guess, how are you as a pitcher acclimating to Sutter Health Park?
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me this morning, you guys. And it's been great so far. Obviously, I think our first three series there obviously have been a little bit skewed towards the other teams, but as a team, we've been feeling really good. I think the last couple games have been showing that. And me personally out there on the mound, the field's been great. The mound's really good, and I feel like both games that I've pitched, there's been some good energy in the stadium. So it's been a good place to pitch so far. Obviously, maybe not the ball's flying a little bit, so maybe not that wise. But as far as just the park and all that, it's been a lot of fun.
Is it surprising to you, JP, how the ball just seems to right now just be taking off out of there? Because I think a lot of you guys have played in that park before as minor leaguers, and it just doesn't seem like it's always been that type of home run hitting park. But then again, Major League Baseball players aren't there every single day hitting shots.
Right. I guess, as a pitcher, you really just can't think about it. You just go out there and do your thing and going about your process of just preparing for the game and how it's any other game. But the ball's obviously flying a little bit at times. There's also been day games there where I feel like it's been opposite, where the wind's been blowing in. So I think it'll be a bunch of different variables throughout the year. And I think that over the course of a couple weeks and months, it'll start to really be in our favor as the home team, and just being comfortable there in the atmosphere and all that. And so I think it'll be something that'll end up helping us out.
Talking with A's pitcher JP Sears here on ESPN 1320. So typically you've pitched you pitched really well against Texas last year. You shoved against them again last night. In the NFL, we talk about the NFL a lot here on the show, and we talk about division games and how they carry so much more weight in the NFL. Is that the same in baseball? Like when you guys go up against an AL West opponent, does it feel like there's a little bit more weight to that game in that series?
Yeah, I definitely do. As a starting pitcher, knowing that, obviously you look at the MLB app and TV all the time, and you just see the standings in the division, and that's the first step to get in the playoffs, right? If you win your division, then there you go. So every game that I'm throwing against, Texas or Houston, Seattle, LA, it's obviously a big game, and all of them are big in the big leagues. All of them matter just as much, but. Seeing, Texas and other teams close to the top of the division right now, we want to catch them early on and, be competitive with them. So, obviously looking to take the series tonight against them and then, do pretty well against them again next week.
JP, it feels like you guys are super close to breaking through. You've hovered right around 500 for the last couple of weeks. Your road record's way better than your home record. But what do you think it's going to take to sort of get you guys over the top and get you playing plus 500 ball?
Yeah, I think that we've shown that we have a lot of firepower on our offense, having a lot of, just hitting a lot of home runs early on and, really producing there. And even early on in our first couple starts out of our starters, having really good starts and our bullpen as well. I think that, on the pitching side, just need to do a little better with us pitchers, getting through that last fifth or sixth inning without giving up those extra runs or that one or two runs. And, I think the bullpen would say the same. We just want to do good with those transition innings. Those, I think, have kind of been the ones that have hurt us. The couple games that we've lost, just letting some stuff snowball. So I think that's one thing that good teams will end up doing, and that's what we're going to do is, just focus on the little details that'll, get you that one extra out or the extra run on the offensive side or whatever it is here and there, and start to see things switch over to our side more. And I definitely feel it already happening.
Talking with JP Sears, a starting pitcher here on ESPN 1320. We heard about Nick Kurtz from the day he was drafted. And all of a sudden, it's what, 9 months? 9 months later from the time he was drafted, he's now making his major league debut, getting a hit in his major league debut. Is there any how impressive is that to go from being drafted to the majors in that short amount of time? And we'll start there. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be a professional. I'm not going to ask a 2-part question. 1-part question. How impressive is that?
Yeah, I was talking to my wife about that yesterday. How crazy that is to me, to think about my time as a professional baseball player and knowing where I was at 9 months after my draft. I think I had a shoulder impingement in low A, so like everybody's a little bit different. He's obviously an unreal talent and unreal plate discipline, unreal power at the plate. I've already gotten to know him a good bit. We're beside each other in the clubhouse, and he's a mature young guy, and he seems like he fits right in. And we have a good young core that are all of us kind of have a lot of similar personalities and get along really well. And I think he will as well. So, but yeah, as a player, he's obviously a great plate, discipline and great power, and it's gonna be fun to watch him swing the bat the next couple weeks.
Is there, because with the fan base, we every time he hit a home run, there was highlights from AAA, right. Like, oh my God, look, he hit another one. And then there's this buzz when he finally gets called up. Do you guys feel that at all in the locker room, or is it just like, oh, yep, new guy, we got a game to go win?
I mean, just like you guys do. I think the more you're on social media, the more you see stuff like that. If you speak it out, so like we knew that he was swinging the bat really well, and we'd obviously heard a lot from our pro scouting and just our front office about how much they thought about him and how much they loved drafting him, and early on, and they were expected a lot of him. So. I haven't been surprised by any of it. But yeah, you see it the more you look for it. And I think him as a player, he's just a pretty calm mind. He sees it too, but he's just wanting to come up here and prove himself. And, like all of us. So it'll be fun to watch.
We were talking to JP Sears, A's left-handed pitcher, here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. JP, Mason Miller right now, like when you get to a certain point in the game and you hand it off to that guy, it just feels like no one can hit him at all. I know he did give up he let Jock Peterson break his hitless streak last night, but watching that guy hit 102, 103 on the gun and then, drop in some crazy off-speed thing that just fools everybody. He's just a joy to watch at this point. And I know Dallas Braden keeps calling him the Reaper on the broadcast. Number one, does that fit him? And number two, outside of JP, what is your nickname?
For myself or for him?
For you. Well, I mean, if you've got another nickname, you can go ahead and throw it out there for him as well.
No, we're on the radio. Keep it friendly.
Mason's not the most he's not going to try and hype himself up too much or talk too much about himself. But I think that we can all say around him that he's definitely the Reaper. That's a great nickname, and he reached on hitters' souls when he's out there, and it's fun to watch. But and I think that a lot of people don't realize how nasty his slider is as well. I mean, obviously he throws 103 with elite command, and like you said, it's fun to watch. I have a lot of confidence in him. When he hands the ball, that it's most likely going to go pretty well, and so it's been a treat to watch. But nicknames wise, I don't know. Like Shay calls me like Jay Pizzle sometimes, but I'm not. I'm like JP's kind of already a nickname. So we're everybody's got a couple different ones for each other, but I'm not really the one with the most nicknames. I don't think on the team.
I want to let you know, anytime you're on this program, you won't be called Jay Pizzle. We got you.
We got you. We have to take credit because Tyler Soderstrom came on after like the second game of the season, and now he's a superstar. So we're expecting the same exact bounce for you.
Okay,
yeah, you're welcome.
There we go.
Yeah, you're welcome ahead of time.
I love hearing that.
Hey, real quick, because we don't want to take up too much of your time. We really appreciate you talking to JP Sears, A's pitcher here. So, when you go up against a guy who's slumping the way Jock Peterson was, and I know that not too many guys are slumping like that. Do you know that as a pitcher? And is there like extra pressure? Like, all right, I don't want to be the guy who gives up that hit.
No, because that's just like I think that we just, if you ask a lot of guys, they say the same thing. We're too just used to our routine as pitchers of what the day takes. I obviously saw that Jock had a tough start of the season and stuff like that, but you don't really, when he comes out of the plate, you still know who he is, and he still has a bat in his hand, and I think you just resort back to, hey, this is the scouting report says he struggles with this, and he handles this really well, and struggles with this, so let's attack him this way. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's never fun to kind of have that spotlight on you, but it usually lasts for about a day or so, and then baseball's pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah, no doubt. JP, really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much for hopping on with us today. Good luck moving forward, and hope to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Hope you all have a great day. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, JP. JP Sears, there he goes. Last 2 starts, by the way. 11 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He's locking it.
He's just been really, really, really stable for them for the first month and a half of the season, whatever it is.
And now that he's joined this show, he's going to lead the majors in home runs.
That's
I know who I'm picking up on my fantasy team.
That's right.
Yep.
You're all welcome ahead of time. That's Joe Brazil. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're rocking with you until noon. We have a whole second hour coming up. In the second hour, we're going to talk more NFL draft. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings and new GM Scott Perry. There's NBA playoffs going on. We're giving away $500.
Oh,
we'll give you the keyword down at ESPN 1320. Tons coming up in the second hour on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Woo. Yeah, JP was one of those guys at because at the Sawyer, kind of not atypical of a media kind of thing, but definitely a little bit of a strange vibe. Because we were all in a ballroom and every media outlet was set up in a different space in the ballroom.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of trying to pinball players and coaches to these different outlets who hadn't gotten a chance. And man, it is really tough in that setting to be just like chill and like, and JP was, good vibes.
Yeah. And like Kyle and I took a totally different approach where we didn't bring out microphones and we didn't do formal interviews. We just hung out, which is, it's a way just to break bread with guys and let them talk freely and have more of like a real conversation without having a camera in their face. And it's something I do in pregame in the locker room. Like I hang out, I making fun of Jake LaRivia and his Canadian girlfriend. So, like we hang out. Well, like, because it's like the running gag that, does he really have a girlfriend? He doesn't really have a girlfriend who's Canadian and she's come to games and he's not just like making something up. It's not some girl at a different school.
She goes to another school. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah. So like that. And then we always have, the letters that Doug Christie puts up on the board, which are way up high. He must have a ladder that he climbs to write on the whiteboard. And Sean Cunningham tries to figure it out every day. And Markelle Fultz is usually in the locker room. We're all making fun of Sean for cheating and Googling what it might mean. And like, it's just a different vibe and it's a better way for people to feel comfortable with you. So when you do talk to them and ask them real questions, you usually get better answers.
I don't appreciate the LA Times taking this shot directly at me. The headline is, what happens if I miss the looming Real ID deadline? Can I still travel? And so what happens sometimes during the break, just to fully pull back the curtain on my process, is I'll get these news updates. And if there's one that is relevant to me during the show, I'll just open it and I'll have it for later. And then when I get home, I sit down and I kind of read the things I missed it. And it says, what happens if I miss the looming Real ID deadline? Can I still travel? I have a lot of travel coming up. I don't have a Real ID yet.
Oh, gosh. Neither do I.
Luckily, I have a passport.
Okay, wait. So do I. We're good.
It says, this is the lead. Despite the multiple extensions for the Real ID deadline, there are still many Americans who don't have one and face the final deadline next month. Like, hey, despite the moving deadline, like,
that's
okay,
definitely me
unnecessary.
Too. Yeah.
We don't need all that.
I think I have one.
That's rude.
How do I know if it's a real ID?
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock where they will hand it back to us. Me and James will be out at Cache Creek, and Joe will be out at Cache, and Charlie will be out at and Peter will be out at Cache Creek. We're doing we're doing a live show from the Major Professional Football League draft, because I don't think we can say that the NFL draft is tonight, and then James and I will be at Cache Creek talking about it from 4 to 5 p.m. on this very radio station, ESPN 1320 AM. It's in the YOLO room. It's a ballroom, conference room, small setting. Come hang out with us while we do the show. And then we're going to the Elevate Lounge, and we're going to hang out. We're going to watch a draft. We're going to eat good food, and we're going to drink good drinks, and we're going to have a great time. I hope to see you all there.
There we go.
That's all I got.
I'm here
I'm
for
done
it.
talking for the day.
I'm excited.
I'm joking. Lots to get into here in the second hour. Anything jump out from the NBA playoff games last night? The Jimmy Butler injury is the big thing. So the Rockets beat the Warriors 109-94. Jimmy Butler in the first quarter got going up for a rebound. Look, I understand that when a bad play happens, there's an immediate leap to, was it a dirty play or not?
Yep.
Whose fault is it that this thing happened? Sometimes it's somebody's fault. Like, no doubt. What happened last night was Jimmy Butler skied for a rebound. Draymond Green and Steven Adams?
Yep.
Were jockeying for position. And then Amen Thompson tried to squeeze through to go get an offensive rebound. And he lost his balance and he fell. And he just happened to fall in where Jimmy Butler had leaped. And Jimmy Butler came down hard on his tailbone.
Yep.
That's the extent of what happened. I saw people going, that's Amen Thompson, dirty play. No, it was not even a little bit. Oh, he got pushed. I did not see him get pushed. I saw guys fighting for position for a rebound, and one guy fell into the least fortunate place on the court.
No, I totally agree 100%. I think that there were probably 8 other plays in that game that I thought were intentional and were dirty and were crazy and had no business being on a basketball court. That wasn't one of them. It was a mistake. Yep. It was an accident. It's not, again.
It sucks that Jimmy Butler got hurt, specifically for the Warriors, because that was kind of, they had chances. That's the frustrating thing, is they had chances to get back into that game, and they just couldn't get over. I think they got it down as far as 11, and they just could never quite get over the hump. But the Jimmy Butler injury play was a big play in the game. But again, like you said, there were, would you say 8?
Yeah, at least
8. Yeah, other things that happened were like, nope, that's not a real thing.
There's like a comedy reel of Draymond Green touching people in weird ways. You're like, what are you doing? It's
honestly, playoff series doesn't start until that supercut comes out. People say series doesn't start until road team wins a game. No. For the Warriors, series doesn't start until we get the supercut of Draymond Green doing FS.
Yeah.
Like that's the that's the official start.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm like, what is that play? Like, why is he grabbing the back of that guy's head?
It's not
like, why is he doing that now?
And it's not even, I don't want to turn this. I always joke that D'Lo and Casey talk about Draymond Green more than 95.7 The Game does, the flagship station of the Warriors. So I don't want to make this a whole Draymond Green conversation. But if you're just trying to embellish contact, and if you think you're being fouled and you're trying to, you can do that without throwing jabs and a right hook and a kick and then grappling and doing a wrestling move down someone to the floor and then going, like
kicking someone in the privates, stomping on someone's chest, on the
ground, arms at your side, throw the head back at that. If you think you got hit, just do that. People embellish contact all the time without winding up in a tangle of arms and limbs on the floor. It's like, this is a specifically you problem, dog. Figure it out. And he's not going to. He's 40. Like, he's not going to figure it out at this point. He's not 40. He's 35. But still, he's not going to figure it out at this point.
He doesn't want to figure it out, Kyle. He doesn't want to.
I'm tired, James. Jimmy Butler's x-ray was negative. I shouldn't say negative. Showed no major damage. He's having an MRI. So they're calling it a pelvic contusion. Steph Curry, this is the play. He missed 2 games with this earlier this year. Jonathan Kuminga missed a game with it. It's TBD on whether he'll return. Our buddy Dr. Narav Pandya said from UCSF, he said that typically a pelvic contusion, as long as there's not additional damage, is pain management.
Yeah.
So maybe Jimmy Butler misses a game.
Okay.
But that is still TBD, and it will be contingent, I'm guessing, on the result of that MRI.
Well, and
if he's not playing, the Warriors are toast.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler's not a young man. So, like, we're going to have to wait and see what he feels like tomorrow and today. Like, that looked like, someone who gets in a car accident.
He didn't even fall on the how do I say this? He didn't even fall on the muscular area.
On the cheek?
He didn't even hit cheek first. That was all like, there was the bounce. Oh, I thought it was, I was like, he's done. That's 100% broken. Apparently it's not.
No.
I will say though, I can vouch I've landed on my tailbone a lot, like snowboarding especially, or on a dirt bike I had before.
Yeah.
A bruised tailbone, even if it's not fractured or anything, like it could stop you from being able to walk for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bruised tailbone is very painful.
I've never dealt with a major tailbone thing, but I don't know, man. I imagine that knowing where that bone is, I can imagine it's just the worst.
Oh no, it's horrible. You walk like an old man.
Oof.
Like I leaped up in playing football in high school during practice. We were just playing a game, and I leaped up, caught a ball, and landed on my tailbone. And I literally could have used a walker. Like a walker would have helped me for like a week.
Oh yeah, it's one of the most painful injuries I've ever had by far. Like it's up there.
Still not super impressed with the Rockets offense, by the way.
No.
They hit more threes last night. They looked better last night than they did in game one, to be sure. Jalen Green was scintillating last night. But that's so good.
That's a problem. Like either he's like scintillating or you're like, oh, where did he go?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it just depends on the night. I think he's got so much potential, but like there is definitely a question mark about whether he's a 1A or 2 or a 3.
He feels like the guy, if they were going to make a move, he's the guy it would be centered around. Because I think he's the player, and again, this is not a shot. This is a reality of the NBA. He's the player that of all their guys is, I think, what he does for their team is most easily replaced. He might be a super high level version of it, but when you look at, like, there's not a lot of dudes as good as Amen Thompson defensively just running around in the league. There's not a lot of dudes as awkward and funky as Alperen Şengün running around the league who's a good distributor. He is in that. I think he's on his way to that Jokic, Domas type of player where he's just chalk him up for a double-double every night and he's going to sprinkle in some triple-doubles.
Yeah. Okay. So we talked about this a little bit with the G League, right? G League big men go down. When a big man goes to the G League, he usually dominates because there aren't any big men in the G League, right?
Mm-hmm.
What there are is a bunch of 6'2" to 6'6" guards that score.
Yeah.
Like that's where Mason Jones sometimes gets lost in the shuffle because he's one of many players like that at the G League level, right? So when we look at the pro level, it's easier to find a shooting guard than it is to find a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Like a point guard, you hand your entire franchise over to.
Right.
A shooting guard can, you can mix and match. You can have a Keon Ellis. You can have a Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
You can have, those are 3 very distinct, different types of players.
Yep.
One of them is a pick and roll specialist that shoots threes and gets to the rim is like instant offense. One of them is a 3-and-D, 3-point shooter. And one of them is just a high level, high 3-level scorer.
Yep.
Right. So they're totally different, but that's why you typically don't trade your point guard for a shooting guard because finding shooting guards is not nearly as difficult. And like we have it down in the notes. Like when I was watching him play last night, Jalen Green,
mm-hmm.
it just instantly reminded me of Zach LaVine.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting because I need to go. I meant to look at this beforehand. This is poor preparation by me, but it feels like he's where Zach LaVine was a few years into his career. Like he's ahead of where Zach LaVine was at the same point of his career.
Okay.
But he's trending that way in terms of being that type of player where he might give you 25, 26 a night. And there's going to be his nights where, hey, you kind of forgot he was on the court.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's going to be followed by 3 games where he gives you 40 and 38 and 29 and shoots 78% from 3 in that stretch.
Yeah, there's just moments where he catches fire and you're looking at him and you're thinking that is exactly what it looks like when Zach LaVine catches fire.
Yep.
And then other times where you're like, come on, man, I need more from you. I need more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think very, very close player comp. It's just a very young version of. And, like if you're going to look around the league and say, who does it remind you of? And, there's a big difference between, I don't know, like if your offense is predicated around a streaky shooting guard, you're always going to have some problems because when they're not hot, you're in trouble. You got to have another pitch.
But the ceiling for Jalen Green is so high that you could 100% see a team who goes, we'll if we're going to blow it up, if I don't know if this is real, just follow me. If the Bucks say, we're going to trade, Giannis wants out, we're going to trade him. Like, I think Jalen Green is the kind of player that the Bucks, if they're going to start a rebuild with picks, cool, we'll take Jalen Green and other stuff and a bunch of picks. Like, we'll center a deal around him. And you see why last night. Second playoff game of his career, and he's dropping 38 points.
He just turned 23. Yeah, he just turned 23.
He was so good last night.
Yeah, his trajectory is like really, really impressive. And I think he will become more and more refined as he moves along in his career.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that he has is that he's on a team that is just packed with young players like him. That are all top 5 picks, all top 6 picks. And you're like, you get lost in the shuffle sometimes. And your development sometimes can take a little bit longer because the guys next to you are young and they're making mistakes and they're not exactly where they should be every play.
TC's on line 1. He's got an interesting idea. Go ahead, TC. What's going on? You're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line.
Hammer Khan, what's up, bro?
What's going on?
Hey, man, just vibing. It's draft day. So as far as the Kings, hey, what y'all think about this? I make and I think it's a good trade for both sides. Zach LaVine straight up for Jalen Green. I know you were saying him I'm thinking with Zach LaVine, but he's a younger guy, and I think he'll fit moving forward on the highlight reel. What you think about that trade? I think that's a trade we can pull off for both sides.
Thanks, TC. I don't know if the Rockets would do that.
Yeah, I think there's a problem. The first problem is
if I'm the Kings and the Rockets will do that, I'm doing that yesterday.
Yeah, because you're 7 years younger.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you shave about, I think it's around 15, 16 million off his contract.
Yeah.
I don't think the Rockets do it. Again, they have a bunch of young talent.
Yeah.
And maybe Zach LaVine could be a placeholder for a year or two, but like people forget that, they have Fred Van Vliet in the backcourt, right? And the Kings might be looking for a point guard. Well, they are looking for a point guard, and Van Vliet might make some sense but again, that's a whole nother story. But my point is that hiding behind him is they have Reed Shepherd, right?
Right.
Who's like a top 4 pick.
Who they sent him down to the G League for 1 game. He scored 50 and they were like, all right, come back.
Yeah. I think like if the Kings were going to make
it wasn't that simple.
Green swap, it would have been when they had De'Aaron Fox. Like if you were going to go younger, and the Rockets were always a team that I told everybody, that's the team I would trade with. Like the rest of the league, that's, whatever. Like you can get picks and stuff. The Rockets, you can get picks and you can get young, incredible talent. And they might be willing to deal it because they have so much more of it.
Yeah. And I think with Jalen Green specifically, I think one of the reasons they might be looking to move him is they want to clear a runway for Amen Thompson to kind of take that leap offensively.
Yeah.
And if he's hoarding shots, or if a player like Zach LaVine is hoarding those shots, we talk about it with Keegan Murray and DeMar DeRozan this year. And you just kind of see that ascension you're kind of waiting on just doesn't quite get there. But we'll see. If I'm the Kings and that offer's on the table, Zach LaVine and some other stuff for Zach LaVine and picks for
Yep.
I'm so in.
Yep.
I'm so in. You know what else I'm in on? Daily fantasy with Underdog. Despite the fact that I had, not only did I lose both lineups last night, actually I had one of them refunded. Shout out to Underdog, because Jonathan Isaac and Cole Anthony both didn't play in the second half of that game. They played 12 minutes combined.
Oh,
yeah, tough. Not only did I lose my Warriors Rockets lineup, I went 0 for 4 I picked 4 players, higher or lower on their stat projections. 0 of them were correct. Usually I'll get like 2 out of 4. Or maybe 1 out of 4 every once in a while. But, 3 out of 4, I'll get some money back with the flex play. Nope. 0. None.
You did really well the one time you brought him in and you said, okay, this higher or lower. And I'm like, lower. And you're like, oh.
Absolutely. I agree with him.
I did well when James did my picks. Cool. Nice. Thanks, dude. That's awesome. No, that's so sick.
No, because you're choosing the picks. And then sometimes, like I told you, I think one of the flaws that I see when I'm playing, underdog is that I look for things that I think are just lower because I naturally gravitate like, oh, that seems low.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going, oh, that's way too high. And that guy's, there's no way he's going to score that. I'm usually more on the positive, like, I think he'll score more than that.
Yes.
So I pull a bunch, and I think you do the exact same thing.
That is my process.
Yeah, almost all of them.
You've exposed me.
That's right. But I think that's where if you throw a stat out and someone else goes, oh, I would go lower than that. You'd be like, well, why? And then we have a discussion. Like with the one that you did go lower was Halliburton. And I'm like, I think I would go higher than that. And what happened?
Nailed it.
Halliburton scored more.
They scored 17 in the first half, and I had them lower than 18 and a half. Like, cool, man, whatever. Here's where I'm at tonight. Sign up for Underdog and just pick the opposite of this.
That's right.
This is the way to do it. KYLEM, Kyle M. That's the promo code if you sign up. Okay. Cade Cunningham tonight at home. I'm going higher than 3.5 points in the first 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm in.
I need 2 buckets out of Cade in the first 5 minutes. I think Detroit's going to come out with their foot on the gas, and Cade Cunningham is the alpha and the omega for that offense.
Okay, I'm here for it.
OG Anunoby, I'm going higher than 16.5 points.
I'm also here for that. Good call.
Okay, thank you. And then James Harden, I'm going to go higher than 8.5 assists.
Okay. Yeah.
I just like that number. I so badly wanted to go James Harden triple-double.
Oh.
Because it was like a 9 times multiplier.
Oh.
But I'm ice cold right now. And I didn't want additional long shots in my lineup.
Yeah, I think they're learning very quickly that to beat the Denver Nuggets consistently, you have to mix it up.
Yeah.
And so I think James Harden assist is a good one.
So that's what we're doing on Underdog today. Again, I recommend fading that, given how cold I am. Download the Underdog app to play and sign up with promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org.
Yo.
Be right back.
Sweet. Yeah, Adam, I think you're right. Like, if anyone out there wants to play Underdog, that's probably the pick now because Kyle said it wasn't going to happen. What? First of all, it's called Daily Fantasy Sports. Number 1, Omi Fresh. Number 2, like every league has their own sponsorship deal with Daily Fantasy Sports. Everybody has it. You're watching commercials all the time. Like, I don't know. There was a time where I was like, oh, I don't know if I feel comfortable doing that. And then it's like, okay, well, they're inundating like whether you're on social media or you're watching a game, wherever, it's like they're throwing it out there nonstop. Casey, you like my
We should get a soundbite for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I do say it quite often. Do we have anyone showing up to see us at Cache Creek today? It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, who's going to Cache Creek? It's going to be a ton of fun.
Yeah, we're going to hang out and just chill for a couple hours. We're staying there. So, like, you will actually be able to come out and hang out and have a drink with us, have dinner with us, whatever.
Turn the mic off. Don't wave your finger at me. I know what we're doing.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I appreciate you so much. Joe Brazil is the best in the business. That's James. I'm Kyle.
The finger wag is kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie.
You did that. That's the correct thing.
The wrap it up?
Yeah, because James and I were talking off air about a sales related thing that I did not want to be on the stream. So we'll just talk a little business. And we had 17 seconds left in our break when I started telling that story. And so the mics aren't on. James and I are yapping, and Joe's like, bros, we got a show to do. That's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Well, yeah, because you don't want to get in our, because we're talking. So it's the right thing to do.
Appreciate it.
Good job, Joe.
I'm going to add that to the move.
Yeah, absolutely. You got break. Oh, dude, you should have seen when I was producing a show at 95.7. Hand signals all the time.
Ooh.
Like, oh, great take. Oh, bad take.
Okay.
Like thumbs up, thumbs down.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a whole
nother.
There's levels.
All
to
the
this.
hand signals you want.
Yeah, I got you.
That's Joe Brazil.
We do have some not great breaking news from Shams.
Oh dear.
5-star prospect and USC commit Elijah Arenas, Gilbert Arenas' son, was involved in a serious car crash early Thursday morning. He's hospitalized and placed into an induced coma, sources tell ESPN.
Oh my God.
Arenas, 18, is the son of former NBA star Gilbert Arenas. So,
holy smokes, man.
Sending prayers to the Arenas family.
Absolutely.
Not good at all.
Brutal, man.
Yeah.
Wishing him a full and speedy recovery for sure.
Yep.
Man, that's tough. That's really tough. All right.
Sorry.
Now we'll
where do we go from there?
Transition out of that. Boy, all right. Let's do
I say
let's do some draft stuff.
Yeah, let's do
more
some
draft
NFL stuff.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly because we have a draft show from 4 to 5 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And for the people who are loyal listeners of this station, I don't want to be just regurgitating a lot of stuff I've already said. But also, it's like that's what's happening today. It's tough, we're producing on the fly. It's fine. So Daniel Jeremiah did a mock draft last night. Daniel Jeremiah is for my money one of the best draft analysts doing it. Mm-hmm. He's so good at player evaluation, and I trust what he says when it comes to player evaluation as much or more than I trust anybody else. Dane Brugler from The Athletic also is way up there. Where some of these guys who are big draft guys don't always where they don't thrive in the NFL aspect of the draft. It's more like, okay, they can do the player evaluation, etc. But like what teams are thinking and doing, sometimes there's a disconnect. And I think that's what's happened with Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft and the 49ers specifically.
Okay.
Because at number 6 for the Raiders, he has them going with Texas offensive tackle Kelvin Banks. The Raiders, I love the idea of offensive line and not Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty is an unbelievable talent. He was the runner-up for the Heisman. He just, like I said, go YouTube Ashton Genty and you'll find out why he is a consensus top 10 pick in this year's draft.
Super fun. And a consensus top 10 running back, which has not happened in a while.
Yeah, but Saquon Barkley is the name that jumps out, right?
Yep.
Look what happened when Saquon Barkley went to the Giants, and then look what happened when he went to the Eagles. Right? Like the impact a running back has is different on a good team than a bad team.
Yeah, it's directly correlated with the quality of offensive line, with the quality of quarterback play, with the depth of wide receiver play.
Yeah.
With you have a tight end who can space the seam,
sure,
and give you room to run.
There are. It is so rare that you're going to be a bad team and be like, yeah, let's take a running back, and now you're just going to be good. And maybe the Raiders are that. Maybe Geno Smith and Brock Bowers and Max Crosby is enough of a core that, yep, we're going to plug Ashton Genty in, figure out the rest of the draft. It's a deep draft, so you plug in a couple and hey, look, now we're cooking with gas. Maybe. If I'm the Raiders, I'm going with whether it's Kelvin Banks or whether it's Armand Membu, an offensive tackle from Missouri. Maybe Will Campbell, offensive tackle from LSU, falls to them. That's the route I'm going now. Because look, I need to keep Geno Smith upright. I need to keep whoever my quarterback of the future is upright. We talk about it with the 49ers. I think the 49ers are in a similar spot where that has to be, the trenches have to continue being a priority. And I know Ashton Genty is this awesome prospect, and it's probably super enticing to take him if he falls to 6. I'm hoping the Raiders stay away because I think it would be better for them long term. It would be less exciting now, better long term.
I agree. Like the way you build typically is from the inside out at the NFL level. Like you have to have your quarterback.
At least you should.
Yeah, but great teams, like they always have a great defensive line and a very, very good offensive line.
Yep.
That's how you build. Like that's one of the flaws I feel like to some of what Kyle Shanahan does is that he does not specifically like focus on those things. Do they have like a flashy pass rusher in Nick Bosa? Sure. Do they have a great left tackle in Trent Williams? Sure. But they don't value that like so many other franchises do, especially the team who just won the Super Bowl. Like Philadelphia, like the last like 8 years, every single year it feels like not only do they trade guys that are big name guys, or do they let them go in free agency or whatever, but they restock with other high end, like incredible talent. And when you get to playoff games, it seems to matter.
So it's funny you say that because Daniel Jeremiah, again, very, very well-respected draft analyst who I believe is one of the best doing it, out of nowhere in this mock draft that he published on the internet, has the 49ers at number 11 overall taking North Dakota State offensive lineman Gray Zabel. This is not a Gray Zabel take. Gray Zabel is a really, really fun prospect. He's like 6'6", he's like 320, he can move. He's probably going to play guard because he has short arms. He's probably going to play guard in the NFL, but he's massive and he's hard-nosed and he's just a road grader, right? If we're using the draft jargon. I don't hate the idea in a vacuum. Gray Zabel would start at left guard and be good for the 49ers. But this is where when I talk about that disconnect between the draft analyst and the NFL teams, and maybe Daniel Jeremiah talked to somebody with the 49ers and they're like, hey, we're going to give you this info that nobody else has even hinted at. This is not even, Gray Zabel has never been connected to the 49ers. Never, not even once, not even back when they were projected to pick in the late first round because people thought they were going to win the Super Bowl. Not even that. Not even then.
Yeah.
This is insane, and I never say never, but I'm going to say never on this. Because this is a matter of just team philosophy. Kyle Shanahan and their offensive line coach, Chris Forrester, both said on the record last year, we think we can build an offensive line. You just need 5 starters. You need 5 starting caliber linemen, and we think we can find those guys on day 2 and day 3. Early in the draft, we're going to pick the guys that make plays, the guys who score touchdowns. That's the offensive, or defensively, the guys who can affect the quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do early in the draft. The 49ers taking an interior offensive lineman 11th overall would be the most shocking thing that has happened for the 49ers in the NFL draft in ever, at least in my memory.
Yeah.
I would be floored if they suddenly went, hey, you know what? This position we've never prioritized. We're going to take one at 11.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
It's weird. Like I don't hate the idea that they go off the beaten path, but like we're both on the track that, okay, yeah, they're taking offensive linemen who can eventually replace Trent Williams, which I don't think Zabel can, or you're picking a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
I don't hate the idea that, you know what? Hey, maybe they go linebacker because there's just a bet. Maybe they go tight end. Maybe they Tyler Warren from Penn State. They just think he's so much better than everybody else. And you know what? Not a great need, but you know what? He's going to be awesome. So they take him. I don't even hate that. I would put offensive line, taking out the special teams positions, kicker, punter. Offensive line, interior offensive line would go at the bottom of the list of positions. I think the Niners pick at 11. The very bottom.
No, I would agree with you. Like, there are cornerbacks that you could see and go, okay, I get it.
Yes.
I don't fully agree, but I get it.
Sure.
You know, I don't think there's, a linebacker that they're going to take at that position,
so,
but it's defensive tackle, defensive end, and offensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are such positions of need for this team, and there's a way in. I think that they should address all of these positions multiple times in this draft. Like, I would not be surprised if they walked out of this draft with 3 defensive linemen and 2 or 3 offensive linemen. And I mean, that's kind of where they're at as a franchise. Maybe they're going to draft a couple other guys. Maybe they'll draft a running back in the 3rd or 4th round, like they always do. They're not going. I would hope they wouldn't squander a pick on a kicker in like the 4th round, like they have in the past. But like,
bro,
even
if that happens, let me just pause you right there. If the 49ers pick a kicker or punter, because Mitch Wishnowsky, their punter, good player.
Yep.
4th round pick, by the way, 2019, I think. If they take a kicker or punter before the 238th pick, is just the number I'm putting on it.
7th round.
Late 7th round.
Yep.
If you're taking a kicker or punter before then, I will be on the radio tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on the Insiders. I'm going to invite everybody to call, but specifically I'm going to invite TC to call in, and we're going to fire Kyle Shanahan together. We're going to do that. We're going to do that on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line.
That's right.
So that's man, I would be floored if Gray Zabel is the pick. Now maybe they trade way down in the 1st round, and you know what? He's just the best player on the board at
24,
28 or whatever. Yeah, wherever. Okay, still wouldn't love it, but okay, that I guess I get it. But philosophically at 11, it doesn't. And then Daniel Jeremiah got asked about it. Brad Graham is 49ers YouTuber who is at the draft, and asked Daniel Jeremiah, like, yo, what's the deal here? And DJ's thing was, well, they need offensive line to help, but I love Gray Zabel. I don't love him at 11, but it's like, wait, what? What are you talking? Insane.
Just throwing stuff up against the wall.
Do you know what else is insane?
Yeah, I think I do.
The fact that we're giving away $500 every day this week and every day next week.
Yeah, the jump shot jackpot giveaway is insane.
Who's that courtesy of?
Our friends over at Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom.
The big guy Vince Bloom. We love Vince Bloom.
We do love Vince Bloom.
And you're going to love Vince Bloom too, because this $500 that we're giving away is courtesy of him.
Yeah.
So real quick, if you entered to win yesterday, check your voicemail or missed calls from a 916 number, because as far as I know, our promotion staff is still trying to get a hold of you.
There you go. So we don't have yesterday's winner because you're not picking up your phone.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm checking my email now just to make sure I didn't miss something. Yeah, no, we still don't have a name for yesterday's winner because they have not yet responded to collect their prize. Luckily, you have 2 opportunities to win today. We are going to give you a keyword right now that you're going to enter at ESPN1320.com. There's a contest page you can't miss. You're going to enter this code word. You'll be entered to win $500. D'Lo and KC will also be giving you a different keyword later. I don't know when. I'm not planning their show. They'll give you a keyword later in the 3 o'clock hour. In the 3 o'clock hour, according to Jesse, their producer.
Yep.
They will also be giving you a chance to enter to win. So you can enter twice today to win $500.
All right.
James, would you like to announce today's keyword?
Yeah, today's keyword is 3. THREE. 3.
Today's number is 3. 3. Like a 3-pointer?
Yeah.
Like CP3? And you have to spell it THREE.
Yeah,
you don't just get to type, you don't just numerical 3.
Yeah, no numerical 3. You got to type it in.
THREE. Enter that code at the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway contest page at ESPN1320.com. That's courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom. You will be entered to win $500.
That's
I
right.
wish I could enter. I could use $500 right now.
Yeah.
Man.
$500 tonight. Cash Creek. Come on now, Kyle.
Are we gambling tonight? I don't know if we
might.
can talk about this on the radio.
I don't know.
I think I'm gonna play a little bit.
You gonna play?
I think so.
I might.
Here's my with NinersWire.com. Everybody check it out. I have a bunch of writing to do tonight.
Oh yeah.
But luckily, because it's just the first round, ideally, fingers crossed, it's just a 1 pick. So I'll have stuff to do. But once I'm done with that, I'm gonna go back downstairs and I'll be back around.
Okay.
Hanging out. So got some good news, RE the podcast. So not gonna have to worry about that. We're flying around right now.
All right.
I'm fired up.
Vibes are up.
Vibes are way up. Because once I'm done with that, it's drinks, food, and gambling time.
Oh yeah.
That sounds pretty fun.
Yeah. I can't wait. Find a little blackjack table.
Yeah. I'd play blackjack. That's fine.
All right. Coming out of this tonight. Live show 4 to 5 p.m. in the YOLO room. And then after that, we're going to go watch the NFL draft in the Elevate Lounge at Cash Creek. It says 7:30 on the thing. I'm not going to bed at 7:30. Come on.
No.
I'm hanging out. As long as we're hanging out, you can come hang out. Anyways. The handoff coming up next. One of D-Law or KC will be in. Not exactly sure which. But we'll talk with them about the draft. We got NBA playoff games tonight that we got to dig into. And that's coming up next on The Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
And actually, I wanted... Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
Steven has a question for you, James, and I would like to see...
Ooh.
I would like to see what you say to this as well.
I'm hitting.
Dealer showing a 10. You got a 16. What are you, Terrence Long? Like, take a swing, bro.
Okay, cool.
No, I mean, that's... You got to play according to Hoyle.
Did Michael Gleason tell you... Or, excuse me, Kevin Gleason.
Kevin Gleason.
Michael's his middle name. Kevin Gleason tell you about the thing I texted him?
No, because I didn't talk to him yesterday.
Oh, okay. This isn't drama. It's a joke that I don't want to say on the stream. Oh. Okay, so can we announce the winner? Okay. Don't touch that dial. We're announcing the winner of yesterday's $500 when we get back.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, these are mound visits. You're right, Rustdog. Good call.
I think we need to bring gloves in just for these moments to put the glove up over the face when you're talking. That would be good. That would be really good.
Do we still have...
Oh, hey, we can sponsor that too.
Ooh.
We can get that
Ooh.
sponsored where we put like a graphic up.
Mound visit time.
The mound visit. Brought
Wait
to
a
you by-
minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, that's incredible.
Bring my ball glove to the studio every day.
It wasn't messed up though. It's a good freaking joke.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a
Oh,
great point
don't put
actually
this on
because they
here.
got speedy oil change on the Giants
No.
mound visits.
Straight up.
No.
Hey, straight up. If this happens,
Well,
you
he-
won't see me tonight. I'm
If-
dead serious.
If what happens?
If the 49ers trade Brock Purdy and pick Shedeur Sanders, you won't see me at Cash Creek. for
Oh,
the rest of the night.
you're gonna be working the whole night.
Oh my God, dude, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah. Hey Joe. We're just not gonna mention someone other than Jiffy Lube.
We love Jiffy Lube. Don't take your car anywhere other than Jiffy Lube.
No, of course not.
Like, I don't know why you would, but
Yeah.
we love our friends at Jiffy Lube. Yeah, it's because the draft, the 3-day process. Again, not complaining, just telling. The draft is like my 3 busiest days, and on like a game day during the season, I might publish 12 to 15 times. Well, me and my couple contributors will publish 12 to 15 times. In the 3 days of the NFL draft, depending on how many trades and picks they make and stuff, there'll be 45 to 50 posts over the 3 days.
Yeah.
Depending on, like I said, depending on how many guys I draft. 1 year, the Ravens guy did 38 posts on day 1 of the draft.
That's just
It's excessive. It's like, that's so much.
yeah, I mean at that point, how many people are gonna actually read your stuff?
Yeah, that's what I always worry about is like, hey, is this just getting saturated? Hey, it's Damian Barling.
Hi, Damian Barling.
Hey, man.
I did not turn on that computer, my bad. Jim Garfinkel, if the Knicks go down in the first round, do you think they will be willing to deal Cat or OG?
No.
Emphatically, yes.
You think so?
Cat for sure.
If they
Hmm.
go down in the first round, the problem is they could get Giannis.
Well,
That's
eh,
what they could use those guys for.
Giannis in New York would be something. 10 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And dang right it is. The handoff coming off in just a second with Damian Barling of D-Lo and KC. They're going to come up at noon. They're going to take you to 4 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, James Ham and I will be back on the radio. We'll be talking about the draft, doing an hour. We won't be on YouTube, but we will be on the radio, 1320 a.m. or the free Odyssey app. If you're like, hey, man, it's 2025. I'm not tapped in on a radio, or I'm not going to be around a radio. That's okay. Hit the Odyssey app.
That's
Yes?
right.
Why?
What
Why aren't you on the stream? The YouTube?
is because a suitable answer?
Yep. I'll just show myself out.
No. That was the handoff. Tune in, D-Lo and KC.
Well, I
next.
didn't know if you were gonna do your thing real quick, so I was.
No, the
No.
thing. No, my
Oh, the thing is done.
I
Okay.
did, dude. I already did my.
You
thing.
did the thing. Okay. All right.
We already went there.
No.
Okay.
We've talked about
Okay.
daily fantasy sports already.
Excellent. Excellent.
So,
You okay?
yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
The reason we're not that probably goes beyond something that I'm comfortable talking about on air,
Gotcha.
and we can talk after.
Okay. Yep.
But we're not going to be on the stream.
Okay.
Since we're not planning on it.
Fair enough. Okay.
We might be.
I have nothing to do with this.
That's fine. All
That's
right.
Okay. Okay. I'm running through scenarios in my head. I think I understand. Maybe a slightly difficult setup. Maybe a more downgraded setup if you did it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
So
no,
let's
that's
go-
fine.
Well, that's what we'll
Hey,
go.
how
with.
about the Kings, huh?
Yeah, hey, Scott Perry, am I
So
right?
Scott Perry won the press conference. Am I right?
Yeah, he did. I want to go back to what we were talking about at the break briefly.
Okay.
Somebody in the chatty house asked if the Knicks lose in the first round
Mhm.
if they would trade Cat and or Jim Garfinkel said if the Knicks go down in the first round, do you think they might be willing to deal Cat or OG? I said no, right as you said yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think they would clear that out already?
I think it might be more maybe Cat and maybe Mikal more than OG.
Sure.
Certainly one of those two, Mikal or OG, but I think it would be Mikal over OG and Anunoby.
Do you think it would be to break that core up? Because you said they might get Giannis.
Well, that's what I think it would be
And
for.
right. So that's what I'm saying. I obviously everything for every team should be on the table for Giannis, right? Like that's a perennial MVP candidate.
Yeah, and there's a handful of teams. Houston is one of them.
Mhm.
Obviously, Oklahoma City is another, and New York is one that has the assets to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo and immediately be a championship contender.
Yeah.
The other teams that can acquire him might not necessarily be,
Right.
championship contenders. Golden State is one that is long.
I think Jonathan Kuminga and
Been
some picks will get it done.
Well, I think Draymond has to be in that, doesn't he? You would have to sign Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, to like a
Because you'd have to have
extension.
money. Yeah,
Yes.
you'd have to move money
Oof.
somehow. I always thought Draymond would be a part of that. Of course, the second Draymond is away from Steph, he's going to retire.
The minute that trade went through.
Yeah. The second they got a whiff, the second Rich Paul got a whiff of it, be like, no, he's going to TNT.
Yeah.
It's just going to be
Or-
a bad analyst.
A different place.
He's going to go somewhere. Yeah, he's going to go somewhere because he's fooled the world into believing he's good at this.
Hey,
But
fake it till you
yeah,
make it, man.
I think there's a couple of teams that are, kind of on the, like, if something goes wrong in the first round, yeah, you look at them a little bit.
The Bucks are the one, dude.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
The NBA offseason, let's just go down this path where the Knicks have lost in the first round.
Mhm.
You've got potentially Cat, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby.
Mhm.
The Bucks go down to the first round. You
Yep.
could have Giannis asking out. You could have the Suns doing whatever the Suns
Well, you
are
already
talking
have,
about.
yeah. Well, you could have Giannis asking out. You have Dame Lillard. You have the situation with Phoenix, as you were pointing out. Kevin Durant almost certainly. You have the ultimate, wild card if they wind up trading, Devin Booker, which I don't think is a thing, but it's the ultimate, like, oh, they're done. Yeah, this could be. I mean, there's questions about Ja Morant in Memphis. There's questions about Trae Young in Atlanta. There's a lot of stuff. Like Casey always says this could wind up being the summer of Giannis, and we joked yesterday or a couple of days ago after watching the Pacers punk them for the second straight time. It could be the spring of Giannis.
Yeah.
Like, that man could ask out before Memorial Day.
This could get really wild.
It could get wild. It could turn into something.
Sorry, I thought there was going to be a pod. That's bad
Yeah.
producing by me.
Yeah. I didn't even catch the. Oh, okay. I was going to say.
I'm a winner.
I'm a winner.
Yes, you're a screen setter.
So, and then the other two teams that are interesting to me, if that all happens, it means you might have Oklahoma City using some of the assets they have to make that move to just take that
and then just
meteoric leap.
Just quit.
And the Rockets, the same deal.
Rockets are exactly the same.
Oh, yeah.
One of those two teams could acquire one or two of those guys that we're talking about and just turn into this juggernaut for half a decade.
I don't know who's winning the title this year. I think I've picked Boston to repeat. I'll probably just continue to lean on that. Next year, though, it's probably one of the three teams we just mentioned. Oklahoma, if they do what they're capable of this offseason, it could very well be Oklahoma City, Houston, or New York.
Yeah.
Because New York ain't it for me this year. They haven't been it for me all year.
No. They should be down 2-0.
And getting them, and if they lose in this first round, chef's kiss. Put an end to it. And then work this offseason. Like, let me see how you respond to this. Because they responded, the Mikal Bridges was, all right, we're competing with Boston.
Yeah.
Milwaukee's done. We're not worried about them. Pacers, they're cute. We're competing with Boston.
Not Cleveland?
It's not true. No. I don't think they saw Cleveland making this jump when they made that move for.
Okay. No, you're
Mikal.
right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't think they saw that at all. Now, once the season got going, yeah, absolutely. Now New York's competing with everybody. like they're competing with Detroit. Like there's
the Pacers on their ass.
But when they made the deal for Mikal, it was they were looking at Boston and Boston only.
Yeah, no doubt.
And now there's 3, 4, 5 teams that they have to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all in on Mikal still. Like,
Are
if,
you?
would be too.
Yeah, if you could go get Mikal,
I love Mikal Bridges.
he makes $24.5 million next year.
I'm not paying him. I don't care. Make it work. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It doesn't bother
absolutely.
me. Yeah, I like Mikal Bridges, though. I feel like that
especially
is
24 and a half. Yeah,
I feel like that's a hill that I'm just dying on at this point, because
That's
he
fine.
keeps winding up in places where, when he was in Brooklyn essentially by himself,
Mhm.
like, he's really good.
Mhm.
But how do you? It's not what you want from him.
Yeah.
Like you're not bringing him in to be your one.
Mhm.
And KC always used to. The best place to look at Mikal Bridges was Phoenix.
Mhm.
Can you bring Mikal Bridges in somewhere to where he could be as good as he was in Phoenix?
Mhm.
And if you feel like the answer is yes, great. He's a notch below that in New
Mhm.
York, because you have OG and obviously that's Jalen 1 and you got Cat there, and I feel like he's just kind of he's just kind of lost there.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll just die on that hill. Like I think
I'm
he's
with
a great
you.
ball player.
No, I think so too.
James
Like,
and I are on this island with you. We're hanging out.
All right.
We're playing tic-tac-toe.
Let's all
Yeah,
die
it's
It's
together.
gonna be great.
if you can, throw like DeMar DeRozan to match salary and a couple of first-round picks.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I would be all over that.
Heartbeat.
I think he would be perfect.
Oh,
fit.
because then you could just go Jalen Brunson, DeMar DeRozan, just your turn, my turn offense, and just go full ISO ball.
Yeah.
James
That's
loves
it.
that. James
Yeah.
loves when
He
teams
Love
I,
watching
I,
the
I want to
Knicks.
move to New York and watch that every day.
James,
Fired up to
James
watch
wants
the
to cover that for the
Season
next
tickets in the
15 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing, real quick, the other big playoff takeaway for me is that Paolo Banchero is here.
Oh yeah.
He is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Him
Magic
and-
have their shortcomings for sure, but he is ridiculous.
Him and Cade both.
Yeah.
I think have been. The league's got some.
Yeah. And
got some guys,
If Jalen
Yeah.
Green keeps cooking like he did last night,
and that was
he could
incredible.
force himself into that
Well,
conversation.
yeah, just the weird thing is, what would he have the night before? 7?
Yeah,
like-
he was really
like,
bad
He's that
in game one.
He's 23-year-old Zach Levine.
That's tough.
He was good
That's-
defensively last night too, though.
He
Yeah.
was like, I mean, not shade, like they got a little energy breathed into them when Jimmy went down.
Yeah.
Like that was still I think it was the first quarter, but it was a close game when Jimmy went down. And then it was like, oh, I know what I would have. They don't have a chance now. That's what I would have thought if I was a Houston. They have no chance now without Jimmy Butler.
Nope.
None. Because we know there's one guy on that side who can be a threat offensively.
I didn't feel like the Rockets though, like took that game. The Warriors just couldn't get over the hump. They turned it. They get it to 11. They'd get a stop, turn it over.
Yeah.
Give up a bucket, turn it over. Oh, all of a sudden it's back to 16. I didn't feel like the Rockets went in and like just took that game and dominated in a way that like they were down. The Warriors were down 14 at the half. Like I said, they kind of kept it around there and just ended up being 15. Rockets should have won that game by 30.
They're just
Nah.
a year away.
Mhm.
The Rockets.
I
That's
agree
what-
with
that's-
that.
that's exactly what we're saying right
I
now.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson.
I'm
will
still
be-
not picking them to win this series unless Jimmy's not back. If you're telling me Jimmy's not coming back
If
or he's
he-
missing 2 to 3 games, then yeah, Houston's winning the series. But
My pick was Golden State in 7.
Mhm.
If I'm still cool with that, if Jimmy misses 1, if he misses 2,
Yeah.
then
it feels like they can't win a game in this series without Jimmy Butler.
no, they wouldn't have made the playoffs without. They
No,
wouldn't have been
it's
in
true.
the play-in without Jimmy Butler. They are
That's
not
true.
good when Jimmy Butler's not on the team. What do you
That's
guys
true.
got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
Anthony Slater coming up in about 45 minutes.
Oh, slates.
Fresh off his trip to Houston. So we'll talk to him a little bit about the Scott Perry stuff. Yesterday, Matt George, final hour of the show. We can't push our draft conversation off any further.
Like literally, you can't.
We
if
can't.
you're going to talk about the draft,
Yeah, it has
have
to be
today.
today. So
You can talk about it tomorrow after
it's-
the first round happens.
it has gotten the boot 3 times this week. So
I love this station so much.
the hopes of covering the draft today, they're sky high. It was written into the first hour yesterday. The 12 o'clock hour is important. It was written into the first. Still skipped it. Still was like, no, we were on Scott Perry for 2 hours.
I can't wait to find out what you guys talk about instead today.
And we're talking about the draft, probably. If not, well, Kyle's going to do it at 4. Kyle and James will do it at 4. So even if we don't, who
Let's
cares?
just push it off. We get it.
Full draft coverage with the insiders coming up at 4 o'clock.
D'Lo and Casey are talking about the draft in that they're going to promote that. Oh no, you can't. But we're going to be on air from 4 to 5. You can promote that.
Yeah, for sure. The draft show at 4:00.
Yeah, we talk draft.
Well, you could say it now because it's not 12.
Oh, yeah, we'll be out of Cache Creek.
Right.
You can't say that.
I cannot say that.
And what if we just did this every time? So James and I were going to be out. We're going to be talking about the NFL draft. We'll be watching the NFL draft out at Cache Creek. Just come hang out with us, talking draft.
That would be great. That's a very visual bit for those that are watching. For those that are on the radio, like nothing happened.
You had no idea.
No. I forgot we're on the radio. James Ham, Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. Come hang out with us at Cache Creek today we're talking draft. We're watching the draft. 4 to 5 is our show, and then we're watching at the Elevate Lounge. Good food, good drinks, good times. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is The Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Drink water, be nice, people. Boop. Sorry, that was a weird out time today, and I was trying to do math while I was vamping. That didn't go well for me.
Chatty House, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys out there.
No.
Right.
I'm going to be so upset if Brock Purdy gets traded tonight.
See you, friends.
He's not going.
Is that a thing?
No.
It's a TC thing.
Somebody said that. Somebody said something in the Chatty House about it, and it just it ruined my night. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, let them air horns go one more time. Getting settled in. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, April 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Promise we're going to update those this week.
Well,
not the last one, but
what are you gonna add?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, you got to have the Sacramento.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You got to do that one.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
I really want to change that. I mean,
I
he's,
like it.
he's lying when it comes to me, but like, yeah,
I like it. I think it stays. Everything. Well,
Well,
except for the-
yeah, I just want the Sacramento one updated. He's Jesse Tapia.
I'm in God mode.
Or he's Jesse Tapia.
What are you doing with him? There you go.
It works.
What
are you doing with
him? No, it's
Hey,
good. It's good. It's
bro,
good.
no, you're man.
It's good.
That's crazy. The HR rep is
No,
like
it's good. It's
standing
fine.
right behind you.
It's fine. It's fine.
That's crazy.
It's fine.
Woo, Lord. Like she is literally monitoring the show.
Oh, man.
Everybody behave.
Hey.
Everybody chill.
Um,
The HR rep is literally in studio 2. Now just wait.
Yeah.
No, wait. No.
Well, no, hey,
Now she's slinging around talking.
No, it's good.
She's got a Manila. Oh man, she's got
Are
a
we
Manila.
on in there? Turn it off.
Yeah.
No, turn it off.
Yeah, she
She
got
said
it.
we're good. She said we're good.
Hey, Jen. How you doing, girl?
Hey,
How you
Jen.
doing? That's my
Hey,
girl.
Jen. Yeah, walking around with a Manila envelope. Just walking up to every employee with a Manila envelope.
Jesse said it best. Jen is in the building. We're either getting new snacks or somebody's gone. There is no in between.
The great thing is Jen is the most wonderful human
She's
being
the
in the world.
nicest person of all time.
She walks up and is like, hey, she literally has a Manila envelope in her hand, which by the way, that is not a good sign. She walks up and she goes, hey, and I'm like, yo, what? She's like, I don't want to say what, but there was something to sign.
Yeah.
That's on the up and up. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. I was like, so you just walking around getting everybody's attention today, huh? Like she knows what it is too. She knows what it is. She's having fun.
Oh
Must have
man.
threw my
Girl,
chair
Jen.
against the door handle and barred myself in here.
Yeah.
You're not coming in here.
What's in the envelope, Jen? What's in the envelope, Jen?
Nothing can be official if I don't recognize it.
Yeah, if I don't sign it.
I'm like, Creed, hey, go talk to Go talk to that guy. Go talk to Darren or whatever.
Yeah.
Darren.
There ain't even a Darren here.
Whoever the name Creed uses in that show. What was his name?
It was
Creed.
Creed.
No, Creed, but he tells him, hey, go fire what's his face. What was
Oh,
his
Devin.
Devin.
Oh,
Devin.
Devin. Oh, he's talking about Devin.
Get
Yeah.
rid of Devin. You literally watched this episode.
Wait. What?
Wait.
No,
You should
No, you
have.
didn't. No, you
it's
didn't.
the last
No,
of the
No, you
season.
didn't.
First
Yeah,
season,
because you've only watched one episode of season 2. It's
No,
literally,
I've watched.
in all seriousness,
Well,
it's
maybe I
like
have
the
watched.
second episode.
Well,
You're never going to see this episode. You're pathetic.
I might get there. I might get there tonight.
What'd you watch last night?
I fell asleep again last night. This is crazy. I don't like
Wow, summer getting here and look
I
at
don't like
old
this.
man Caraway.
this.
Look at this
getting
guy.
ridiculous. I'm putting Ryan to bed. It's only after the game's over. I'm watching Inside the NBA, and next thing I know,
Ryan going to bed at 10?
Yeah, well, that's what. Well, look, we don't eat at that house till about
Well,
8:30 when practice is over. practice
Man.
practice
Oh,
be
that's-
over at 7:30.
they
And
be
then-
having these kids practicing at crazy
Man, I'm
ass
telling you,
times,
man.
man.
Practice be over at anywhere between 7:30 to 8. We got to get home,
Mm-hmm.
cook something, whatever. Like we don't finish eating until 9:45. So
That is crazy.
So Ryan was, she was going to bed at about 10, and I'm laying there and I put her to sleep. Next thing I know, it's 1:30 a.m. and I'm on the couch in her room,
So Ryan put you to sleep.
pretty much.
Yeah.
And I'm on the couch in her room, leg is dead. You know, so I'm like, oh, all right, man, let me get back up there, put my retainers in and get into bed. Just a night waste.
Just an old ass
hating
man. Just wake up, fell asleep on the couch, put my teeth in, go to bed.
Are you at the age where you're grunting when you get up?
Oh,
Not well.
You make a noise when you get up?
oh.
I'm trying to think. Maybe. Look, probably. I don't pay attention. I'm gonna start.
You're
paying
at the
attention
age
now.
where you get up, you get out of bed, and you're limping, but for no reason.
Oh no,
It's not really limping. It's just kind of moving gingerly.
yeah, the body gotta warm up a little
Yeah,
bit.
you gotta.
Body gotta warm up, and I can't walk around barefoot. So like I sleep barefoot.
Well, it's because
So
you
I
have
get
those
up-
fancy floors. Yeah, no,
I don't
it
have
hurts
any
your feet after a
fancy
while.
Floors. No,
It hurts your feet after a while.
it's just regular hardwood floors. There's nothing fancy about it. They're
Regular
in
hardwood
every
floors.
house in America, damn near. So yeah, I get up
Most
in the
people have
first.
laminate floors. You have
Well,
hardwood.
What kind of floors do you have?
It's just floors.
We don't want to go there.
They're just floors. That's all.
Some of us play with marbles. Some of
Yeah,
us
I
turn them
mean-
into a floor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
It's not a marble floor.
Oh, is that too broke?
Got your
Bro.
I don't know what the difference is.
Got your bitch tiptoeing on my mama floor.
And I got a topic for Dame.
Oh, for bump it or dump it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I might even make an executive decision. You can't dump this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a topic for him.
Okay. Bump it or dump it, quickly becoming my favorite segment because it is just not going well at all. And it is so great. It's just so great. This man trying to read a story on Fire Festival. Like, you know what, man? Never mind. Just forget it.
I feel like the chaos is what makes it work.
That makes it great.
It's even better
great.
when he's like, yeah, bump it. And then I get a sentence. Nah, I'm done. Done.
I figure if I lost interest, everybody else did too.
Best one was yesterday. I think, yeah. So the Rays, dump that. No, dump that.
Now the Rays one was good. That was a good one. I didn't even get to bump it or dump it with the Rays.
No, you just said the Rays. I was like, nope, don't care. Don't care.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Jimmy Butler hurt in game 2 yesterday. Rockets beat the Warriors 109-94. Your boy Jalen put on a phenomenal performance. As we was talking about with the insiders a second ago, if this is the Golden State Warriors reality, man,
they don't stand a chance.
Yeah, it's over. If you lose Jimmy, it's over.
I couldn't agree more.
I don't know who it was earlier, but someone said perfect. It's like you lose Jimmy, now you're just what you were before, minus Andrew Wiggins and some guys.
Right. Yeah, you're worse.
Yeah.
You're worse than you were before.
Post. You got him playing more minutes, though.
Well, you were forced to dust off Jonathan Kuminga last night.
What about Spencer? Did he get in before Kuminga? And he actually played well.
I don't remember if he got in before or not.
I would have walked off the court. You're playing this guy?
Spencer played good minutes, though. Spencer played good minutes. But Pods was sick. Pods was needed an IV, was on his deathbed.
Oh, man.
And Steve Kerr was still, Pods, get in there. What? What? That was crazy.
They started that, man.
Well, I knew Pods didn't have it, and understandably, I knew he didn't have it when the first shot go off the top of the backboard.
Yeah,
I said, all right.
Pods looked like he was gonna die.
And in the third quarter, Steve Kerr said, "Get back in there.
Go on there." It's like Joe Mazzola, get up. Show ass in there. Hey, Jen's back. Oh, Jesse, don't sign it. Oh man. Oh, hold on.
My posture's
hold
good
on.
here.
Hold on. Look at
sure
our boy right there.
Here. Oh,
no,
Jesse.
Yeah. Oh,
relax,
man.
bro. Hey,
look at that. Hi. Yeah. Oh, that's tough.
Posture's good.
Oh, he's signed. Oh, maybe he's signing a contract.
Oh, hey, somebody screenshot it. Screenshot it.
Look at that. Got the baseball game on. Oh, look at that. Yeah. There we go.
2 weeks here, then I'm done.
Oh man,
brother. But
goodness gracious,
to your original point,
yeah,
Jimmy being hurt, that was tough.
And it's crazy too. I think it was 20-15 maybe on that play.
I think they were down 8.
Okay, it's fine. 5 to 8, fine.
Yeah,
it was like that happened, and he goes to the back. It's the Warriors like, this game's over. It absolutely felt like the Warriors knew the game. It felt like everybody knew the game was over.
They could never. They try to make little pushes here and there, but they can never get like any closer than I think 9 or something like that.
Yeah.
And Jalen Green.
Yeah, they worked to get to 9 though.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. Sometimes baskets come easy. Yeah, the Dallas game, the Dallas Kings game, we were watching that game together, and even when the game was close, for that brief moment, it was like, yo, the Kings, it feels like they're working really hard for every basket.
Grinding.
And they kept working. The shots stopped falling, and then
that was all she wrote.
A 4-possession stretch that ultimately changed the game. We don't have to. We don't have to harp on that again.
Yeah, I mean,
fine. I'll be the resident hater.
Oh, I'm just saying. I mean, shout out to my man, but we pulled off that playoff resume. It's like, all right, settle down.
Oh, that was real bad. That was so bad.
Settle down.
So bad. I'm gonna need some clarity on your playoff performances, dog. I'm gonna need some. What direction is your playoff performance going? Let's keep it a stack with everybody involved.
46 million? What? And I like Brody, but my goodness.
Man.
But
turns out Draymond's not worth $21 million either when the team isn't built properly.
Draymond's
the player. You got to have the right guys around him.
Yeah, right.
The ultimate glue guy.
Yeah.
Draymond been so sorry in these first 2 games. I think I looked at it yesterday because he was popping off and doing a bunch of stuff. If I was Jalen Green, I would have said, sit down, scrub. I would have said, Fred VanVleet, sit down, scrub. This guy's got, I think my math is correct, 13 points, 11 rebounds in the first 2 games.
Oh,
total.
You got to be careful because when he's not hooping, he turns into a football player.
We all know it's.
Well,
we all saw it. I mean, it is like clockwork. They're down 20. It was even before that. He was doing crazy stuff in the first quarter. But yeah, it's that third, fourth quarter, whatever he was doing there was just. I would really like get at Draymond and say whatever to him if I was on the court. I'm like, what you gonna do? You gonna punch me? Right here in the middle of Toyota Center? What you gonna do? You bleepity bleep, 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 bleep. What you gonna do about it? Not a damn thing. I wish you would. I'd say whatever to Draymond.
A bleepity bleep, bleep, bleep. That's
crazy.
Man. What kind of sentence do you put together?
I'm trying to put it together in my mind right now.
There's that many bleeps in a row. You bleepity bleep, bleep, bleep.
I would.
That ain't even a real insult. That's just
that's kind of like when you're just pissed off, you start cussing under your breath, saying all kinds of different cuss words.
Well, like I said, not that I'm the super tough guy. What you gonna do in the middle of the playoffs? You gonna punch me and get suspended for the playoffs? No. So I'm talking crazy too.
Walk up to him, and go, come on, right here, pal.
That's the old Shawn Michaels.
That is.
Yeah.
Good call right there. We'll come back. We got Anthony Slater. He'll just talk to us. He just got back from Houston this morning.
There we go.
Covering this Rockets Warriors series. We'll talk to him about what this series looks like without Jimmy Butler, what the future of the Golden State Warriors might look like, what the future of the Houston Rockets might look like as we head into their respective off seasons. And of course, Ant-Man also covers the Sacramento Kings. We'll get his thoughts on Scott Perry, the process that led to Scott Perry's hiring, and what he thinks is next for the Sacramento Kings. So that's all coming up here this hour. We got the NFL draft coming up in 4 hours and 46 minutes, according to the clock.
Yeah.
So that's about how long we have to finally talk about it. I'm confident it's going to happen. Well, I don't know. That bumper to dump it segment's got me pretty excited. I can't front. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, I don't know. Legends said they had to hit the pause button.
Bleep.
Legends was like, they're watching me too close. I'm hot.
I'm one short because one of my favorite. All right, I'm acting. I'm reciting something and act. No, it's not even that. It's just, Pastor Bob might be watching, and I try, I've been trying, to watch on the cursing, but I'm acting. I have to say what's in the scene. One of my favorite, that's my favorite. In New Jack City, when Nino gets rid of his girlfriend, he says, "Fuck that whole bitch."
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That's just putting words together. And I came up one short.
I think they're bringing in pizza today for that meeting.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Confirmed.
No, that's what it's going to be.
Well, we've got new.
Let's not go that far.
We've got new leaders in place.
That's
it
what I'm
might
wondering.
not be.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
We got a new general manager.
More or less.
Scott Perry is here.
More or less 0.5 slices of that place being brought in.
Oh,
I'm going more. I think it's going to happen.
Like, we getting
I'm going to go
pizza by Alfredo or Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. Like, what are we doing here?
It's going to be from that place. Well, I mean, that's what that's what they said at the office.
I'm gonna go. The regime change brings a change.
Oh,
I'm gonna go under.
Wow,
this is what I'm talking about. Bring in Costco pizza for the meetings like
hell
the
no.
No, come on.
No, Jesse, it's done.
I'm tired.
It's done. And especially a whole pizza.
If it's free, it's for me.
But the Costco, I've tried.
It's good. It's not the
It's a
not
nice
what it used to be.
It's a nice cheap pizza when you're having like a kid's gathering or birthday. So you go get a
It's like
Costco pizza.
MJ on the
and it's
Wizards. I'm sure you
trash
still
every
watch
time.
that. Wow. It's like MJ on the Wizards.
No, it's
Still-
Robert
still can
Parrish
get me
on the
20
Bulls.
I don't even remember Robert Parrish on the Bulls.
I was listening to a clip the other day, that What If segment we had, and Jesse threw one, under the radar real quick. I was like, yo, is people say Grant Hill or Penny Hardaway?
Stuff is getting dropped off as we speak. I just can't quite make it out.
But yeah,
Don't look big enough for a pizza box.
Jesse goes, we always talk about like, no, we said Derrick Rose. They go, we always talk about Derrick Rose or Penny Hardaway. Is he on that level? And then Jesse just fluidly says, well, I didn't see Penny Hardaway. But I did see Derrick Rose. Like,
I can't speak on Penny. Like, what do you want me to do?
I remember Penny vividly.
It's a child.
Oh, once again,
I was born in the last day of '96.
Once again,
Jesse was born in the Attitude Era.
Talking about how old we are.
But we're still millennials.
Well, you're the one falling asleep, waking up and putting your teeth in.
That's true. That's tough. Yeah.
Y'all can kiss my ass with that millennial shit too.
Well,
what are you talking about? I was just talking to Kenny. He didn't say
it
anything.
is. I mean, it is what it is.
So y'all weren't a part of the civil rights movement. When y'all
D-Lo and Selma.
When y'all been on the bridge, you come talk to me. When y'all had the fire hoses, you come talk to me.
You're Degeneration X.
You know what I want to get that I think I might have to? I gotta get a tooth replaced, and it's in the back a little bit. I think I want to get a gold tooth back there.
All right, man.
Just get the regular tooth.
Nah, I think.
What are you doing?
If I gotta get it replaced, I think I want to go with a gold tooth.
Why?
Looks cool. You know what sparked it yesterday? You knew who had one? Is Ime.
You wanna be like Ime Udoka?
Well, not at everything. Not at everything.
World we live in, boy.
People will be getting dressed though.
A very friendly reminder that the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, is coming up again in the 3:00 hour. We'll have a keyword that you need to enter over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a $500 E-Visa gift card. We have those every single day this week for the next 2 weeks. So make sure that you are with us. Again, coming up, I don't know why I got so choked up. I get emotional. When it comes giving away money, man, I just get really emotional. The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. We really, really, really missed an opportunity to call this giving away Kenny's riches.
That would be ridiculous.
The Jump Shot Jackpot is absurd. We should have called this giving away Kenny's riches.
Bro, it'd be ridiculous. Everybody know I ain't
Well,
got
look,
that.
we know $500 a day isn't that much for you, but that goes a long way for some people.
No,
we know
a
that's
lot
what
for
you,
me too.
We know that's what you find in the the seats of your car that'll drive you from here to Elk Grove automatically.
Will you stop?
Yeah, like $500 might be able to get me the photo booth at the wedding that Chris has been wanting.
Right?
Like, come on, man.
Right? Okay. I mean, I think calling it giving away Kenny's riches would have been better. I mean, in reality, it would be giving away Kenny's chump change, but still, it's a big deal.
Are you too done?
We missed.
Are you finished with this? This is ridiculous.
This was just a miss by those in charge. We'll rectify it next time. The next opportunity we have to give away Kenny's riches, we'll absolutely do it.
Once again, are you guys done?
I mean, Zaba already win $500 of Kenny's money. That's exactly how we market it.
That would be false advertising.
Oh, young Sav, I'm sorry. Who casually just built a pool in their backyard?
That's a great point.
I'm sorry. Who casually just built a basketball floor in their backyard?
First of all, I didn't just do anything. Second of all,
that's right. You did it a long time
expensive
ago.
Than the basketball court.
You built Crypto.com arena in your backyard. We've all seen it.
But
how much was that shooting gun again?
It was like $1,500, I believe.
$1,500. No, that can't be
that
right.
Sounds about right.
$15,000.
No, not $15,000.
It's $15,000.
$1,500 is closer to what it is. That's not even what it is, but that's closer to it. I'm gonna start telling truths.
Man got a whole ass basketball court with courtside seats in his backyard.
You do have seats.
Yeah, that's a nice touch.
Calls him
Well,
a
people got to
Spike
sit
Lee
down
season.
somewhere.
Bro, all right, man.
People got to sit down somewhere. If they want to watch some shooting or a one-on-one.
I'm changing the name of the contest right now. We're giving away Kenny's Riches at 3:00.
Guys, did your boy, did my boy, big guy Vince, did he say that we could do that?
It's the big guy Vince Bloom.
He didn't say we could do that.
Vince is on board for this. I need Jesse to go see what kind of pizza that is so I know who won the bet. Because I'm the only one who took the less. Can you see it from here? There was a more
It's
or
not
less.
even like pizza.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's not pizza. It looked like someone opened a pizza box.
No, there's a tray. There's some plastic forks
okay.
and knives
Sure
and
what we're
stuff.
doing
Yeah.
over there yet. You know what I
All right.
mean? I don't know what we're doing.
I don't know.
But it's cool. It's
All
cool.
right. Celtics, Cavs, they take 2-0 leads. We'll talk to Anthony Slater coming up in about 20 minutes, a smidge bit more than 20 minutes. We'll talk to him a little bit more about the Rockets Warriors series. We should have an update on Jimmy Butler today. Jimmy did the team stayed in Houston last night. That was the plan. Jimmy did not. There was a report that Jimmy was going to fly back, get an MRI immediately. X-rays were clean. You're going to learn more from an MRI. So I think that, I mean, that's fine. Those are boxes you check, so to speak.
Right.
But I think you also have to ask, hey, big dog, are you hurting? Like, hey, bro, can you move? Because the MRI could be like, oh, it's clear. But if Jimmy can't move,
right.
This is the same thing that happened to
Doesn't matter.
Steph, right?
Yeah.
Pelvic
I
contusion?
think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at Steph had it. So if it's pelvic contusion for Jimmy too, then yeah.
And how much
was
time
about
did Steph miss?
That was about a week, about 10 days.
That's
NBA,
that's
there's
a
an
kiss of
article. I don't
death.
have it like right in front of me. There's an NBA article that says Steph Curry missed his second straight game with pelvic contusion. So it was a couple of games he missed at least.
I mean, a couple games is the end of the Warriors. They can't beat the Rockets without Jimmy Butler, in my opinion.
Think so either.
I'm not sure that they could beat anybody without Jimmy Butler, but
They couldn't even beat the Kings without Jimmy Butler.
facts.
Yeah.
And they got Jimmy and beat the Kings by, I believe, 60.
Destroyed those guys.
So yeah, Steph missed a couple games.
Can the Warriors, if Jimmy Butler misses the next 2 games, can the Warriors get one?
I don't think so.
They can't get one?
I don't think so. I think Houston knew the second Jimmy was gone, they were going to beat their ass. And I think to me, Jimmy went down. There was strong Pacers Bucks energy last night. Where if you watched that Pacers, but if you watched either of the Pacers Bucks games, but particularly game 2, where the Bucks kept like fighting and like scratching and clawing to get back in the game, and the Pacers were just like, "Shop, please, please." They were laughing at them. Dame, Giannis, Doc, Hall of Famers, laughing at him.
I don't like that, dog.
Yeah, and so I looked at Houston last night. Like, now they weren't. I mean, as he should. Jalen was feeling it last night. They knew every time the Warriors made a run, y'all don't have enough.
They would call a timeout.
And
like,
unless
all right, it's time to get back to it.
Unless that guy is going Paris Olympics, and ain't no KD out there with you.
I think he
That's
can
what I'm
go
saying.
Paris Olympics too. I don't think
Yeah,
it's gonna matter.
but don't forget LeBron James was on that floor.
I
Don't
don't
forget
think-
Kevin Durant.
that's
Don't
what I'm
forget
saying.
Devin Booker. Don't forget all of those guys that were on that floor with Steph Curry. Not taking away from what Steph did, but all of those defenses had to be honest. There's no chance in a situation like that Steph would even get loose to get a shot up like that.
And you're going up against one of the better defensive teams in the game.
Right.
I don't think.
I think Steph can get you 40, but you're not getting that. You're getting anything else from anyone else, I think.
You would have to have for them to get one, you'd have to have a Steph. Man,
It's got to be Steph and someone else, though. It can't just
but
be
you'd
Steph.
have to have at minimum a Steph like 9 to 10 3 games.
Yeah, he'd have to go off. Like he'd have to
have one of those moments.
One
One of those moments where we're talking about how Steph single-handedly carried the Warriors, and it could be Paz with him. Be cute if it was Kuminga. It'd have to be someone else, but you'd have to have an epic performance from Steph just to win a single game without Jimmy Butler. You had a 37-point performance or 35. I can't remember who had 35 and who had 37, but Jimmy had one. Steph had the other.
37, yeah.
So you had 35, and you needed that.
Yeah. And you got a Pods. Who knows if
That doesn't
Pods
exist
is-
without Jimmy.
Who knows if Pods is going to be healthy enough by Saturday?
Yeah.
You're looking at Buddy Hield. Yo, buddy, can you save us? Can you help us out? Type stuff.
It looks like, by the way, it looked like sandwiches out there.
Well, look, I'm not going to sneeze at that.
Or it's a blue pizza box. I don't know who's got a blue pizza box.
It's so funny too.
So I won.
Is that who?
Well, how so?
Wait, no, I said more. That's right. Damn.
You said more.
Yeah, so I lost. You won.
I won. So we've determined that it's not the place we thought.
It doesn't look like the same pizza box. No.
Okay. Acknowledge me. Count it.
Well, we got rid of
Damien, the pizza whisperer.
We got rid of pizza completely. Well, it's too late. The music already. The music.
Oh, what do you mean we got rid of pizza
that
completely?
Does not count. No. And I'm still protesting my win from the other day.
You didn't win. The
Well,
game.
yeah,
you didn't win. That game has been thrown out.
Didn't even
No,
get your draft card turned
The
in.
game has been
ridiculous,
thrown
bro.
out.
That's
One, you
ridiculous.
moved excessively slow.
I showed you. I showed my work.
I'll say it, he cheated.
What?
Took 30 seconds. Yeah, he
How
cheated.
did I cheat? And I
Cheated.
was 30 million off.
You're a bad cheater.
Shame.
Just like you tried to cheat with, was it Kyrie? Who
Yeah.
was it?
Kyrie.
And then I
didn't
switched it
try
up.
to- I didn't.
I switched it up and went to total money, and you got confused. Was that Kyrie or someone
I
else?
think it
It was
was
Kyrie.
was it Kyrie or didn't we do like Kevin Love or something like that?
No, I think you tried to cheat on Luca as well.
Oh,
I know.
man.
I never
the
tried to cheat.
accusations of cheating
This is
surrounding
ridiculous,
you.
bro. Hey, look, take all away the
You are
accusations.
Spygate, deflated footballs, performance enhancing drugs.
Take away all those times you guys think I cheated. I still have 20 wins.
No, you ain't Barry Bonds, man. Sit down. Sit down, man. You ain't Barry Bonds. Knock it off.
But yeah.
Oh boy, I didn't see that. Boy, I don't know. There's a note. I think I put it in the show. Oh, there it is. I wrote it around bump it or dumping time just in case we needed something. I wrote, if you're ESPN, do you keep Shannon Sharp off television? ESPN is taking Shannon Sharp off television.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Well, sources were saying.
Well, now Shannon has said it.
You can't have him on there, bro. Regardless of what you may think this is or any, like, you can't have him on there while this is going on.
It's weird when he says I'll be devoting this time to my family and in responding and dealing with these false disruptive allegations set against me. It's weird that he says I feel like you have to be specific in this scenario because Shannon's not married.
His kids, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I feel like in that situation you should say I'm devoting my time to my kids. And I know he's probably talking about his his entire family, but I feel like anytime you're in a situation like this and you say my family, it makes it like you have like a wife and kid. Like the man doesn't have a wife.
No.
Does family make it more endearing though?
Maybe.
In public opinion, I guess. Stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, maybe. Like I don't know. I think public opinion is numb to stuff like this. Numb to what people say for why they're stepping. We know Shannon's not stepping away from First Take. ESPN is telling him to step away from First Take, and they're telling him like, "Hey, we're not trying to embarrass you. This just isn't good for you. It's not good for us. Let's work together on this. And once this gets settled, if it gets settled appropriately, we're back in business. If not, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it."
Right.
And I think the public is just numb to that stuff.
I remember, or not remember. I saw a clip yesterday from, oh man, I forgot my man's name, but he spoke a lot on like the AIDS relocation. Jess, you've seen his videos. He seems like he actually like speaks the truth, but he seems like a slimy lawyer type guy. But he talks about all this other stuff that he used to do working for the Miami Marlins, trying to get a stadium and all the little tricks he would pull and all this other stuff. He basically just talks openly about the tricks he would pull. He's a lawyer. So he was on Dan Le Batard and he talked about the Shannon thing. And they said, Shannon offered a $10 million settlement. And they're like, well, why would you do that? If you're innocent, if you're, proclaiming your innocence, why would you go about that? And he kind of broke it down. I understood there was some money involved, but he broke it down like crazy. So he goes, this is what you do if you're Shannon's lawyer. And like, there's a you're getting sued for $50 million.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 10% chance that she gets that or something, or that you lose or something like that. And he had broken it down like if she gets that or gets something close to it, maybe you're paying $5 million. And he said, as your attorney, I'm telling you right now that you're going to pay me $8 million regardless, whether you win this, whether you lose. So this essentially becomes like a math equation. Like you're going to pay $8 million no matter what. This could go on a little longer, or you're ordered to pay something, and that may turn into $5 million or $10 million ordered to her. Or right now, you can just say, hey, do you want $10 million to make this go away? That actually, the way he talked about it was, in the civil case, it ends up being probably one of the cheaper decisions that you could make, which is maybe one of the reasons why he tried to settle at $10 million. But the way he broke it down, I was like, damn, the attorney getting $8 million off the top?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
These types of trials take so long too. I mean, that's probably part of the reason that these attorneys make so much. Shannon, regardless of the outcome of this, let's say, and I don't know what this means, but work with me. Let's say the outcome of this goes in Shannon's favor. Is he employable? When you think about the last year, when you think about the year of 2025 that Shannon has had, is Shannon Sharp employable?
I think
from a company like from Disney.
Yeah, that's different. That's different. You may have to go get it on your own. You may have to go back to Club Shay Shay and work on the volume contract you have and all that. Disney is different. I don't know if he can be by Disney. Just that
I don't know how he survives this.
With them or just
with them?
Yeah, I don't know.
With them. And I don't know how if you're, I mean, Fox, I think, will hire anyone, but I don't see how CBS could hire him as an analyst. I don't see how NBC could hire him as an analyst. I feel like your, back to the grind thing will work, or, you're back to Fox.
Yeah. And like you said, Fox.
Because I do feel like Fox will hire anyone.
Those big three, the ABC, NBC, CBS. Nah, there's too much of an old school audience, or the audience is too broad. Like you got older
that's
people,
what it is. It's
and
not
younger and kids that are involved in watching those programs, and they don't need Shannon Sharp to have that type of risk attached. So
that's the other thing that I think about with these Stephen A contracts and all of this stuff. And I know Shannon was seeking big money too. Is like, do these networks really need these individuals? Like we look at the guys like the remember, Dan Patrick had a big role on the radio, Mike Tirico, those guys just left. And they're saying you're not going to survive. I'm saying you're not going to, like, ESPN is an entity. ESPN feels like an entity the likes of WrestleMania. Every year, it's April. In like 3 months, $5,000 tickets, $10,000 tickets for next year's WrestleMania are going to go on sale. You have no idea who's going to be there. All you know is what 2 days it is.
Right.
And people are going to buy them.
Right.
Tens of thousands of people are going to buy those tickets. I feel like that's what ESPN is.
I agree.
They're going to tune into ESPN because it's ESPN, because it's Sports Center. I don't, and maybe there's advertising dollars that show this line of thinking is wrong. I don't think ESPN has an employee worth $20 million a year.
I think Stephen A was that guy. Is that guy.
So with this thinking, you take Stephen A off television, you're $20 million lighter in ad revenue. $10 million lighter in ad revenue. Like, there are people who are buying ads because Stephen A is there. That's the part that's the part that I can't believe is true. And maybe it is. Again, I'm maybe speaking over my head. But
so I'll put it to you like this then. There's a reason they gave him $20 million.
Sure.
So they may have had the same questions, done all their numbers and their research, and they
or didn't want to find out.
That too.
Didn't want to find out if they were wrong.
That too. I think one of the content shows that they had the First Take, that's their biggest show. That's their Good Morning America, and he's the face of it. He's the face of that show.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, I always think about it like this. If they're willing to give Stephen A. $20 million, he must generate $120 million. Or so they're like, yeah, $20 million to drop in a bucket compared to if he was really smart, he might ask for this because he could probably get 40 because he's that wealthy. But if we're giving you 20, they could probably give you 30. That's just the way I think about it sometimes. But Shannon's not Stephen A. though.
No, he's not. Shannon is, pardon him, he's disposable, and that's tough.
And in this situation, I don't even think Stephen A. would survive this situation with Disney.
Oh no,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think once you put the integrity of the brand in question, you're in trouble, and Disney's bigger than all of us. You're gonna lose that battle. Yeah, you're gonna lose that battle. We got Anthony Slater set to join us here in about 5 minutes. Had intention of talking Kings. We'll hold that off for a couple of minutes till Ant-Man joins us. He's coming back from Houston today, actually. So he's covering this Rockets-Warriors series pretty closely. We'll get his thoughts on what this series looks like without Jimmy Butler, what this series might look like with a potentially slightly hobbled Jimmy Butler. Both could have a drastic effect on the outcome of the series, or it might not. You guys had Houston winning this series anyways. I didn't. I had Golden State winning, and I do not feel great about that after seeing Jimmy Butler get hobbled off to the locker room. Celtics and Cavs take 2-0 leads last night. Anything in either of those games stand out to anybody?
Nothing yet.
No, you're making a face, and I know where you're going.
Jesse,
I know
you
where
asked
you're
the
going.
question. Jesse, you ask it. Because
about the Cavs?
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know. A couple of close games to the Heat got us thinking a little bit. I don't.
What's the series?
It's 2-0.
Oh, okay.
I don't have any strong takes yet about it.
I don't either. But
so the problem is they're not winning by enough points.
Yeah, I need to see you doing what OKC is doing.
That's not fair. Miami isn't Memphis.
Is Miami not that good?
Miami's better than Memphis.
Miami's Are they?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, Miami's tougher than Memphis. Come on, man.
I don't know about that. And even if they are, it's like
Memphis fired their coach 2 weeks ago.
Even if they are, it's not this drastic thing where you can't beat them by 20. If you now the first game
it's
they
a
did
2-0 lead.
The first game they did, but I wish you'd tell the whole story, even though I'm about to lose everybody.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You're about to lose everything, pal.
That game was like a 5-point game until Ty Jerome just lit it up and took
you can't. That's not fair though. You can't say but Ty Jerome is a Cleveland Cavalier. Third greatest next to LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, according to the stat.
The championship teams need to be handling business like the championship teams against these also-rans. And I'm talking
Boston won by 9.
Boston didn't have Tatum. And the game before that, when they had Tatum, it was a 20-point game. It was easy work the entire time. The Thunder are making Memphis look like a college team.
The Cavs won by 21, but the way they won by 21 wasn't good enough.
It was
What's the name of the guy that Jasmine likes in Cleveland that makes you hate them? Because I know Crystal has someone in Cleveland that just absolutely pisses Jesse off.
No, that's just pure hate right there.
Well, but no, look.
No,
I just don't understand.
I'm saying we said we're not questioning him right now.
What are they supposed? Okay. All right.
I told you this. They're supposed to do what OKC doing.
Well, okay, no. But what are they supposed to do in the playoffs? What's clear? Because you say you're not. Oh, we're not worried about them right now. We're not. Oh, whatever. Right now, what are they supposed to do before you guys just gleefully crap on the Cavs? Like they need to be in the Eastern Conference Finals. They need to be in the NBA Finals. Like what is an acceptable?
They got to get past the second round, but
so they get to the Eastern Conference Finals and lose, no problem.
No problem. But you're supposed to be a championship contender.
So if they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, but you don't like the way that they got there, it doesn't count.
No, I'm not saying that. But if they get to the Eastern Conference Finals and they struggle in the first 2 rounds and get there, when this will probably be a 4-game series, but win the next one by 5 or 6 or whatever. But every game is tight and it's a struggle. You're gonna pick them to beat Boston?
Well, it doesn't matter. They're there. They have an opportunity to beat Boston.
If I'll tell you this, if I don't like what I see, I can't pick them to beat Boston. If they out there, I'm
asking you both. What does Cleveland have to do for you two to not crap on them?
Act like OKC.
Yeah, I guess that because they
beat the hell out of some.
So they'll get to the Eastern Conference Finals, but it's like I don't like if you're kind of struggling with the Heat and all that. Like I don't know if you're gonna get Boston.
That's all we're saying. Beat the hell out of Miami like OKC is doing Memphis, and then I'll be like, they could get after Boston.
I mean, yesterday it was a matter of like Donovan Mitchell just went nuclear and stuff like that. Like I'm not trying to take away from Cleveland, but it's like I don't.
The hell you aren't.
Maybe I am, but it's like yeah, whatever. But it's just like yeah, like the way I see it is like maybe they don't have the biggest like threat towards Boston. I guess like Boston, OKC, like Kenny saying, are dominating right now.
Miami a 10 seed. They ain't got nobody.
Doesn't even man. You all right, man?
Miami a 10 seed, man.
Y'all have been begging for
Cleveland
all year. Y'all have been
you guys. What are you? What? I don't have no problem with
Cleveland.
You
low key hate Cleveland too. All that trash you was talking about Bone Thugs and Harmony before. We remember.
That Ace of Spades tomorrow.
Anthony, is that a shoot?
I think
oh my god. Oh my god.
They're probably listening right now, pissed off.
You can reach out. It's at King KC _.
Give them Jesse's. What are you giving them mine for?
Oh, Cleveland. Yeah, I'm at J Tappy _03.
It's probably his dad's.
What is Cleveland gonna do to me? It's Cleveland.
We'll come back, man. Anthony Slater joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Securing the Bagley. Are you say it right now? Say it with your chest. Are you picking them to beat Boston? Just want to know. Picking them to beat Boston.
I don't hate this move. Their GM an extension.
I don't know if it's shocking. I don't know if he's done anything to get to not.
He's got to oversee the show that's about to happen.
Yeah, he's
probably gave that poor man. He's like, look, this is going to be bad.
Everyone's going to hate you.
Yeah.
They're going to say bad. You Nico'd this, but we're going to pay you to make sure, you're the face of it correctly.
Man, I hope Young Arenas is okay. This is terrible.
That's just sad, bro.
He was here a couple of weeks ago, right?
Oh, okay, Secure. That's not what I asked you. Who do you think is going to win? See, you already, when they'll be skating the answer, you already know. Who do you think going to win? Who you picking?
Yeah, it's sandwiches today, I'm pretty sure.
Well, new regime, like you said.
Oh, wow. Looks like we have an unhappy camper.
Oh.
Well, no.
You're not a sandwich guy, or?
You can go grab.
It depends
Well, we
on the
should.
sandwich.
No, they're in a meeting right now.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, we should split up going out there at some point. Because
Usually me and Kenny head out after the meeting for the scraps.
Yeah, it's just for the scraps.
yeah, but I mean, there's someone here that we're supposed to say hello to.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Shout out Bill.
Shout out Bill. It's tough to describe the relief you feel when you meet a new employee at a position like that and you go, "Oh, brother." the sense of, oh man.
We were talking about
you again? Oh,
yeah. Oh.
We were talking about eating cup of noodles in college.
There you go.
Hey.
Yeah. That's how we doing in Chi-Town right there, boy. Oh, man. Shout out to our guy Anthony Slater. He getting situated right now in front of the camera. My man flew in from Houston this morning. He's prepping, making sure he looks like 10 out of 10.
Always
we're gonna get him here. Cleaning the screen off. We're gonna get our man Anthony Slater of the New York Times, The Athletic, in here with us right now. Welcome, Ant-Man. Ant, what's good? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for making time for us.
Yes, sir. Just changing my mic over.
We'll switch that over, man.
I don't know. How do I sound?
Get you. Oh, you said you sound fine.
Sound good?
Yeah, you
All
sound
right, cool.
fine.
We're gonna go with it then.
Okay, man. You good? Obviously, we spent some time this afternoon talking about the impact of Jimmy Butler's injury last night. You've watched multiple incarnations of the Warriors this year. If Jimmy can't go, the Warriors can't win, can they?
Not the series. Could they win game 3 without him and give him a couple extra days? Sure. You know, they're going to be at home. Role players play well at home. They'll be fired up. Maybe a more focused Kuminga who knows he's going to be in the rotation would help more. But if Butler was to miss the series, no. But I don't expect that. I mean, we'll see. We're still kind of waiting word. It was, you know, he was walking. I went back to the back last night when he fell down. And like the x-ray machines on the other side of the arena. So he had to walk, I don't know, 50 yards maybe from the x-ray machine back to the visiting locker room. And it was a snail's pace. It was going slow, but you know, I don't know. I feel like he left the arena walking from what I heard, it's no significant damage. They're just, you know, it's probably going to be a pain tolerance thing, but we'll see. I mean, they need him, obviously.
Was this
we say that so casually too? Oh, it's just a pain tolerance thing. It's not our pain.
No, I know. You're right.
Well, the interesting thing about that is from my understanding of it, I mean, there are varying degrees of it, but it's not like pain, like I can't walk. It's just a lack of mobility, lack of being able to move gracefully with something like that you can't really fix. Like you take some Tylenol, I guess, and maybe it relieves the pain a little bit or the soreness, but you just got to kind of wait that out, it feels like.
Yeah, stiffness, swelling, got to get it loose. I mean, obviously there's the more extreme measures of like, you know, Toradol shot type thing, right? John Morant saying he can't feel his ankle. Remember that? A couple days ago.
I ain't doing that. Yeah, I can't do
that.
that.
Well, it's big time basketball, big money basketball coming down. So, and you know, this isn't exactly the most feathery, soft series you've ever seen either. I mean, this is just bodies bashing around. I mean, it's how he got hurt. So it's going to be difficult. He's 35. He's had this injury before. He missed 4 regular season games. Steph had this same injury, you know, basically a month ago. He missed 2 games. Kuminga missed 1. Like, it's playoff urgency, so you could probably push back quicker. But I mean, it's the right point by you. You know, it's tough to see him being Jimmy Butler, 42 minutes. You know, bashing into Steven Adams and Tari Eason and whatever. Like, you know, they're probably gonna at best have a limited version of him.
What'd you think of this series before Jimmy going down last night?
You know, I was going in, I think I picked it in 7, like it could go any way. You know, you could see the athleticism overwhelming the Warriors. You could just see like the Warriors' skill and smarts and more, you know, they had the 2 best players in the series. A lot of times people will just pick it based off that. I would say after game 1, my fears about Houston were confirmed as far as like their half court offense, and they were the 21st ranked half court offense this year. Like if you just bottle them up, keep them out of transition, don't turn the ball over, like they do kind of struggle to score. I mean, Jalen Green, he was great last night, obviously 38 points. But he's not your like traditional super feared star scorer in the league. They go through Sengun a lot. I was really leaning Warriors entering last night's game, and probably would still if you guaranteed me 5 more healthy games of Jimmy Butler. But no Jimmy Butler, I mean, you see like the Warriors get thin really quick.
The Rockets, the young Rockets team, they're getting an education in real time on playoff basketball. And yesterday was one of those pop quizzes, right? Like you lose a game at home and now you're in a must-win situation. And they answered the bell pretty well. I thought they were going to win that game even if Jimmy played. But they showed up and they played well. Now they're going to get another pop quiz, going on the road, going into a hostile environment. Chase Center's probably going to be ready to go. They're going to be amped up. Do you see them getting one in Golden State? Or are they going to have to, may that come later in the series or something like that? But do you see them getting one of these two in Golden State?
I mean, they can. I saw them go into Chase Center a few weeks ago, play really well, and come out with a win. I don't think Chase Center is like it's not what Oracle used to be. This just like dungeon of. I remember covering the Thunder in 2016 when they lost that game 6 where Clay went off, and like just being on the Thunder side going back to Oracle, it just felt like, oh, you got no shot going in there. That's not what Chase Center feels like. Now I do think there's still going to be some stuff working against the Rockets. I'm curious what, is it going to be a Zach Zarba officiated game? Like the NBA is going to be hearing and is hearing over the last couple of days, like that they've let the physicality go too much in that series. And I know the Warriors behind the scenes are pointing out, hey, Steph Curry has 6 free throws in 77 minutes in this series. And they're going to be sending clip after clip of Fred VanVleet, basically hugging him from the back, and just all the tactics that the Dylan Brooks and Ime Udokas are throwing at Steph Curry. So I think how game 3 is officiated, particularly how Steph Curry off the ball is officiated, is going to be a big factor. But I guess going back to your question, like, could the Rockets get one in Chase? Certainly. Yeah. I mean, they're the 2 seed for a reason. And, if it is a limited Jimmy Butler, like, the Warriors have played the Rockets 7 times this year. They've scored under 100 points 5 of those games. Now the Rockets have scored under 100 points 4 of those games. It's like, it's real rock fight basketball, but Houston could win a game there.
Damian, Anthony, it's too much. The NBA is letting the physicality go in favor of the Kings. I'm sorry, I had a flashback. Okay. It's not.
All right, JJ Redick, settle down.
There we
settle
go.
Down, JJ, analyst.
Well,
JJ.
have you guys? So I've had a few people today be like, "Is it fun for the fans to watch?" Like it's enjoyable. It's theater. I know it was kind of ugly last night. Did you guys like watching that game?
I've liked both of these games. Absolutely. Like I don't mind physical. I think with these teams, you knew what it was going in, which is what I was going to ask you. You talk about the physicality of this series. Is that a byproduct of Houston in the officials kind of knowing the way Houston plays? Or is that a byproduct of your boy in Golden State where they know he's going to whine about everything? So let's just like pull back a little bit and let them play.
All the above. Yeah. I mean, it's all the characters in this series. It's how Houston has to play, right? I told you that. I mean, we know they're unskilled offensively in a lot of ways. What have they done all year? They're by far the best offensive rebounding team in the league. They'll throw the Sengun Adams, front court together, and they just try to play volleyball off the rim and eventually get it in. The Warriors know that. The Warriors are extremely undersized. Their starting lineup is a 6'7" Jimmy Butler's the tallest player. Draymond, you guys know, he's 6'5", 6'6", maybe. He has to play overly physical. There's history between him and Brooks, the Warriors and Brooks, Gary Payton and Brooks. You guys remember this series actually reminds me of the 22 Memphis series where Warriors won game 1 in Memphis. Memphis came out extremely physical in game 2, which included the clothesline from Dylan Brooks that broke Gary Payton's elbow, that broke the code. That's where that initially came from. So, I mean, these people are all involved in this series, including Ime Udoka. And yeah, it was kind of guaranteed to play out this way. Now, again, I mean, officials can try to control it a little bit better, but also, like, I don't know, it's a little bit uncontrollable in a sense. And I mean, maybe again, that's why I'm probably predicting that we're going to see tomorrow morning when the referee assignments come out, Zach Zarba, because Scott Foster, by the way, is hurt. I don't know if you guys knew this.
I did not know that.
Scott Foster injured his calf in a Knicks Celtics game, I think it was in March. So that's why you haven't seen him in the playoffs, because it would profile as a perfect Scott Foster game 3. But I think Zarba might be the assignment tomorrow.
We saw Kuminga.
Get well, Scott Foster.
Get well soon, sir.
Yeah.
From Chris Paul and family.
We saw Kuminga last night. I like the minutes that Quentin Post gave him. And even Spencer played some good minutes in relief of Pods not being healthy. Let's just say Pods comes back. Let's say, comes back healthy, not sick anymore. Jimmy comes back at 70% or whatever. Even with all that, do you think that kind of others, I'll just use that term, that others production is going to be enough to win the series? Because that was my concern. I knew Jimmy and Steph were going to show up and do their thing. But thinking back to that Memphis game, it couldn't have been that for a whole series against Houston where those two get 30 and then like nobody else is over 10 points. Do you think they have from the others to be able to win this series?
Yeah, I think Pod's absence last night, or not, you mentioned not absence, but mental and physical absence in a lot of ways. I mean, he was sick all day. He ate something bad. He tried to play. His first 2 shots were like an air ball and like some type of like hook shot that he threw like off the top of the backboard. Went back to this.
Looked like he was mimicking a basketball player when he did that.
It was not good. And he's been really good for like a month. He's like made a leap. And he has been at times their third scorer. He had a game in LA. He hit 8 threes, scored like 28 points. So they're going to need him to these next 2 days, whatever that stomach bug, kind of flushes and he's back to himself. Moses, I feel like every Moses Moody 3 is a huge 3. So he would be the other guy I think kind of has to chip in. Post, you mentioned it. He hit 4 threes last night. Their concern with him right now is Jalen Green got him in pick and roll, and they finally found a soft spot to attack because he's kind of trying. He's a rookie center, right? Drop coverage. They were yelling at him to get up, but it's like that's especially being in those arenas and those playoff atmospheres. You guys have been in them. Like, can't imagine being a rookie center with like all these various coverages and people yelling at you, and Draymond's roaring at you because you were 2 feet further back than you should have been on a Jalen Green pull-up. So you almost want to minimize his minutes in somewhat because they have to win the series defensively. And I think he's kind of a problem for them defensively. But you might just have to win it as you like with Steph Curry getting 38 and Jimmy Butler, if he's there, getting 26. Or if Jimmy Butler's not there or limited, like Jonathan Kuminga is a offensive weapon. He has his flaws. He has his feelings about Steve Kerr and the way he's been handled, and I think that impacts his play and his energy level. But if he knows he's going into tomorrow with a rotation spot, he's going to have to score probably 20 points.
Let's shift gears here, Ant-Man. Talk about the other team that you cover. You obviously weren't at Scott Perry's introductory press conference yesterday because you were covering the Warriors and Rockets, but you were there that fateful night against the Dallas Mavericks. You were even spending time with Dead Man Walking. I'm sorry, Monty McNair. Did you have any indication that night that was it?
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting indication for months.
Let me try this again. Were you told directly that this was it for Monty McNair that night?
Pretty sure after the game. No, I was talking to Monty, to be honest with you, because he knew I was going to Houston, and he was telling me some of the restaurants he wanted.
Can I go with you?
Yeah, he was telling me some of his favorite restaurants in Houston.
Take the same flight back.
And I will say this: there was still hope pregame, and I think it was reasonable because I covered the Thunder for 4 years. I went to school at Oklahoma State. I know Oklahoma City very well. I was telling him some of the restaurants I like in Oklahoma City because at the time they're favored in the Mavericks game. Memphis, as we've seen, is not some juggernaut.
Yeah,
he was saying, might be in Oklahoma City next week. They could have been in the 1-8 series playing that Sunday in Oklahoma City. So I think there was still some hope, that this thing could kind of, at least have a positive tinge and a little playoff series from the Kings. But I think 2 steps back, I would say everybody kind of knew where this thing was headed with Monty McNair and the lack of power he's felt for various reasons over the last, calendar year, you'd say. And I will say, like, it was the happiest I'd seen Monty pregame and the most visible I'd seen him in a while. That's just commentary on what I saw. I don't know why I didn't particularly ask.
Last Dance.
Yeah, and in some ways it's probably a little freeing, right?
Sure.
If you don't believe in the roster that you're representing in a lot of ways, that is, the moves that are tied to you, I think getting away from it probably has a little bit of a freeing effect.
Yeah, for sure. Now we talk about
that's an interesting line Ant-Man just had.
If you don't believe
about
in
the roster. Yeah.
Well, I don't believe in the roster he built either.
Well,
yeah, it's all fair. I don't think any of the paths have been, going the correct direction right now. But
let's talk about the GM that is here now, man. Scott Perry, obviously been in the NBA for a long time. I'll ask you, and everybody, I think it's a consensus when we say, hey, what's his first order of business? Everybody says, figure out the coach, like all that. So we'll bypass that. We'll say, what's the next order of business you think for him with this roster? Like, what's the thing that he has to look at and figure out with this roster?
Yeah, and with the coach, by the way, we even reported it that night. I do think Doug's in a pretty good spot for a few reasons, and we can talk about that if you want. But as far as the next choice, I think figuring out DeRozan's future, probably he feels like, probably the guy who profiles it, like he seems like he would probably want to go try to at the real tail end of his career, try to chase better playoff glory elsewhere. And as they try to rearrange this roster, to me, you're kind of stuck a little bit with the Levine and Sabonis contracts, probably. Those seem to be kind of your two pivot points, and I think you just need to build better around them. I think we'd all agree, like DeRozan as a third next to them, especially with Malik Monk still in the mix. It's just too offense tilted. I mean, we know, like, they're screaming. I can't believe how honest everybody is about, like, the lack of a point guard. I mean, I know we all see it, but like, the head coach is saying it. Sabonis, who's like super, careful with his words, is coming out and saying it. So to me, like, can you flip DeRozan for a veteran point guard that makes more sense? That's more of like a table setter. And who is that? I'm not sure.
Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. It's a pricey one.
Yeah, it's a pricey one. Who also is like, it would literally be a 1 year, right?
Yeah,
a player option.
Yeah.
1 year, I think is what he has.
I think it's a team option. Yeah.
Oh, is it a team option?
It's because remember we talked about they can use that.
That's right.
And one of the things with that contract is viewed as the salary filler if they go like big game star hunting, Durant, Booker,
yeah.
And that'll probably depend on what do they feel exiting this Warrior series if they get eliminated? Yes, they need to do that. I think they want to just build internally, but you guys don't want to talk about the Rockets.
Well, no, we actually had this discussion yesterday. We think a lot of it ties into another playoff series that's going on right now, and it's the Bucks one. The Pacers are making the Bucks look like little bitches. Like they're just out there beating their ass. And if you talk about series ending quickly, this Bucks series ends, man. Like I don't know how they just we'll try again next year. I don't know how they do that. And there are a couple of teams, Houston being one, Oklahoma City being another, and the New York Knicks probably being the third, where you could put together a package attractive enough for Milwaukee, acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo, and just like that, you're like a legitimate title contender or a title favorite.
Two things on that. I think it's also going in a way where Giannis can look at himself in the mirror and be like, "Hey, my fault." You know what I mean? Like, because what you're saying about the Bucks in general is correct, but Giannis, you wouldn't loop into that. He's going like 34, 18.
Right. He's an MVP finalist.
He's his full version of himself. He's not the problem. And he can say, hey, if I'm not the problem, then this around me is the problem. And I agree. I mean, I think everyone in the league is kind of circling that. But how about them extending their GM today?
I was going to ask you, what do you make of that? Like, because we kind of talk about like, hey, you're gonna be Nico in this situation, and we about to pay you for it because they about to bring some heat to you. But what do you see from that?
I was surprised by that extension. I mean, you'd heard for a year about that he might be in a little bit of trouble with that, but and I do wonder, if you're the Kings, you're not going to get in the Giannis market. I mean, Lillard always is intriguing, but again, those are huge salary type things. So. Yes, but that is a situation I do think over the next like 2 weeks that if it unravels the way it seems to, I think everybody's going to like Giannis's post-game presser after game 4, game 5, whenever they get eliminated. I think everyone's going to be curious what he says.
You're going to interrupt programming to air that live. You mentioned Doug Christie a couple minutes ago. You think he's in a good position to be the next Sacramento Kings head coach? How so?
Yeah, I think for a few reasons. Number one, I mean, it's pretty clear at the end, what side Vivek. You can loop Vlade as kind of a shadow figure, whatever you want to call him, into that Scott Perry. Like, they were on kind of more of a pro Christie side. Monty, who, I mean, we go back, we all know, like he wasn't, a proponent of firing Mike necessarily. I'm not, as we reported, he wasn't necessarily a proponent of keeping Doug. Well, who won that power battle? Clearly not Monty, right? He's not here anymore. So that's a signal. For
do you
Doug
know what Monty wanted to do? If he didn't want Doug, and he obviously if he didn't want to fire Mike and he didn't want Doug, what did he want to do?
I mean, he would have, if he was still around making decisions. Number one, Mike Brown would have been the coach the rest of the year, but also, there's veteran coaches.
Oh, you mean moving forward? I'm sorry.
Yeah, moving forward.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
But so that's a signal that, I think Doug is looped into like the power equation here. Number one, and he has fans in the organization that are pulling the levers. And number two, if we're being real honest, he's cheap, right? He would come in at a number that would be a lot lower than if you go to try to chase down Taylor Jenkins or, name your vet coach out there. And that matters for they're paying Mike Brown $8.5 million next year.
Right.
They're tied to that. So I just like, that's an appeal of Doug. And the third thing I'd say, if you're Scott Perry coming in, and this is just how GM, coach, organization dynamics work. You don't want to necessarily start the clock on your coaching hire quite yet, right? If next season doesn't go good and if he doesn't fully believe in the roster, and we've heard some of his comments in the past, right, about Levine, if he wants to take a year to like assess the situation, it isn't a bad deal for him to assess Doug Christie, give it a year. And if he feels like it's right to pull the plug on Doug Christie mid next season, beyond next season, the clock doesn't start on him, hiring a coach yet. So I think all things are lining up for Doug Christie to be given a trial run.
Man, how much have you been around Scott Perry? I when I saw his resume, I didn't even know this. Did he spend some time working with the Thunder?
No, I don't believe so.
I saw it was Detroit Thunder, then here the Knicks, but I don't know.
Supersonics.
Maybe it was Seattle. Maybe it was like around that transition time or slightly before it. But what neither here nor there. What has your experience been with Scott Perry?
I don't know him. I work closely obviously with Sam Amick. Sam knows him he was here, as you guys know, for a few months. The reputation's good. Sharp basketball mind. I do think you relook at the offseason he was with the Kings, those deals don't look that great, right? That was the Zach Randolph, George Hill, Vince Carter summer where they kind of tried to juice up the veteran presence in the locker room for more of a win now approach for a team that wasn't ready. But you don't necessarily pin that on him. I mean, the people he's worked with, even in New York, speak highly of him. I've liked, I don't want to take too much from this, but some of the TV work I've enjoyed from him, even that Levine comment, I know it came out like it's not great for him when you consider like internal dynamics of the team, but like that's pretty like sharp, incisive commentary. And I think you kind of need that. I think you need somebody that looks at the game in, somewhat of a cold-hearted way about some stuff. And I thought the press conference was pretty good. It's probably as good as you could ask. And again, we've been here 100 times. Wow, you won the press conference. That doesn't matter. What does the roster look like? Can you win? But I would be going into it relatively optimistic, and I would say it seems like he has a nice rapport with Vlade and Vivek, which should help at least in the interim. We'll see. Like I think there's bigger issues long term.
It was OKC, by the way. He was part of the front office that drafted KD, so he was there
Seattle,
right?
Yeah,
he was right. Or what I say? OKC.
Yeah,
it was
Seattle.
It was Seattle, by the way. So he was there right before the transition, I guess.
Okay, yeah, because KD's the only one that played in Seattle, right?
Russell Westbrook actually was drafted by the Seattle Supersonics. You go to draft night, he's wearing a Supersonics hat, but That was the offseason. They transitioned. His summer league, they weren't even named the Thunder yet. They just wore these black uniforms that said and you'd only get this from somebody who covered the transition. Tony Durant, Kevin Durant's brother, was on that summer league team.
Really? Where did he play college?
Times in Oklahoma City.
You know where he played college?
It was some. Do you know?
I don't.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll tell you.
I didn't even know he played like that.
It's a small school.
He could be on a
Towson
summer league team.
Where'd he play?
Towson.
I love that school.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I'm thinking of another school. Yeah, I don't know Townsend.
All I know is in 1984, like the Jordan draft, like the 24th pick of the draft. If you just look through it, it's fantastic. The dude's name is Devin Durant.
That's right.
That's right. He doesn't look like a Devin nor a Durant. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Ant-Man, we appreciate you, man. We know you've had a long day. We're locked into the coverage the rest of the way with the Rockets and the Warriors, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas.
Take care, Ant.
Our man Anthony Slater, Ant-Man right there. The Athletic, the New York Times, man. Great stuff as always. We will step out. We will come back. Bumper to dump it on the way.
Hey.
And there might be draft coverage coming up. But I also have questions about Zion. I don't know what to do. It's CeeLo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This light is beating my ass.
Are you watching any baseball right now?
Watching your boys.
Yeah, lucky ass second baseman, lucky ass catch right now.
Got the lead to 1.
It's got walk-off vibes.
Well, they already went through the heart of the order.
We got Tristan Casas up next. You got Willier Abreu.
Plotting already.
Steven, I'm going to see it at some point. Everyone says it's like one of the greatest movies ever.
Yeah, I mean, people going crazy over Sinners.
Like I haven't seen one person say like, yeah, this movie was like even average. Like everyone says it was great.
I just don't know when I'm getting to the movies.
That's also the thing.
I don't have no problem. Like I'll go to the movies. I just don't see a time.
I pulled up to the movies one time, ordered my popcorn and drink ahead of time. It was just right there waiting for me and walked in.
That's a good
talk to
look.
no one. It was amazing.
That's a good look. Maybe what am I doing tomorrow?
Spend $1 million to do it, but
maybe.
hey, I think you got to take Jazz to the movies.
Well, text somebody. I'm trying to line everything up. Hey, Jazzy 510.
Paul out there grilling them.
What?
Shout out, Paul. And Paul's voice too. He asked his question in a very deep affirmative tone. Man, I didn't even know that Accountant 2 was a thing. I didn't know.
I was watching the Accountant 1 last night.
Yeah, the first one's
really
good.
What's the Accountant?
It's a movie. It's
with Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
He's basically an accountant for like these cartels, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's good.
I didn't finish the movie yesterday.
Oh, that was your first time watching it?
My second time, but I've seen it before. It was a long time ago, whenever it came out, I guess.
I did not know they made a second one.
Crying. Is that a? Oh, what's the nasty?
Ben Affleck.
Just have him throwing up.
Drew down. I read an article this morning. Ooh, that headline got me excited, boy.
What you see?
Then I read the article. The headline said YouTube is working on customizing their multi-view.
You gonna tell us something that's gonna you gonna break our heart right now?
Come on.
Casey got me all excited. I was like, oh yeah, I finally get to watch so and so games. Blah blah blah.
Go ahead, tell us what the real is.
They're opening it up to select stations. So the idea, so essentially, I know one thing that we ran into a lot this last football season. We ran into it probably more times than you'd imagine. Is 49ers playing, Raiders playing, whatever. You got the Kings playing on a Sunday afternoon. Could you add the Kings to your football rotation?
Exactly.
No, you cannot. Now, I can't imagine what I'm envisioning is like, hey, you can add Comedy Central to this. They're adding select stations to make it more customizable, but they still haven't opened it up to all stations yet.
I just don't even do it. Don't even do it.
KC got me all excited. And now what?
They got me hyped up.
It's you see
your chatty house again.
Your headline readers.
Chatty house.
Your headline readers. You didn't read the article.
What am I supposed to read the article for when the headline's right there?
To break your heart, dog. The headline was misleading.
This wasn't even a headline. This was like a tweet thread. They were breaking it down.
We know tweet threads never lie to you.
What? So what is going on? Did PDA makes your wife sick?
Pretty much.
Oh. You don't want to stay away from me, Jasmine.
Well, PDA with her. I mean.
Oh, don't hug your wife in public. Oh, man, that's terrible, Jasmine. That's awful.
It's not her bag. It's just not her bag.
Is Jazz affectionate when no one's around? Does Jazz like you?
I think so. I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
I mean, all things are on the table at this point. All things are on the table.
Yeah, I think so.
I hate that you have to think so hard, and you're still not sure.
Still lives there. That works.
Well, yeah, but with all of that space, Jazz has her own quarter.
It's true.
KC has one. It might just be Ryan's bedroom,
house
but
literally isn't that big.
I've been there.
It's not that big.
Beautiful floors and crypto.com in the backyard.
It's not crypto.
Well, a little mix of the garden too, because you have what you refer to
Mecca
as Spike Lee seats.
Shout out to the Mecca. You know what I mean? Big ups.
Do you have brighter life lights back there? Like if you wanted to play in the backyard at night, like
Good question.
Be able to?
I don't, but I'm getting some.
Could you host a Pro Bowl back there?
No, but a skills competition, yes.
It looked like one was jumping off on the a quarterback competition. Yeah. It looked like there was a hoop skills competition jumping off on the.
I'm getting a light. I'm getting a light. Some type of light back there. They have one that I'm gonna try and see what I can do before I go to that one, because that one's like $400. They put a light way on the top of the hoop. It's like
you just need like one of those industrial type lights or whatever.
Yeah,
for the warehouse.
Yeah,
I think I got a light guy if you need one. I think.
Okay, all right.
Jesse got a light guy.
We got one of those for the garage and stuff like that.
One of those lights like Snoop had in The Wire when she was putting the bodies in the vacants. One of those lights.
I haven't seen The Wire.
Oh,
We've known this.
Oh,
we've known this.
We have not rectified this.
No, not yet. I started The Wire and it started off kind of slow, so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna get back to it. We have never gotten back to it.
We got to get back to it. What are we doing?
I've seen shows. I watch shows.
This is first order of business this summer.
This is
I don't have a show right now. Actually, I could start The Wire.
Let's start it.
Yeah, this is number one. Matter of fact, we might all just watch it together.
That's fine too.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Man,
Like,
Jesse.
watch season two. Season two good.
Okay,
Underrated.
I think
It's
you.
underrated.
No, it's not. Stop it.
is.
No. Stop it. You capped for season 2 way too hard.
Because it's pretty good.
Stop it.
It's pretty good.
fine.
When was the last time you watched season 2?
I watched it. It was like a couple years ago. I watched the series a couple. What do you mean?
Season 2 it's a good season.
It's fine. It's fine. You're right. It's fine. See, you're going over the edge.
Well, it gets a bad rap.
It does. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say what it is.
It's a lot of white people.
That's what it was. They took a show from the streets of Baltimore and then introduced a bunch of white people to it, and it confused everybody.
Right.
But you took away the characters that we were familiar with.
It does tell the story.
That's right.
Of everything that's going on.
The season isn't bad. It's not. It's not nearly as bad as people make it out to be. It's different. It almost at times feels like a spinoff of The Wire.
It's a good call.
But it all ties together. It all works. I'm pretty sure every character comes back like later on in later series. So the season 2 isn't nearly as bad as people make it out to be.
I can imagine.
I don't know that it's what you're making it out to be.
It's still the worst. Well,
that's right. I think that's right. It's still
season 5 was pretty bad.
Which was 5?
The last
one. No. The paper?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Season 5 was kind of whack. I actually think season 5 is the worst. Season 2 is right before that. But the other 3 are some of the best seasons in the history of television. So it's tough to beat those. But
I'll start it.
Yeah.
Check it out. I'll start it.
And what was I gonna say about I could imagine watching this in real time. So I get this, right? Watching The Wire in real time, watching season 1, be like, oh my gosh, this show is the truth. And like season 2 starts on September 17th. And you get to season 2, and that's what they give you for 4 months.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I can understand the venom, the upset people out there watching that in real time. Watching it like binge watching it, season 2 is pretty good.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Jesse, first order of business.
I got you. I will start that. And people were asking like, "Oh, what's gonna happen first?" I finished The Wire. Kenny finished the season 2 of The Office. I will finish The Wire first.
Both. I'm gonna finish both.
You'll finish the
I could
entire
probably watch The Wire twice.
series of The Wire.
Yeah.
Season 2. I'm gonna finish season 2 of The Office. Come on, man. I'll do that. Plus, because I have to go back because I already watched season 4, 5, and 6. So I got to go back. That's what's taking so long. By the way, thank you, baby. I love you too, boo. Love you too.
That is a public display of affection, Jazz.
That might be the nicest thing she said to Kenny in our 5 years doing this show.
I actually think in the chatty house or in person.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that woman tell him that he loves her at his wedding.
All caps, exclamation mark at the end. Like she really likes Kenny.
Hey, man, air horns for that moment right there. Hey.
Kenny said, I love love.
It's the greatest day of my life. It's not bad. It's not bad. What a day we have in here. Hey, this is going out to KC and Jasmine. Everybody needs that person to love.
Oh yeah.
Everybody needs that person to have a moment of public display of affection with.
That's right.
Shout out to the Caraways here, sharing love.
Share my life, take me for what I am, 'cause I'll never change all my colors for you. Take my love, I'll never ask for too much. Just all that you are and everything that you do. need to look very much further. I don't want to have to go where you don't follow. I won't hold it back again. This passion inside can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. But don't make me close one more door. I don't want to hurt.
We're celebrating love here.
I love love. I love love. By the way, I was thinking about something. Next week? Was it this?
Complex said
it should be this.
I have been told on April 27th, this Sunday, Between the Sheets returns to KSFM. That's what I've been told.
Come on.
10 o'clock.
Come on.
Sunday night.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you
gonna be playing NBA Live 98 while
your boy gonna be in here, lights off, in the dark. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I mean,
right now, I asked him as recently as like late last week. Hey, it's in my calendar.
Yeah.
Are we Between the Sheets Sunday night?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, that's the plan. Yep. We're getting all these elements produced. That's what we're doing.
Okay. Well, all right. Let me hold on. Let me just hold on 1 second.
I think I've already picked. We could do a teaser because I think I've already picked out the first song.
Is it like, check the text. That's how we doing it.
Oh, sir, sweetie, no.
Oh, well, you.
But come
right,
on, man. God damn! That's why I text.
That's why I text.
What are you calling spots?
That's why I text.
Johnson over here.
Wow.
That's why I text.
Hey, you see that?
No, I'm not KC right now. I'm kidding.
Okay. I got you.
That's why I text.
Okay, no, I got you. No, absolutely not, sweetie. No. What's this look like? No, just play along with kayfabe. Man.
You taking requests?
Casey out here talking about hip toss.
Yeah.
Shinsuke, duck the clothesline. D-Lo duck. 5 years.
Yeah, that was a curve call right there. Because even I was buying it. I was like, damn.
Are you taking requests?
Yeah.
All right, man. How can I get
we're
it
gonna have a request line. I don't know the number yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
we're gonna have a request line.
Tweet them, and
you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, tweets, Instagrams, whatever. I think this needs to be the lead-in. I think this needs to be the first song.
Okay.
I think people need to hear it. The number one song in the country now for 9 straight weeks. Y'all know what it is. It's Dot and SZA.
Yep.
It feels like the 10 o'clock, the appropriate way to bring back Between the Sheets is this.
If this world were mine,
Now,
I would place at your feet all that I own. You've been so good to me. If this world were mine.
Now the song I really want to start with is Doc Box and Be Fresh.
Can I produce a little bit? Oh, what the?
Yeah. That scared the crap out of me. Sorry. Go.
Jesse still has it. So
yeah. Okay.
Can I produce a little bit?
Okay. Hey, what you got?
I see the vision. I see what you're talking about. But we are bringing back Between the Sheets.
Okay. I think I know where you're going.
Shouldn't that song, first song,
I think I know where you're going,
be from my boys? Those are my boys right there. They might
you.
get their own week coming up soon, by the way. Because those are my boys right there.
Oh, I see the Tesla ride.
Yeah, they might get their own week coming up.
So you're thinking of starting the show with something like this.
Hey. Oh, I already know what time it is. Now sit on. Let's go. Hey. I know about this.
This Sunday, 102.5, for the first time in well over 20 years, maybe 25 years, Between the Sheets, the show I've always wanted to host, returns.
Hey girl, ain't no mystery. At least, as far as I can see, I wanna keep you here, laying next to me, sharing
That's a good call.
I mean, 1 and 2 right there.
Yeah, that's a good
One,
call.
and the one you talked about, 2, locked in. I'm already locked in anyway. Like I said, I'm gonna be playing NBA 2K21 or 2K, actually just 2K, NBA 2K, because that's what was going on when Between the Sheets was on last time.
Y'all know, like everyone listening to this, or at least those who have listened to this show for a long time, know how badly I want to host this show.
Yeah.
Do you know how bad it is for me to volunteer? Like, no, I want to host another show. No. I really do. No, in addition to D-Lo and KC on ESPN, on KSFM, in addition to KC Saturdays, D-Lo Sundays, in addition to part-time work over at Jams. Yeah. No. Give me this one.
Come on, man.
I didn't ask for any of this. I'm asking for this.
They said, we won't give you any more money. We'll give you your own show that you're asking for.
God, it was like you were there.
It's usually how radio works.
It's almost like you were there. Yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna be dope though. I'm tapped in.
No, I like. Look, we got requests coming in right now.
I'm screenshot this.
Yeah,
screenshot this. I'm tapped in.
There's some good requests coming in right now.
Man. Yeah,
playing the whole show with y'all. I'm just gonna. We're never talking about this NFL draft.
Literally gonna say right now.
It's literally it's never happening.
Well,
no, I want to bump it or dump it. I don't even know what time it is. Our screen went dark.
What is this?
I want to bump it or dump it.
Oh, we're good though. We're live.
We got time, right? We're fine.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh. Hey.
What was this, Menace to Society? When Kane was rolling up in the drive-thru with the new Dayton song? Yeah.
I almost got in trouble just now. I almost did like a little shoulder shimmy, and Kappas wouldn't like that. I ain't trying to get in trouble. I ain't trying to get in trouble. But it was just vibing. Like I was just about to do it naturally. And I said, nope, I want to get in trouble.
And don't get it twisted either. It's not just the old school. You're going to hear SZA.
Come on now.
Yeah, you're going to hear her.
Snooze. Snooze, one of my favorite songs of recent. One of my favorite songs in recent memory, Snooze. Definitely gonna be on there.
Yeah, we're gonna hit with a little bit of everything. Let's start bumping or dump it.
Let's do it.
Because this segment is never getting dumped. Like this is the best.
All right. Where do we want to start here? Okay, this was interesting. UCLA quarterback Joey Aguilar plans to transfer to Tennessee. Any idea why this is?
Bump it?
Yeah. So a day after Nico finalized his move from Tennessee to UCLA, Joey Aguilar is doing the same from UCLA to Tennessee in what essentially is a quarterback trade. Are you down for more trades in the NCAA?
Well, it is a little loose with what a trade is, but yeah, I'm down.
I'm all for that. I'm all. Look, if we're gonna make this thing,
find your spots, young brother. Find a spot to play.
If this thing gonna be a pro sports franchise, let's just do the whole thing.
Yeah,
let's have a trade. Let's go ahead and do it. So that was an interesting quirk and smart by little Joey. He's not little Joey, but smart by Joey to say, hey, all right, they're going to push me out here in UCLA. Where's the next open spot? Tennessee. So that was interesting to see. New York sports betting facing major limits under new proposal.
Dump it. I don't care. California can't even get their stuff right. What am I worried about New York doing? Wake me up when California's got this right.
We need to. It's got to happen, bro. And I think it is.
Let's all get on the same page.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that's what happened before. Talked to some people in the know. They said, we're all working together. And it should be.
We can't have competing ads running one after the other where we're sitting around wondering, what the hell does this mean?
They can't have
having no clue what's going on.
I'm with you. I don't care about your limits when we don't have any.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Oh, this is a good one right here.
Okay.
Where the most, or the title was, where the 2025 Dodgers rank among MLB's most talented teams ever.
Okay, bump it.
ESPN did a story with the top 25 teams. I think they based it on WAR or Resorb, whatever.
Oh, Resorb, yep.
But basically the rosters and all this other stuff. And the 2025 Dodgers are third all time on ESPN's list of most talented teams ever. Care to guess who the number 1 team is?
Yankees.
No. I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
There is on this top 10, because I got the top 10 in front of me. There are only 2 teams. You don't have to guess these 2 teams. There are only 2 teams that were before the year 2000.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Who?
The 2019 Astros. That had
okay. I was about to say what, and then I remember Resorb, and it's like, all right,
Trash can.
I don't even know what Resorb means.
You know who the number 2 team is?
Nope.
The 2019 Dodgers. So that means
the
2 most quote unquote talented teams ever played each other in the World Series.
That's pretty amazing.
Lost.
And the Dodgers are second and third.
Dodgers are second, third, and 8th.
Wow.
And they only got 1 World Series to show for it.
Hey, they're really force feeding the Dodgers. Yeah, like enough about the Dodgers, to be honest.
And last year's World Series winning team ain't even on here.
No, wasn't that good? Wasn't that good?
MLB can't stop tweeting about them.
Sick of these guys.
What's next?
The Rock responded to Dave LaGressa.
I saw it.
Yeah, you know
dump
the deal.
it. I saw it. Dump it. Why?
Your boy, hey, that's your boy. Dwayne.
Whose
sucks,
boy?
Bro. Dwayne. You got his drinks, his shoes.
I do not have that man's shoes.
Either way, like that dude sucks.
So look,
fine. Go ahead. I said dump it because I saw it. Bump it. Go ahead for those that didn't see it.
So bump it. We'll bump it here because Dave LaGressa on Busted Open.
Yeah, I think it's Dave LaGrana.
LaGrana?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that works too. But
I think he's a writer. He was a writer for WWE.
Yeah, he was on Sirius XM's wrestling show, very critical, just going off on The Rock, saying like you threw a Triple H under the bus, and it's all about you all the time when things go good, but when it goes bad, it's everybody else's fault. And The Rock responded.
Mm-hmm.
The Rock said,
"Oh,
Dave,
Jesus Christ!
The business is a complete work. Always has been, always will be. Every aspect of it, every match, every interview. Please join me, Cody, Cena, Brian, and the rest of us for our creative discussions so you can expand your perspective. Until then, stop ranting. It's not healthy, my friend. Enjoy the show. P.S. Tell Bubba I have a Grand Mariner and hush puppies for us all."
How do you not hear Barack Obama when you do this? It's like a really aggressive Barack Obama.
See, but it started off on the right track and it kind of tailed off.
What was the SNL character? The Rock Obama? That's that voice, the Rock Obama. That's my fault. I'm an idiot. That's my fault.
No, that was
I should have known. I should have known
the
second you said The Rock that this was all to get that stupid impersonation in there.
Savo's right. You got 6 weeks. All right, tell Dave we got 6 weeks. We'll get him there. All right. Got another one.
I don't think he knows what's entertaining anymore.
So here's one thing that him and
the bro hasn't put out a good movie.
Him and Hunter seem to be really, really sensitive about. And I think they believe they have a really good storyline planned. I think they recognize there's it's like a series. The Sopranos, one of the greatest shows of all time. There are low points in The Sopranos. There's episodes 2, 3, 4 at a time where they kind of like drag and you don't feel like stories are being
The Wire
pushed forward. It happens with The Wire. It happens with every great show. I think they recognize they have a lull. They feel like they have a bombshell of a story, but they have a lull. And I think they're both really sensitive to it. And they're telling writers to calm down, or former writers. They're telling fans they wish they'd shut the F up. And it's crazy. I recognize it's a movie that we haven't seen the ending to. I just think both of these guys, maybe because it's the first time they've been in this position, are hypersensitive to it, and they are the ones who just need to relax. Let fans be fans. If the person is Dave Lagana, he hosts a radio show.
Yeah.
Let him host his radio show.
Right. He's going to be critical.
Let him have his opinion. Yeah. And when it's time to tell your story, we can all come back and go, man, that switch with John Cena, that was incredible. Or that match with Cena or whatever. Oh, man, that booking, that was incredible. We'll all come back and we'll talk about it. We can only react to what we're seeing. And what we saw at the show of shows wasn't great. Yeah, you got to allow people to have an opinion on that. We invested. I didn't. You didn't. We didn't. But some people invested 7, 8, 9, 10 of their hours of their life that weekend to watch that. And yeah, they walked away disappointed.
And to your point,
stop being in your feelings over it.
To your point, the story's still going on. The Cena, it's still going on. So like, that's what Rock should have said. Look, still going on. Still going on. Don't wait. I got one more. And I said, I'm not even going to give you the opportunity to bump or dump this one. This one, I need your reaction on because this is a D-Lo special.
You know, what's great is he can't see the clock.
Well, I got
this would have been one of those moments where he sent us to commercial 50 seconds earlier. Oh, you're good.
Here we go. Slow luxury market hits Gucci hard in Q1. Gucci, which made up 63% of owner Kehrig's operating profit in 2024, saw its sales fall 25% in Q1, down 18% year over year. Kehrig also owns luxury brands such as Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, recording first quarter revenues of $3.88 billion. Well, in America, it's $4.43 billion, a 14% dip in overall company sales. Your thoughts?
Why would I have thoughts on this?
Come on, this is your brands. This is your price range, not mine.
Okay, can I tell you what's slick about this whole trash concoction he just cooked up?
What?
He knew what he was doing because this whole segment is his and his alone, and the whole gimmick is I'm going in blind. So what he did is he showed up today in a gray t-shirt. So there was no designer, no nothing. You knew what you were doing.
I mean, I thought you'd be interested in this. This is how you get down.
Created a segment to call you rich and do his impressions.
Pretty much. And my stupid ass fell for it. My God, Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Whole point of that one was for Casey to do the Rock, and then
Dave, everything's work. Everything's a work.
Chris sent me a screenshot of that. I didn't know the Dave that he was talking to. I didn't think it was Dave Meltzer because it was on Instagram, but now that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm going to incorporate video and audio and all this, but Dave was cursing in this clip. Because he did go off on the Rock. He said, everything is about you.
Hey, we got a couple more requests. Hold on. I saw these coming in. Hey, this is what we doing here. Hey, hold up.
When I'm alone in my room, sometimes I stare at the wall, and in the back of my mind, I hear my conscience call, telling me I need a girl who's as sweet as a dove. For the first time in my life, I see I need love. There I was, giggling about the games that I had played with many hearts, and I'm not saying no names. Then the thought occurred, teardrops made my eyes burn, cause I said to myself, look what you've done to her. I can feel it inside, I can't explain how it feels. All I know is that I'm never dishing of the raw deal, playing make-believe, pretending that I'm true. Holding in my laugh as I say that I love you, saying I'm more, kissing you on the ear, whispering I love you and I'll always be here. Although I often reminisce, I can't believe that I found a desire for true love floating around inside my soul, because my soul is cold. One half of me deserves to be this way till I'm old, but the other half needs affection and joy, and the warmth that is created by a girl and a boy. I need love.
Surely I'm there for you anytime you need me. For real, girl, it's me in your world. Believe me, nothing make a man feel better than a woman. Queen with a crown that be down for whatever. There are few things that's forever. my lady. We can make war or make babies. Back when I was nothing, you made a brother feel like he was something. That's why I'm with you to this day, boo, no frontin'. Even when the skies were gray, you would rub me on my back and say, baby, it'll be okay. Now that's real to a brother like me, baby. Never ever give my cootie away and keep it tight, alright? And I'ma walk these doors so we can live in a fat crib with thousands of kids. One life, you don't need a ring to be my wife. Just be there for me and I'ma make sure we be living in the effing lap of luxury. I'm realizing that you didn't have to funk with me, but you did. Now I'm going all out, kid, and I got mad love to give.
Yeah, boy. Between the sheets.
Y'all ain't ready.
Come on, man.
Y'all ain't ready.
Between the sheets.
Y'all stop it. You ain't ready.
Yeah, man. I'm tapped
Y'all ain't
in.
ready.
I'm tapped in.
Oh, man. It's a cow. What's that shit that they be smoking? Hey. Oh, wow. 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 Wow.
That damn Kimberly.
I guess it was pizzas, by the way. Shout out Karosh. I think he's gonna hook you guys up.
Was that where's it from?
I don't
Go
know.
Look.
I may be winning.
I don't think so. Shorty, your man for you in it. Man, look at man, cold world. 2 favorite DEI hires. Man. Kimosa. That's what they call you in the chat. Kimosa. Chatty House legend. Why aren't you working, Kimberly? Nah, Michael, I don't have any Balenciagas. I've looked at those shoes a couple of times. I just don't think I like them. KC just out there talking. The whole staff here, he's just out here hanging out, just talking. Kimberly jumping in the chat and talking crazy. We got. Oh, okay. All right. So first of all, I won.
He did.
I won. I said we got new regime. I love y'all. Look, oh man. See, I love y'all. Y'all are amazing people. Okay, just brought in my own pizza. Well, no. Did we not just have a discussion? Did we not just have a discussion this week?
Oh,
this looks fire though. This looks insane.
Hey, so there's just boxes out there to take or what?
This looks insane. Yo,
this is. Hey, shout out Motorhead Pizza. This is.
I can't. We literally had the discussion this week. Did Jesse just walk out?
Yeah, he gone.
Jesse
left. Look, he saw it was Motorhead Pizza. He said, "I'm out."
Jesse just left.
Hey, this looks fire.
This looks crazy.
This looks really, really good.
Man, how bad would it be if I ate this?
Just do it. Just do it. Motorhead Pizza. Man.
You are the worst friend.
Motorhead Pizza, man. Go. Hey, look at this.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
Look
Thank you.
This.
No, Karosh, I don't know. Karosh was trying to signal something to me. Yeah, come on.
Come through. Yeah.
What's up, Karosh? We're live, just so you know. Oh no, I'm not gluten free. It's okay. It's dairy. Yeah, no, these two jackasses. We just had a cut.
Come on, man.
You want this?
Let's go.
You can have this. You can send that to Jesse. It's okay.
It's
all right.
Crazy.
That looks incredible. These your people? Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Motorhead Pizza. Shout out to Karosh and Pamela Love. Shout out Pamela Love. Pamela's so dope. You got to refer to her by her full name.
Good looking.
Pamela Love. Shout out to our man Karosh. Always looking out for us.
It's a new era.
No, it is a new era. It is a new era. What I think is funny though, KC is my man. KC is my man. This brother walking. Hey, first of all, he walks in like he just grabbed the best like drugs ever. He's like, hey, y'all, hey, I got you right here. This legit right here. It's legit. It's like cool, dope. No. This week we had a conversation about how I miss real pizza and can't eat it.
Hey, he put that right in front of you too.
No, he sure did. I was going
It had
to.
him thinking.
Yeah, the barbecue looks fire.
Had you come back with a box, I would have eaten that.
See, I was going to because, of course, like, I gave your pizza to
Yeah,
KC.
he did say that.
Okay.
But I wanted you to see it.
No, I saw it.
But he did say it was for me and Justin.
You had me questioning
He said, hey, D'Lo, look at this pizza.
Man, that joker was fire. Well, tell me how it is.
No, I will.
You guys are asses.
I like this new regime. I like this.
Yeah, hey, I like Odyssey now.
Yeah. I like Odyssey with the new pizza.
Hey, before we were just getting slices. Now we're getting whole boxes of pizza.
Whole boxes. And see, now we got a crew that really look out for us.
They do.
Karosh.
They do.
Our people out there, they really look out
Big
for
ups,
us.
man. Big ups, man.
Kimberly don't. Kimberly jumped in the chat to call
Kimberly
us
talking crazy.
DEI hires.
I ain't even seen Lil Kim in a while,
Saying
man.
she's on her lunch break. It's 1:52. Ain't nobody on a lunch break
what
at
you talking
1:52.
about?
Kimberly.
Lil Kim, tap into Between the Sheets on Sunday night, man. Make sure you tapped in. Everybody else too.
This show's about to go to hell because all I'm thinking about is that pizza.
Oh yeah, you would have loved this.
It's fire, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Hey, I gotta get some. But I have something.
What?
I gotta get some pizza.
Okay. Well, finish your sentence, bro. You look, you said some pretty outrageous stuff yesterday when we went off the air about Monty McNair. This man kept repeating it over and over and over again. I'm like, bro, you don't hear yourself, do you?
Oh, hey, that was
even
crazy.
James was like, bam.
That was wild. I can't even front. I did have something that it was like bump it or dump it, but I think it's a little more serious than bump it or dump it. So I'll ask you right now.
This is the best show in the world. I swear to God, this show is incredible.
I'll ask you right now because this is actually ridiculous.
Okay.
And then we could talk about the NFL draft.
Yeah, right.
Did you see last night there were people in Cleveland that couldn't watch that game?
I don't think I did.
It was on NBA TV. Whenever an NBA game is on NBA TV, it's blacked out.
Okay.
So you could only watch it if you have Bally Sports Ohio, which a lot of networks like their Comcast or Xfinity or whatever have gotten rid of.
Okay. Oh.
So that Cleveland Heat game,
man.
a lot of people in Ohio couldn't watch. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's awful. So like I don't, you might not, did they not like air it on like Cavs.com? Did they not make it accessible for people to watch?
I'm not sure how they maneuvered around that, but the same thing is going on tonight in Denver. So I saw something where somebody put out Denver, TNT's not carrying it. So it's on NBA TV. If you're in Denver, you can only watch it on altitude. Once again, there are a lot of people that don't have altitude. So what you do is the guy found the workaround. You go to altitudeplus.com, sign up for a 3-day trial, and that's how you're able to watch it. That's crazy. The hoops people have to go through in their home place to watch these games.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough look. It ties into actually a story. I kind of had it on our notes. I didn't think we'd get to it, but we had it. And it's Adam Silver. Adam Silver talked to the Sports Business Journal. I think it was the Sports Business Journal podcast like a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he clearly hates regional sports deals. He called them, what was the line that he used? He called it legacy media. And he said teams are like trapped by it. And he without saying it, he clearly wants out of the regional network business.
What's his solution? Do you know?
My guess, just a guess, is he wants these individual packages to be available on YouTube or on NBA.com or on Max or on whatever your preferred streaming platform is.
Like they do on League Pass where you have a team specific League Pass.
Yeah, right.
That's kind of greedy.
But I don't know that it is, because I think what his point is, and he did discuss this. I didn't mean to leave this part out. Is a lot of these regional sports networks are moving tiers in cable clusters. So, back in the archaic days of here, it cost $29.99 to have 120 channels. It cost $49.99 to have 200 channels. It costs $69.99 to have all of the channels. Those regional sports networks are slowly moving up to you can't get the basic tier anymore.
Right.
And it's slowly moving up tiers to where it's like, we're in this incredible, time where everything we go to purchase is incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
You've got 50 billion streaming platforms, which people sign up for. And every year they're all raising their prices. They're raising their prices by $1. They're raising their prices by $5. When I subscribed to YouTube TV 2 years ago, it was like $12 cheaper. And now it's like now it feels like all of this stuff is evening out.
Yeah.
So his thing is, if you keep moving these regional sports networks to these higher tiers, people keep falling off of those. Like I'm not essentially paying $20 more for that single channel that I want.
Right.
And he wants to get teams off of those deals and have. I don't know if the equivalent of Clippers TV is his solution, or selling, get your royalty package for Sacramento Kings basketball over on YouTube TV.
That makes sense. Sorry, Adam Silver. That makes sense. Now and I'm sure contractually he can't do certain things.
And if you look, one final note, if you look at local numbers, you see they've plummeted. Local viewing numbers. There was so much talk about TNT and ESPN and what basketball numbers, what viewing ratings look like this year. The regional numbers were substantially worse.
I wonder why that is.
I think it's because people don't have that tier of that tier that the network is in anymore.
Because one of the things, and maybe people have put their foot down, and that's a good thing too. But one of the things I think these TV providers would kind of bank on is we can put that there because they may be able to work around and not live with HGTV or Nickelodeon or something. But all these Kings fans are not going to live without NBC Sports California.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, so we're going to put this here because they're not going to dispose of that. They'll dispose of everything that they can watch on demand or get an app for. They can't get an app for this, so they ain't going to dispose of it. And maybe people actually said, no, I just can't do it. I'll find another workaround. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense when he puts it that way. The one thing I would ask Adam is, and once again, maybe it's contractual, maybe it's legalities to it all, is why don't you make a Kings game available on League Pass?
Oh, thank you.
Like,
thank you for the people who pay $150, whatever. Let me watch my team on League Pass.
Yeah.
With all of the benefits that come with having League Pass,
exactly.
the multi-views and all of those different things.
Well, do they do that just to drive you towards the regional sports networks? Though?
That's what it always felt like, but now he hates them.
Well, it's like probably
because if I had League Pass and I was able to watch my local team, there's no reason for me to have.
Well, and that's the thing. Why would, because he's talking about, he says trapped in these legacy media deals because NBC Sports California is paying the Sacramento Kings. And then if we, people like us and a lot of people, the basketball people watching this show, listening to this show, they subscribe to League Pass. And those are people who don't, in the scenario that you just provided, those are people who don't need NBC Sports California. So you're undercutting the team's ability to make money through a regional sports deal by airing their games on League Pass. So you have to pick your poison if you're Adam Silver.
Right.
Do you allow themselves to lock themselves into these legacy media deals, or do you eliminate the protections that make the legacy deals, I guess, profitable? I don't know if they are for NBC Sports California and meaningful for the Sacramento Kings, or insert local team here.
And once again, so how do you, if you're Adam Silver, and you probably just laid this out, I'm saying it maybe in a different way, how do you convince these teams that will make up for the money that you're about to lose by us destroying this local deal? Do you get a piece of League Pass?
And that's how I don't know how League Pass works. Like, I don't know how do they rely on Jesse checking the Boston Celtics box when he subscribes for League Pass to say that that's his favorite team. And it's like, well, you get a certain percentage of Jesse's money because he indicated he's a Celtics fan. I have no clue how that works. League Pass is very reasonably priced for what you get. It's not it's not Sunday Ticket.
Right.
Sunday Ticket, every year that comes around, it's like, do I really need this? And I think about it for so long, I forget, and it just charges. And it's like, well, God damn it. That happened for like 3 straight years. That's a multi-$100 investment. That's not what League Pass is. So I don't know how you divide that amongst the 30 teams in the league.
AR says that I'm trying to find the article itself.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it says that the league just pulls a portion of League Pass revenue and distributes that to the teams.
That I guess that makes sense. So it's like, but it's equal distribution. I would assume.
Yeah.
I would assume, because again, how would you determine that KC is a Knicks fan and and Jesse's a Celtics fan?
First of all, I press skip every time.
That's the right way to do it.
Every time they ask me.
That's the right way.
I just skip. You don't need to know who my favorite team is. I want to see the league just in general.
Yeah.
But
they just get a portion of the revenue from League Pass. That's it pretty much. And then you make your other money through regional sports networks, it says.
And that's the thing. Like, say the portion is $10 million for League Pass. And I've got a $10 million deal with NBC Sports California. If you are going to destroy NBC Sports California, well, where am I getting my other $10 million from?
Yeah.
And I think Adam's like, I haven't figured that out yet, but I know this is bad for you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure it out. But that's crazy. That can't happen. And like, it's ridiculous that it happens in a regular season, but this is the playoffs. And
what is this, the NHL?
Yeah. Well, those guys. Where's PK at now? I saw those ratings going down 27%. Hey, PK, worry about yourself before you worry about the NBA. Like, I work for the NBA. But like, you're in a situation where, you know, with the ratings for the first weekend were really, really good. And people really want to watch your product and what you got going on. And then they get to a situation where you got to put them on NBA TV. And for whatever reason, you got this blackout thing with NBA TV. And there are Cavs fans who can't watch the Cavs games, or Nuggets fans who can't watch this Nuggets game. And that is awful for your biggest time of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, for playoff, this is inexcusable. Absolutely inexcusable. This is a miss by everyone involved.
Yeah.
The league, the team, the networks. This is an absolute miss by everyone involved.
The NBA could fix this and just open up the NBA TV portal for the postseason. Like, just do that. Like,
yeah.
Because they don't really have no control over Xfinity not having Bally's no more or something like that. Just open up the portal. Bad job.
It feels like regional sports networks are becoming a bigger problem than solution, in mainly because it's only baseball and basketball. This doesn't apply to football at all. Yeah, maybe hockey. I know far less about how their television distribution stuff works, but I know I've read a lot about baseball, and I've read a lot about the frustrations that some teams have had with their local networks. And obviously, we read nonstop about what's going on in the NBA about this stuff.
In situations like Northern California, I don't know. Well, maybe I do know what's stopping it, but like, why wouldn't Giants, A's, Niners, Kings, Sharks get together and say, we're creating this network?
I don't know.
Now, one issue may be, the Giants, I think, get the most out of that cluster. They get the most.
That
money.
Would be it.
So that
would be it. We don't want there's no equal distribution. The Sharks aren't eating off of our viewership.
Yeah. And then the Niners just, they probably get a lot of it. They don't even air their games on.
And who gets custody of Bonte Hill in that situation? That's what I want to know. Who gets custody of Bonte?
Breaking down Kings games. Bonte gonna be
out here talking about empty calories. Empty calories.
Poor Deuce Mo gonna be at the Sharks game.
Oh.
I gotta go to the Sharks game next year, man. Next year.
I'm trying to get to a baseball game this year. Much less a Sharks game.
Go see those White Sox this weekend.
Well, that was my plan. I don't know that that's going to happen. I might just buy some tickets. $35. Great seats for $35.
They're there.
I'm not exactly picking a juggernaut of a weekend to go see the A's play baseball.
Anybody, real quick, Jesse, do you know anybody that plays on the White Sox?
Andrew Benintendi.
He's still there?
Yeah, he's still there. Left
You
fielder.
could be making that up for all I know.
Luis Robert Jr.
No, I'm out. Now you got me now. Although they are an American League team, so I would expect you to know a little bit more than I would.
Michael Kopech still on that team, I think.
That's good knowledge. Look at our White Sox leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benintendi's
that's
is the only one I
Southside?
know. Yeah.
Red Sox also just played the White Sox, so
Southside.
just this past weekend.
They
like
did.
the other day.
They did.
Well, we got the Rangers and the A's right. Rangers and A's right now. Rangers head to San Francisco next.
Yeah.
To take
My
on
girl
the Giants.
Pamela Love says she's going out there this weekend.
To the Giants game?
Yeah, she's a big Giants fan.
She's a big Giants fan. She was. I think she's a big 49ers fan.
Mhm.
She was hyped. She was very excited about the draft today. I was like, oh,
Glad she didn't listen to this show.
well, I was like, we might talk about it today. I'm not sure. And the fact that it's 2:07, it'd be funny if we brought it up now, like 4 minutes before break, and that was it. No, we did it.
I had a busy morning, and I wanted to do this, though. I was thinking about it yesterday. I wanted to listen to a number of different radio stations around the country and figure out if we literally were the only ones that wouldn't be talking about the NFL draft. Because I told you yesterday, after that Pistons-Knicks game, the Pistons, their first playoff win in almost 20 years. And, they tied up the series or whatever. I turn on to Detroit. They're like, yeah, maybe we should give up the entire draft to go get Abdul Carter. Like, what?
Well, there's just no football team here.
Can I put something out? That's very true. Like that's a big deal. Like
are we talking to Niners fans? Are we talking to Raiders fans?
Right.
Are we talking to one Dolphin fan in the studio?
Well, I mean, there's
too many
Packers
teams.
fans
Yeah.
watching. There's
Cowboys.
Bears fans watching. There's Cowboy fans watching.
If they were the Sacramento 49ers, do you think we would have touched on the draft?
Yeah.
Oh,
we'd be all
absolutely.
over it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we'd be all over it.
I think the interest would be different. And it's football. It's not baseball. Like, I think it would be different. Like, if the MLB draft was today, like, well, just tell me what happened. And
MLB doesn't even promote their draft.
like, it just starts happening. It's like, what's going on?
I think
there's a
Mike
draft.
Trout was literally the only
There's a
one to
draft
ever
today.
show up to the MLB draft, and the first person or something like that.
It just starts happening. The last 2 years, they've tried to make it an event. It comes on Sunday
Really?
evening. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They get rid of,
didn't either.
or they actually do the rounds thing, right? So like NFL. So I think the first round is on Sunday. The slot where Sunday Night Baseball is the MLB draft. And the people are there. It's like it looks just like the NFL and NBA drafts. They actually do a pretty good
They
job.
must
of
have,
it.
like you said, just started doing that because it used to be a Wednesday.
Yeah, it used
Wednesday
to
afternoon
we
at, like,
be in the middle of the
12:30.
show and with the
Yeah.
first selection. What?
In their studios where Harold Reynolds demonstrates the ground ball.
It's 1:30. Like, well, what is going on?
They were just playing wiffle ball on quick pitch 30 minutes ago.
No, I think like 2 years ago they started that. They, like I said, they actually do a good job. But I also don't know these people. They tell us who they are or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. But I don't watch for more than like 20 minutes.
Well, congratulations.
Last time I
Or
cared
I'm
about an
sorry.
MLB draft pick, Kyler Murray went like 9th to the A's, I think, or whatever that
Damn,
was.
We could have been seeing
Oh,
Kyler
man.
Murray. We do get to see, if you go to the game on Saturday, Nick Kurtz.
Who?
Nick Kurtz.
So, yep.
So the announcers have been
Yep.
instructed
To pause. Yep. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the same thing I told our friend. Still not as bad as Steve's son. Steve Kerr needs a talking to for naming his son Nicholas. You have set so many people up in Nicholas's life for failure.
I don't think his name is Nicholas.
It's Nick?
Pretty sure. I'll double check. But we
So what's his
I
full-
think we
what's
did
his-
talk about that. Yeah, it is. I think so.
No
I think
way.
so. I don't think it's
No
Nicholas.
way.
Because I
Yeah,
think at
it's
some
not,
point,
bro. It's
yeah.
just-
No, it absolutely
Oh, yeah,
is. It absolutely
Okay,
is.
okay.
It's
Yeah.
Nicholas.
His name is Nicholas.
All right, well, start calling me
His
Nicholas.
middle name is Zwicker. Hold up.
All right, man.
Hold up. That's
With a
okay.
Z.
That's got to be Wikipedia having fun. That can't possibly
That's
be
what I'm
his
saying,
middle
I don't
name.
know.
That can't be his middle name. That cannot be his
No,
middle
man,
name.
come on.
I'm gonna. What is Steve Kerr's son's middle name.
It's almost as bad as his name. And
man.
What's the prospect's name?
Nick Kurtz. He's a bad boy too. He the other day in batting practice.
There is no amount of pausing that makes Steve Kerr's son's name okay.
I can't find anything else that disputes this, by the way. Like, I can't find another thing that says his middle name is just what Wikipedia has.
And then, I'm like heavy on the T and the Z. Like when I say Kurt, like I'm heavy on that. So I'm talking about Nick Kurtz.
How high was Steve when he named his son this?
Well, that Tucson weed go crazy.
Nicholas.
Oh, yeah, Reddit has it. So, yeah, I think that's it.
Swicker Kerr, a.k.a. Nick Kerr. See,
that's the right amount.
There's
of pause
it's not.
There
is no level of pause that makes it okay. Watch, Nick Kerr. It still sounds the same.
What you're hoping is that you get so far away from Nick that you just Kerr.
Nope.
Bro, he said it the first time. I was like, do I need to dump that?
Nope. Look at Scott here. Even the pause doesn't do anything good.
Hey, naming your kids matters, dude.
Oh man,
unbelievable.
Well,
yeah, you got to call him Nicholas.
All right.
Oh,
Mr. Kerr.
Kurtz made his MLB debut.
Well, congratulations.
Because he got a hit, an RBI. Yeah.
We will talk.
Let's do it, man.
The NFL draft.
Allegedly.
What a moment. D'Lo and Casey return on ESPN 1320.
I'm going to be out there on Saturday, too.
Are you going out there Saturday?
Yeah, I might be on the lawn.
That's good. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be out there for sure. But
that's what Jazz says she want to go on the lawn for Mother's Day. Because the Yanks are in town.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get out there, so I'm going to start this weekend.
Damn, this pizza does look hella good.
You got pepperoni on yours?
Yeah, I got pepperoni and sausage, I think.
The barbecue's fire.
That's the one you have barbecue?
Yeah.
This stuff is crazy. Oh, man. Wow.
So I'm going to be out there, too. Little D'Lo and Casey gathering.
Well,
what is the concessions prices looking like out there? Maybe if I want to get a beverage or something.
I don't know. I did get. What did I get? I got popcorn and a drink. I don't remember how much I paid, but I wasn't like, oh, I'll never do this again. So it's probably reasonable.
Damn, John Paul, that's what I've been saying.
Wow. All right, man. All right. They need to stop that. Is there any cheap beer anywhere?
No, but like if you're gonna sell, it should be like $9 if you're gonna try and make some money off it or something. Like $15-$16 is a little much. I'm assuming that's tall cans though. Russ is Motorhead Pizza. It's Detroit style, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
right?
man. Motorhead Pizza. They're on Loomis. This is fire.
Oh yeah, what's the parking situation looking like over there? We got any spots?
When I went, because I ain't tripping off a walk. I parked in the old sack.
I gotcha.
I parked in the old sack, just walked over.
Yeah, I might just do that though.
Walk across the bridge. I'm there. I'm not messing with the parking lot though.
Well, I'm never trying to pay like more than $20 for parking.
No, man. I would park Saturday, will be a little different because it's not free parking. Matter of fact, did they start that yet? Where they're charging for parking on Sunday downtown? It's just a crime.
I didn't know they were starting. I thought that was always
they was free. It was free,
Yeah.
and I think at the beginning of the year, I saw you guys would know in there. Have they started to charge for Sunday parking yet? Which is just a crime. But I say that to say, and I'd park somewhere on J Street and take a nice little walk. 36 is that for one soda? I'm not even familiar with the soda.
Oh no, that's some Modelo with some tomato juice in it.
Oh my God!
Lord have mercy!
Oh my God! You want a cookie?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna come grab one actually. Yeah.
These are crazy. You gotta get.
These are coming through. Wow!
Oh my God!
That's what they doing in Motorhead Pizza. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's the spot.
Damn. Pour one out, KC. Sunday parking fees have started.
Where, downtown?
That's what the streets are saying.
What happened to the city I love?
Hey, shout out to Motorhead Pizza.
Big ups, bro.
Oh my God. You got to come in here and get some of these. These cookies are crazy. I don't know where Motorhead Pizza is, but find it and go to it immediately.
I think Carosa and Loomis.
Okay. All right. That's the rich area. Yeah. That's where Ron Artest lives.
That's where bro, what are you talking about? You know all the rich spots.
You got your nerve, bro.
What are you talking about? I saw Instagram post about the median price of houses in these different areas of Sacramento. East Sac is up to like 998,000.
Wow. Oh, shout out East Sac.
Yeah, and that's just the median. So obviously that means there's a number of them that go for well over $1 million.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. John Paul says, Domas. I always wondered where Domas was. I thought Domas lived in like Napa, but had a spot by the arena.
Yeah, I pulled a Kobe and had a suite at the Sawyer when you want to drive back.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I made that up.
Where's Loomis at? I'm not even familiar.
It's like if I got it right, it's Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, Loomis. It's like it's kind of clustered.
Like
it's right. It's not far. That might be a little off. It might be like to the right or left or something, but it's in the general vicinity of like Rockland, Granite Bay, all of that stuff.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. So he has. That's an interesting commute for Domas between having a spot in Napa and then a house in the Loomis Granite Bay area. But salute.
To be fair, no, he's not getting the Redfin password. I'm not saying that. If he wants to be,
are you trying to move Domas?
No.
Oh, you're trying to buy Domas's house?
No, not that either. I'm letting people know. Domas say you want to be here. All right, you're here. Let's work. We don't need no clarity. We need to work with what we got. That's all I'm saying.
I think Domas is going to be ready to work.
I think he is too.
I think Domas.
And I always say this, and maybe I'm stalling him out a little bit. He didn't say that.
Right.
That was a story of like what he may have trying to be getting out there or whatever, but he never said, when he was asked with his own words, he said, I love Sacramento. I want to be here. And that's what I'll leave with when I talk about Domas.
Normally when someone says they want to be here, it's the kiss of death, though.
Never leaving.
I'm pretty sure Chris Webber said, I want to be here forever, and like was in Philadelphia 48 hours later.
40.
Real quick, those cookies are fire.
But right?
That's different.
Yeah.
Motorhead,
I thought it was going to be something. It was something else.
Yep.
You need to ride with us,
that's a big time win.
Come on, Motorhead.
Yeah, that's a big time win.
They did.
I never had like the salt on it or whatever.
That
see, there are people.
The Kings do that.
The Kings do, and every once in a while, you get a little stupid. You can do the salt on the cookie, but if you do not mess up, because you will ruin the whole cookie if you get cute with the salt.
You throwing away a cookie because of that?
Absolutely. This one,
not this one. They did their thing.
On, man.
This one.
Tyler Jennings says salt good on next two. Disagree.
Wow. Boy, that is
10 toes down for life.
That is the definitive Jesse Tapia take.
Oh man. Are in Pittsburgh, do they put salt on their cookies?
I'll tell you what about Pittsburgh. You talk about teams being on the clock. You dummies. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
21. Y'all got about 5 hours. Y'all are really sitting around waiting on this idiot. Is it 21?
21.
If the 21 pick gets here and they don't select a quarterback, fire everyone. I know that's not their bag, and I know they would never. But my God.
What if you aren't completely sold on Shedeur Sanders as like the guy?
So Shedeur is definitively the second quarterback.
Yeah.
It's just
wait, you talking about between 2 and 3 or 1 to 2? Because 1 we know who it is.
Well, 1 is Cam.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think
so. Who's the number 2 quarterback?
Depends on what team you ask.
And I think they're tripping.
If you ask the Giants, it's Jackson Dart, according to everyone. Schefter said it.
Yeah, like
they are not taking Jackson Dart.
Not at 3. They might take Abdul Carter or try to take whoever at 3 and then trade back in because they have the second pick of the second round. Trade back into the first, take Jackson Dart.
And Jackson Dart that's a good ball player. He's not better than Shedeur Sanders. He's not. I think people are really bugging.
That's what happens when you drink juice instead of eat cookies. You die on the air. Eat cookies, people. Sorry.
The people are really like Shedeur is. I don't want to put too much on it, but Shedeur is really good. He's a really good quarterback. And
so are we still at the 1.5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round? We're still on the less. I mean, you two are still on the less.
I'm on the less.
I think I'm still on the less.
I cannot believe that.
It's gonna take someone trading into the first round unless the Steelers take Shedeur. I think
it's a good
I'm taking more. I cannot believe only 1 quarterback gets taken in the first round.
I'm looking at I think this is usually Pat Briscoe of CBS. I believe that's who it is. Yep, Pete Prisco. Excuse me. He's only got Cam Ward going in the first round as of today. So
okay. I don't think that happens.
I think Jackson ends up with Giant and then Shedeur ends up with the Steelers or Saints.
Both in the second round.
Yeah, and
I can see Shedeur in the first. Like they're talking about the Saints trading back into the first too and stuff like that.
I don't know why the Saints wouldn't take him with their 9th pick.
Now, I don't think teams are sold on Shedeur for that high. I think that's why he's sliding because you can't for what you could get like a linebacker, just insert position. You could get a better player at that spot.
Would you risk if you're Pittsburgh trading down?
For what you mean?
To get Shedeur later? If you think Shedeur is too big of a shot at 21, do you risk trading down and getting him later in the first round?
Yeah, because there's nobody after you that's taking the quarterback. So I'd be open to that. You've got the Chargers, Packers.
You probably can't go past what? The start of the
second round for sure. I think Shedeur, if he's there for the Browns, well, the Giants might get a quarterback. But let's just say Jackson Dart hasn't been drafted. If Shedeur's there for the Browns or the Giants, I think
who's the Browns' current quarterback? Did they say they didn't sign one, right?
Trying to think who played for them at the end.
I'm almost positive Joe Flacco's back.
Oh, they signed Joe. I know Joe Flacco signed somewhere. I don't think I realized it was Cleveland.
Let me see here. Let me pull this thing up real quick. They have
Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and Deshaun.
Kenny Pickett. They did sign. Didn't they sign him?
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett. That was crazy.
So yeah, they definitely still need a quarterback.
Yikes.
But Pittsburgh, if Pittsburgh isn't taking Shedeur, I'm just not sure what they're doing or what they have going on. Like, I'm not saying you have a perfect roster, but you went and got DK Metcalf. The defense has already been the defense, and you can add to that throughout the draft. The one thing you're really missing is a quarterback, and you got a guy right there where
it might be him.
You could draft Shedeur, and I don't want him, but you could draft him and get Aaron Rodgers. So why not just draft Shedeur?
I don't know what's going on with
I
Rodgers.
don't want Shador. I don't want Shador in a quarterback room with that dude.
I understand, but if they're
I don't want my team in a room with that dude, but that's just me.
That's facts. But if they're looking at like, oh man, we could get Aaron Rodgers, like there should be no thinking about it. Like get Shador, get Aaron Rodgers. You have them both there.
I was talking to Casey before the show. Shador was like on some podcast or something talking about the top quarterback wide receiver duos. He names a couple, and he's like, yeah, whoever's thrown to DK Metcalf and George Pickens this season too. Maybe he knows some.
Is Shador the story of this draft tonight? At least round 1. I think it's either him or Genty.
It's not Genty, I don't think.
No,
I don't think
people.
I don't think he is.
I
don't know what the story of this draft
is.
Is the story of the draft.
The story of the draft is
weird.
Like the top 4 picks.
The lack of quarterbacks. Because, how many years has it been where 5 quarterbacks get drafted in the first round? Is it teams not reaching for quarterbacks that they don't like? Is it? Again, I do not think it's Cam and Cam only. Someone, I'm putting my money on one other quarterback getting drafted in the first round.
Is this John Poles has in the chat house? Is it Travis Hunter? I'm intrigued about where he goes.
Well, he made it more intriguing with what he said about a week ago.
About playing both sides of the ball?
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, and they said if they don't let him, he don't want to play there. But I think like these guys are great, but I think them being in the top 4 is already done. So I don't know if that's the story. Like that's something we've already known now for a couple months. We don't know where Genty's going to go, and we don't know where Shador is going to go. And I think that's for me at least, that's the intrigue of this draft. Because Genty, what would they say? Genty probably wouldn't get past the Bears at 10. That's the thought. But he could go anywhere between 5 and 10.
Yeah, they were talking Cowboys this morning. They have the 12th pick, and they were saying if they want Genty, you're going to trade up for that. He's not going all the way to 12. At least they're assuming.
Hell, to be honest with you.
But that's the story of the draft, though?
Yeah, because these looked at as like Saquon. Like he's looked at as somebody that can change your fortunes and change your franchise. He is, for a lack of a better term, the return of the running back. He's looked at like a game changer. So if you can get him, he might change your fortunes.
I mean, if you're Vegas, you don't let him get past you, do you?
You would think. I think they're gonna pass on him though. I'm not sure.
I mean, they have needs. Like if you go offensive line, defensive line, whatever, you're obviously going with Geno, which is fine. You got to protect Geno. That's fine. One of the ways you could protect Geno was having a threat in the backfield.
You're right.
That's as good of a way of protecting Geno Smith as a solid offensive lineman is.
I agree with you. The other one I've seen a lot now is Genty going 5 to the Jaguars.
They're saying they're supposed to make a splash.
That'd be a good pick for them. Don't they still have old boy though from Clemson?
He's not. He's on his way out. He had a bad year this past year. Travis Etienne. Yeah.
Which is crazy because didn't he have a good year like a year ago?
He was decent. Yeah, I think.
The year they made the playoffs, he was like that dude.
Yeah, last year he was supposed to be something, and just he ended up splitting carries, I think.
Well, to D-Lo's point, let me see. Oh, wow, this is crazy. So to D-Lo's point, I'm looking at just mock draft here, and I see 3 quarterbacks.
In the first
round, they got Jackson Dart going to the Saints.
Okay.
And then in a shocker,
So that's the Saints is an interesting one to watch because of the Derek Carr situation.
Yeah. Shocker to me, and this is kind of ridiculous. They got Jalen Milroe going to Pittsburgh over Shador.
Bama, right?
Yeah. He's out of the draft.
That's a fail.
He's what?
He's at the draft. He'll be there.
Oh.
If they do that, that's just a fail. Milroe is he's a cool quarterback. He is not a day one better than Shador quarterback.
What do you think the hang up is with Shador? Why is there so much?
I think there's a couple things going on. I think number one, some people don't think he's that good. Number two, I think he intentionally has tanked some of those interviews because he's trying to control where he goes, and
which teams don't like.
They don't like that at all. So I think those two things have played the biggest role in what's going on with them. Yeah, I wish he would slip somewhere where the Niners are though, and I like Brock, but I'd take Shador. They got a lot of other needs, but they got a lot of draft picks too.
I feel like Shador is good, but like his hype also kind of not carried him, but elevated a bit.
What hasn't carried him?
Like his hype elevated him a bit.
Oh,
or maybe he's really good, but not like now we're learning he was never like a top 3 pick or anything like that.
Well, the thing about it that I talked with Jesse about too, though, is I think because I'm a big believer in Shador. I think he's as good as any quarterback in this draft, including Cam Ward. He does have some physical limitations with the arm. He doesn't have like a rocket arm, but he's tough. I think his accuracy is on point with where he throws the ball. And yeah, he had some up and down moments in Colorado, but for the first year, for sure, and a lot of the second year, that offensive line was awful. So you get him in a situation with a better offensive line, sit back, and he can actually read a defense and figure out what's going on. I think he's going to be really good. And maybe you can say that for a lot of the quarterbacks out there, but I think his accuracy and his feel for the game is top tier. That's what I think about him, but a lot of people feel differently about.
Part of me wonders. We've known the NFL to do this. By the way, we've got that keyword you need for your chance to win Kenny's Riches in the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. Your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom and Kenny Caraway. Coming up here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we'll have that keyword you need to enter over at ESPN1320.com. Again, coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Also got Matt George coming up about an hour from now. Today's Thursday, right? We got Matt George coming up at about 3:20. So make sure you tap in for that as we'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. We've known the NFL to do this. We saw it with almost in unprecedented fashion with Lamar Jackson. In truly unprecedented fashion with Colin Kaepernick. We have seen them attempt to make a point. Are they using Shador Sanders to make a point?
Never thought about it that way. I don't get those vibes.
Okay.
I don't think they're proving a point. I think some people are just turned off by Shador. Just the individual.
Okay.
And they wouldn't touch him. Like we got Nick V, who
hopefully, it's your boy.
All right. Look, I'm giving him an opportunity to speak his mind. That's all I'm doing. He says whoever drafts Shador is going to really regret it. His attitude is terrible. I point that out to say I think there are some people in the NFL who feel that. Coaches, executives who feel that way about him. There's other people who look at his attitude and his moxie, word they like to go around. They think of that's a positive.
People want you to bow. People in the NFL, they want you to bow down to them. This is you. You should be so grateful for this opportunity. You should kiss the ring. And that's how you should approach these draft interviews and all of these different things that we do. We are giving you the opportunity to live out your dream. That's how the NFL looks at this. The NFL, the NBA is a players' league. It's a star-driven league. The NFL, that's an NFL league. It's a National Football League. That's what it is. It is not about Dak Prescott or Micah Parsons. It's about that star. It's not about Brock Purdy or Fred Warner. It's about that red and gold. And it's why the Raiders can move all over the West, and most of their fans, sorry, Roddy, are just like, cool. Let's go with it. Raiders, baby. Raiders. It's why Jesse's like a Dolphins fan. Like it's a Dolphins. It is a team structured league. The players, I don't want to say the players don't matter, but they're an afterthought.
Yeah.
There are
It's the shield, man. It's the shield.
There are so few stars in the NFL. So few that when someone comes in with a star-like attitude, or a guy who was a star in college, a legitimate crossover star in college, they're Hunter Hearst Helmsley in that. That out of here.
Right.
It's not what we do here, son.
Right. You have to get acclimated to how we do things.
That's right.
King Voss in the chat also, he says he does that with his dad as the coach. What's he going to do in the NFL? And saying, like, if he got a bad attitude with his dad, what's he going to do with somebody that's not his dad? Here's an interesting thing, and I don't know, King Voss may understand this. I'm not trying to scold him, but here's the interesting thing about sons and their dads coaching. There are a lot of times when they are worse with their dad than they are with somebody else because they can't separate the two. When the
that's why Reese don't like you. I saw the way he was talking to you yesterday.
It's a shoot though. When I coach Reese, his attitude is so poor when I get on him.
He's sick of hearing you. Yeah.
But with any other coach, he's a model citizen. He is perfect. He doesn't talk back. He's extremely coachable. But when dad says it, it's not coach saying it. It's dad on my head all the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that could be the case with Shedeur. He also says there's reports he was the worst interview they ever had. So there's two things possibly going on with there as well. Yeah. Number one, I talked to you about Shedeur trying to control where he wants to go.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want to go to Jacksonville and Jacksonville interviews him, he may throw the whole interview.
Yeah.
Like, be honest with you, I hate Florida. I'd never want to go to
sticky
Florida.
Out here. Yeah, it's nasty.
It's terrible.
Urban Meyer's still here.
That may be the case. And I've heard that might have been the case with some of this stuff. Number two, there's also an element of if you're, and this happens in the NFL a lot as well, if you're the Cleveland Browns and you're like, we really like Shedeur, but I think if we play this right, we can get Travis. And if we badmouth Shedeur enough, he can fall to us at the beginning.
And that's the thing. Round. That's absolutely a thing.
So that's where you hear anonymous GMs say, oh, he's terrible.
That is absolutely a thing.
He is just an awful interview. And I don't think he's that good. He's da-da-da-da. And it's a risk. It's not a guarantee, but
it's a card to play when you might not have another card to play.
Right.
We can't afford to trade. We can't afford to do all these other things. We need all of our draft picks. How can we find a way to pull this off? That's how.
And if there's not enough, like you're looking at it, I'll use Cleveland as an example. If you're looking at Cleveland, like there's only, like we really only got to talk like 2 teams off of him because everybody else got a quarterback. It's not like it's different to do when you got to talk bad about him and hope that 12 teams pass him. Like that's not the case with the Shedeur situation. It's probably going to be like 2 teams. Like you probably got to talk the Saints and the Steelers out of drafting him. All right, well let's talk crazy about him. And if he falls to us in the beginning of the second round, guess who we drafted? And it worked.
Do you think Travis goes second?
I do. I think it's Cam, Travis. I think the Giants are going to take Carter.
Yeah,
So
they should.
I think they are. And who knows what I know they're saying Genty at 5. The 4th pick will be the Patriots. Maybe the Patriots take him, to pair him up with Mac Jones.
If Genty winds up,
not Mac Jones, but
why are we forgetting his name? Drake May.
Yeah, Drake May.
Yeah,
definitely not Mac Jones.
I think they're saying Will Campbell for the Patriots.
Isn't Mac Jones in San Francisco?
Yes.
My, how time flies. Goodness gracious.
And Polo L asked the questions. He says, Jerry, not taking Sanders at 12? Well, look, I want to address that directly because I really like Shedeur. I remember he was running around here when Dion was here, when we would go to Morton's. But, I love Dak.
I don't think Shedeur was born then, was he? Why don't you calm down, Shaq?
Hey, let Jerry talk.
Relax. What are you talking about? I was pointing at my son. He was saying, "Go win, Dad." What? He's like 3 months old. These dudes, man.
I think Dak has what it takes, and we've got CD here, and I know Micah's from Pennsylvania, and he's gonna show how they do things in Pennsylvania, and I just want to win a Super Bowl so bad. I can't wait to see what these Cowboys do. And Luka was a close friend of mine.
Kyle Shanahan, what are the Niners going to do today?
Oh,
well,
boy, you haven't dusted this one off in a while.
I know it's been a long time since we talked and stuff, and we're just going to try and get a good player and stuff. It's just one of those things where we might not make it this Sunday. So if we do, we're just going to try and get as many good players as we can and stuff, and then that's just what we're going to do.
He really talks like that too. It's like, take a breath, brother.
Now y'all just treating Kenny like a jukebox. What does the Ultimate Warrior think about the draft?
Right now, if I had Shador on my team, we will go into the other regions of the galaxy, and the galaxy will take the Ultimate Performer and have a gold chain.
We will.
Maybe we can get the Macho Man to take us to break.
Nope. We'll
come
on.
Hey, well, what would what was it yesterday?
What did you yesterday?
I did Jerry.
Yeah,
That's
Jerry Jones want to take us to break?
No, what I should have done, I can't believe I already forgot the gimmick.
Look at
I was going to interrupt Kenny's impersonations with worse impersonations.
All the people in the chattos are calling for it. Look at Tyler Jennings, D-Lo. What does the Macho Man think? The people want it.
Give the people what they want. Give them what they need.
Y'all want it? It's too damn bad.
Oh,
have
look
that
at
keyword.
Damian Cena here.
He said you got to catch the impression at the PLE.
I've always been a good guy. We'll come back. We'll have that keyword you need to win that $500 e-Visa gift card courtesy of the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway coming up here. That's at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Matt George at 3:20. We'll talk more about the draft here when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Hey.
It's ESPN 1320. Man, I'm gonna mess around and eat one more cookie. These two great. They left donuts in here too. I ain't eating that donut.
That might be the best cookie I ever had.
Oh my God, these cookies are so good. Little heel turn. Can't help it. If you need a quarterback, then it's Cam or Shador. Personally, I would take Shador. Who says that? Desmond says that. Okay. Thinking. Who the 49ers gonna draft today? He's got me thinking like the Macho Man wants to talk a little football here.
Maxwell Israel, look it.
Hey, what's up, Maxwell? I see him. What's up, Maxwell?
Maxwell, we thought they were Mandela affecting us.
Yeah, we didn't know what was going on, man.
I hate that this shake has turned me into anti-salt, but that's what I gotta do. I'll do it.
Ash, do I have an MLB team? I do not. I don't really have a favorite team, period, except for the Kings. Like I love the Kings, man. I'm from Sacramento, but I used to be a Cowboys fan. I stopped doing that because I couldn't deal with I actually became a Cowboys fan just to agitate my grandpa because he loved the 49ers, and it was with the early 90s. And I started becoming a little more aware of sports and a little more locked in, and I would just root for the Cowboys against because it would just drive him crazy. And, of course, they won a little bit, and I become a Cowboy fan. Dion gets there, and then that just winds up being your team. Then they stink, for the next whatever. And then the Kaepernick stuff happened, and Jerry talked too much, and I just decided I was out. I couldn't deal with it anymore. Never had a favorite baseball team. Went to a lot of A's games growing up. Went to more Giants games growing up. I've been to Candlestick many times. I like rooting for athletes. I like watching sports. Even that's even true in basketball because y'all know how much I love Russell Westbrook. Like, I would love for Russell Westbrook to get a title, even if that means the Nuggets win. And I'm so conflicted in that series because I really like the Clippers, like the makeup of the team. So I've always been a fan of players, and being with a player for so long, it just taught me to appreciate athletes a little bit differently. So,
David, I wouldn't say that I hate Cleveland, more so tell the truth about Cleveland and just the kind of city it is. But the team is great, but you had a coughing attack from all the dust over there.
Day games at Wrigley, yeah, man, for sure. Wrigley is I have been there maybe 2 or 3 times, and it's one of those. I felt walking into Wrigley felt more special than walking into Yankee Stadium. Now, it might have been because Yankee Stadium was new. All of that stuff right there. Yeah, that's all you. That's all you.
It's also a Little League field, so why would you feel good about that?
Yeah.
The hell's wrong with this guy?
Wrigley definitely felt special, though.
You know what? It was actually pretty cool the first time I went there.
Nah, ain't that, but he's playing well. He is playing great.
The first time I went there, I was like, damn, this is actually pretty cool.
Wrigley? Or where?
Dodger Stadium.
Oh.
Like, this is because it's one of the old parks, right? Like, it's been there forever.
Boy, wow.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Hey.
Come on. I'm not a hater.
No.
I'm not a hater.
No, it doesn't matter. Just step all over this.
Yeah.
We're going to have to clip that and send it to Jason.
I'm not a hater.
No, go ahead. Repeat what you just said for the radio
Dodger
audience.
Stadium was a pretty cool stadium when I went there for the first time. It was.
I could go to Yankee Stadium. I'll never say a good thing about it, even if I had a good time. Like,
look,
rivalries mean nothing to you, sir?
I don't like the Red Sox. But if I go to Fenway, I'm like,
that's fine. But like Red Sox Giants is nothing. Like Dodgers Giants is like
Fenway was the same as Wrigley. I went to Fenway more than Wrigley. Like I've only been to Yankee Stadium once. It was the new one, and it was great. Yeah. Like the experience was really cool. But when you go to Wrigley felt special. Like Fenway felt special. The Yankee Stadium didn't. It felt cool. Like this is a really cool part. It didn't feel like there was oh man, this is like so much has happened here. It felt like that at Wrigley and Fenway.
See, and that's what I'm talking about with Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium been around for a long time.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say that.
Look, the views from up there are pretty dope.
You are not helping your cause at all.
I'm not a hater. This goes to show when I start talking crazy about somebody, it's not because I'm a hater. I just keep it a stack.
No, you need to be a hater sometimes. Like hating is cool.
Well, you know I hate the Dodgers. You know I hate.
No, I don't think anyone knows that.
I hate the Dodgers, but Dodger Stadium was pretty cool.
Did you have the same feeling walking through Giants Stadium or AT&T Park, whatever you want to call it, Oracle Park?
No, the feeling was 10 times better. Like this is the
10
best.
times really was 10 times better.
This is the best stadium ever made. Oracle Park is that. Oracle Park is that.
Now you're telling her how much you love her and how beautiful she is.
Petco's dope.
Isn't
but
the one in
Oracle
Baltimore
Park.
pretty fire?
It is.
Camden? It's pretty fire, right?
I've never been there. I've driven
past it too.
But yeah, it's pretty fire.
You know what I love about is it you? What's Baltimore? What's the Ravens?
M&T Bank Stadium, I think it is.
Like it's just like if we were here, it's just like off the 80. Like if you're driving in Baltimore on a Sunday, you just watch the game as if you're stuck in traffic on the freeway.
No, it's legit like
because it's over and it's like sunken a little bit. So like you see into the stadium.
It's legit like the rail yards.
That's exactly that is the perfect description
It's
of
like
it.
on the outskirts
That's
of downtown.
exactly what
but
it's
still
like.
downtown. Like,
And it's just if you just looked, hey, Ray Lewis got a tackle.
facts.
All right.
You could see the video board. If,
Yeah.
like, from where you're driving and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta get to a Baltimore Ravens game. But no, I mean Oracle. There's nothing better. There's nothing better. PNC looks dope too.
Yeah, PNC Park.
PNC look dope. It definitely does. That's the Pirates.
Pirates, okay.
It looks dope.
Oh yeah, that does look great.
But Oracle, man, come on, man. That's the one.
What's PNC stand for?
It's I think it's like a bank out there.
Oh,
I think it's national a little bit too, but I think it's a bank.
Okay, let's get TC in here. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. TC, talk to me.
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Oh man, vibing. You know, it's draft day, man. We gonna pick back up on the Kings and Perry tomorrow, man. You know, he in the lab right now working.
Okay.
As far as the Niners, bro, the first pick, bro, should be an offensive tackle. Period.
Okay.
Hands down. Offensive tackle, second round pick. This is a shoot. Draft a quarterback. I'm out, but that's all I got, bro. Draft a quarterback, second round pick. That's all I got.
Are you out on Brock, TC?
You ain't hear him? He said he's out. The man's got nothing else to say.
Just like, all right.
He said
he seemed pretty like beat up about it.
He's out on Brock. He don't like Brock. TC don't like Brock. TC always talking about don't pay him.
You don't like Brock because of how they did Trey Lance too. I think this is what this all stems
too.
from. This all of this. The last 3 years all stems from how they did Trey Lance. And it's all just
so
built
Trey
over
Lance
time.
would have been successful if he hadn't been drafted by the 49ers or if he had given more of a shot.
I think TC's thing, if he was given more of a shot, Trey Lance would have been the dude.
Let's ignore the fact that he's been on other teams. And
This is a bloodline level story right here. It just keeps
Who did he sign with? The CFL? The Rock?
He's still in the NFL.
back in the NFL.
Oh, he did. Who did he sign with?
The Chargers.
Oh, he signed with the
yeah.
Chargers. Okay.
Jesse tried to put him in the CFL.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't. He tried.
Look,
Kyle tried.
I like
Kyle
Trey.
tried to put him in the CFL.
Kyle tried to just break his leg.
I think the
that's what I
Saskatchewan
heard.
Roughriders had him on the little. I'm going to sign this guy if he doesn't make it in the NFL list. They have.
I like Trey Lance. I wondered why Dallas didn't put him in the game last year when the season was over. Like, let him play the last 4 games of the season or something.
Jesse just hit a yes movement.
Yeah. What round would you draft Shadur if he was available?
If I was
you were the
Niners?
49ers. Yeah, you said you would draft him even if you had Brock. What round would you draft Shadur then?
DC says round 2.
Yeah, how in are you on Brock if you take Shadur as well?
I probably wouldn't. I just like Shador.
Okay.
So that's probably what
He's podding.
Hold on.
If he look, but I will say this.
Jesse called him on it. He's like, I was lying.
But no, I will say this. If Shador is there at 38, whatever pick they
You
have,
take him in the second round.
I'm
Really?
thinking, I'm for real thinking.
If you're thinking if you would take Shadur Sanders in the second round, I think that tells me you're not as in on Brock Purdy then.
It tells me you're not thinking about winning a Super Bowl this year. Like, you're absolutely not.
I got 11 picks.
And you need them.
Yeah,
you
kinda
need
just
offensive linemen. You need
wasting,
defensive
yeah.
linemen. You need, I mean, I guess the one thing you don't need you don't need a running back because you'll just find one.
I wouldn't do it because then like I would sit there and think like, you're right. I need more. I have a backup regardless of how whack I think he is. But I got a backup. I got a starter. I don't need it. So I'll just move on. But I would think about it. For real, if I'm John Lynch and like he's still on the board for real, we're at 39. I'd
There's
be like,
no way.
I would say, all right, well, let's talk about this.
He's
and
not
then they
gonna
would say
be-
no.
See, no, you're
I'd be
gonna
like,
start
let's
a
talk about it.
distraction. Brock's gonna be all pissed off.
Not if. Yeah.
Why are
I don't
you-
think
why are
Brock's
you-
contract's going to be signed in the next 5 hours.
Wow.
That's
Penny
not
Caraway out on Brock Purdy.
No, I'm not out on Brock. You know, ironically, I think Shador and Brock are similar. Like I think they're not as physically gifted as some of these other quarterbacks, but they process real quick. They're tough as nails, and their accuracy is top level. I think they're like kind of similar quarterbacks.
Outside of Shador, I can't remember what
Shador's
TC
a little
said.
taller than him.
Did TC say offensive lineman at 11?
Offensive
Yeah, he
lineman,
wants
11.
offensive lineman first pick.
Does that? What do you care? What? Because it feels like I mean, between the, 4 mock drafts I've looked at this week, the one I have in front of me, it just bounces back and forth between someone on the defensive line or someone on the offensive line. It feels like that is where people have them taking their first pick at.
I got them in the trenches too. You
don't care on what side?
Nah, I don't. Offensive line wouldn't be as sexy, but it's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So,
especially if you're going to sign a healthy contract to Brock Purdy.
All right, Jesse said, how much longer you got Trent Williams? So you got to start preparing for that.
You can't though. Like you need to tighten up your offensive line, but when Trent's gone, everything's going to change.
Yeah. Or I mean, look, you find that left tackle.
If you can,
you ain't gonna find
you're not looking for Trent Williams. You're looking for a guy to start maybe the next 5-6 years.
A guy that could you start and you can win with. It ain't gonna be Trent Williams. It's not gonna. That's a 99.
Yeah,
that's a 99 right there.
Right.
So it's not gonna be that. But yeah, you go to the trenches. I really think if I had a preference, I'd probably want them to go defensive line because I need that to be retooled. I need that back to the level of where it was the last, the previous 4 or 5 years or something like that. So that would be my first thought. But if they have an offensive lineman that were like, hey, you're not going to be able to find another offensive lineman like this, or we aren't going to be able to find another offensive lineman like this for another 2-3 rounds. Yeah, man, go get them.
If you're the 49ers, are you talking about winning a Super Bowl this year?
I think you can. Yeah. I think as long as you have Trent Williams. Yeah, I don't think that's not ending your Super Bowl hopes, in my opinion.
Well, who's your receiver though?
You got Pearsall.
Well, figure that out today.
You got Pearsall. Juwan Jennings is a 3. You find one in the draft.
You have Christian McCaffrey back.
Christian McCaffrey.
You probably need to find something else to do at that running back position too.
They like my man Crowder.
Jay? Thank God
Jay.
Someone does. Thank God.
They like
someone
old boy
loves
from
Jay
Arizona
Crowder.
that I liked last year. Drawing a blank on his name, but they got him in the second year. They're going to draft 1 or 2. So that's what it's going to be. In all honesty, with the 49ers, what I expect from them this year and what I'm looking for them this year is to be the Rams of last year. The Rams look like they took a step back, but they killed the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They killed the draft. And by the end of the season, they were a dark horse NFC championship team.
Yeah.
It was like, yo, this team kind of dangerous. You might not want to play them. And they actually gave Philadelphia the best game in the playoffs.
I think that's realistic for the Niners this season.
Yeah. So a playoff team that you get some good bounces and get some good breaks, maybe you can make a run.
I think you might have been talking about Jacob Cowing.
Jacob Cowing. That's my guy.
You're still upset about Jay Crowder's lack of playing
time. You said Crowder. I was like, there's no way it's Jamison Crowder who he's talking about.
Definitely. He's still upset that Jay Crowder didn't get enough love this year.
Well, man, Cowing, man.
I remember us talking about him last year.
But, kill this draft and get better as the season goes along.
And I think the Rams are a great example. The Rams absolutely did that. We thought they were done, at least as a contender. You and Kyle Madsen got on board with them pretty quickly, and I got on board late, but I really did think that team could potentially represent the conference.
I think that's
maybe they take Shedeur in the second round.
And so that's a team that has to make a little plan moving forward.
They might be a dark horse. I haven't heard anything about this, but they might need to be a dark horse for the first round. Because they killed the draft. Their defense is damn near set.
Yeah.
With young guys and everything they got going on. You got Puka. You might try to. No, they got Devontae Adams. So you're not gonna necessarily look for the Cooper Kupp replacement with that first rounder. Man, set yourself up. Get Shedeur.
11.
I hope not. Actually, don't listen to anything I just said. To be honest.
Well, listen to this. We've got a keyword for you to enter over at ESPN1320.com right now. Your chance to win Kenny's Riches here, courtesy of the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom. Enter the keyword buckets right now over at 1320, ESPN1320.com. Enter the keyword buckets right now over at ESPN1320.com. We pick one winner every single day. This is your chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card. We'll have another opportunity for you to win tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. With the Insiders. Also, friendly reminder, the Insiders will be live once again coming up at 4 o'clock. They'll be doing their show. They'll be doing a live draft preview show. Not sure why they're not streaming. Kyle and I didn't get to the bottom of that as to why there's no video presentation of it. But you can certainly listen on the Odyssey app or on 1320 a.m. if you choose.
It's going to be a good look.
That's awesome.
Good look.
Yeah, that's great. Good for those guys.
You know what else is a good look? Jalen Brunson tonight at 28.5 points. I'm going more. James Harden, 22.5 points. I'm going more.
What do you have, 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he had, I think,
bounce back game.
High 20s in game 1.
Yep.
Nikola Jokic, points, rebounds, and assists, 49. I'm going less. Jaren Jackson, 5.5 rebounds. I'm going more. John Morant, 6 assists. I'm going more. If you want to do the same thing, go ahead, download the Prize Picks app, put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 no matter whether you win or lose with that first $5 lineup as long as you put that promo code in. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. Collins is on the board.
It's ridiculous. All of this is so ridiculous. I don't know what's more ridiculous. Your stupid run your game league or the fact that you just keep doing these Prize Picks reads for free.
They sent the email today.
They start next week, Kenny. You got to read the whole email.
I saw that, but I'm just trying to make sure.
No, that's a good. Hey, we rock with Prize Picks all day. We rock with Prize Picks all day. The 49ers have 11 picks in this draft. 11, not 11. 11. That's how many it is. They have 11 picks in this draft. 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth. They've got to, to tie in the Los Angeles Rams conversation we were having a moment ago. They've got to hit a couple of, solid, maybe a home run here or a triple. They need a strong performance here in this draft because they have an older roster. And we know that, George Kittle pushed back a little bit on a Diana Rossini report that came out today. Diana said that he's looking to be, I think she said that Kittle's looking to be the highest paid tight end and laid out the numbers and all of that. And George Kittle just responded simply with your sources are wrong. But Kittle was not at voluntary workouts that started earlier this week. So there are things to watch with him, regardless of, what happens with his contract status. He's older. And I think we all think because of the physical nature in which he plays, he's on the decline. You have the situation with Brandon Ayuk, where Brandon Ayuk is probably out most of the season. You guys brought up Trent Williams a few minutes ago. I think you still got solid time with Fred Warner, but you have other positions you need to fill. There was a lot of, John Lynch, correct me if I'm wrong, when free agency started and we saw 49ers just kind of leaving, we started to speculate that the 49ers are the draft. That's how they're going to get better.
Yeah.
And I think John confirmed as much. I don't know if he used those exact words, but I know he said something along the lines of, we're going to get better through the draft. That's how we're going to fill some of these position gaps. And it's a strategy. It's certainly it's a strategy. It's a strategy that can work, as you laid out with the Los Angeles Rams a minute ago. But when you publicly declare that's your strategy, you better hit. You better have some guys that people are talking about coming out of their rookie seasons next year.
And it's one of those things where I think John was being super honest about it and just being real about it. Like, this is what it is with this group right now. It's time to retool. We had that group that we had before. They've pretty much, and you've seen with some of the people who aren't here anymore, and even some of the guys that are still here, they've reached the brink. It's done with that group. It's time to retool. And the Rams example that we used is probably best case scenario because they had the same thing. They had the Aaron Donalds that were there and the Leonard Floyds and Cooper Kups and all these other guys who got them a championship. That was a nice run for them.
It's also how the Steelers live too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Through the draft.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's times when you just got to retool. And the Niners are at the point with this roster where it's time to retool. And you do that through the draft because you have so many good players on those type of contracts. It's hard to do it during free agency because you don't have a lot of cap space. And you got this Brock Purdy thing around as well. So you're going to have to go back into that draft, find you, no disrespect, but find you a new Ayuk, find you a new Kittle, find you a new Dre Greenlaw, something like that. I don't want to say they're going to be those guys, but you found those guys in the draft. Those guys were developed by you. It's time to try and do it again as best you can. Debo, guys like that.
I hate you so much.
What'd I do?
Who won your stupid?
Well, I was going to give it time because there has been a new ruling. A new ruling.
Okay, the new ruling meaning you were wrong.
I was wrong. The one I had with Collins, it said run your word. That is not the correct phrase. So you go down to the next one, and it's Zay. Another win for Zay. He's back on the board. He now has 7. He's got a 4-game lead in the RYGL over Kyle.
This league.
Collins, you are not. Collins, you tried to make up for it. Sorry, you were a little late.
Collins,
sorry.
You're suspended for Friday's game. You are suspended. Collins, what is run your word? Collins is suspended for Friday's game of run your game. I'm sorry, Collins. You're suspended. This league is as crooked as KC's PWL performance.
Zabo's got 7. Kyle has 3. Hoffa, Johnny, Soren, and Maxwell.
By the way,
all
Maxwell
have
was in the chat earlier. Maxwell is here. Maxwell was here.
Maxwell, they've been trying to slander your name, man. They said you weren't real.
No, Maxwell's real, man. He's here. He's here.
Yeah, Collins. Sorry, brother. And that's my bad. I went back to the video, and no, that was an offensive foul.
That's why Collins has been suspended for Friday's game. Excessive flopping.
Good times, man. What you think about Vegas, though? Do you think it is best player available for them, or is there something specifically they need to target at that 6th spot? I think it's BK.
Yes. You think it's best player available? Yeah. I think in all likelihood, a best play. I think for the Raiders, in all likelihood, the best player available is going to be of a position of need anyways. So you're going to be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone in that regard.
Or like I said, except the quarterback. I don't think you draft Shador or Jackson Dart or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think you do either, at least not with 6. Like if you wanna, you know,
get somebody in the
get a little, crazy there. But if the brother from Boise State is there, do it, man. Like you need playmakers. I know you need linemen. I know you need the trenches. I know you need the offense, the defense. You lacked playmakers so bad last year. It was so glaring, and I like Geno. I was a fan of what Geno did in Seattle. I'm a big fan of Geno's little turnaround. I don't mean that to minimize it. I'm a fan of Geno's turnaround. I'd like to, get him. I know you need help on the lines. I know you want help on the defense. I think a solid playmaker, particularly a running back. Yeah. Like if the playmaker there is a wide receiver, maybe I don't go that route. Because the only reason being is I think a great running back can add to how I think that can help protect you as a quarterback.
Right.
If your offensive line isn't strong enough, a great wide receiver can't do enough for you. Because you got to get him the ball.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that protection on the offensive line and you can't take advantage of a wide receiver skill set, I don't think you're doing yourself a ton of good there. Unless you've got a solid plan the rest of your draft to fix that, to fix that part of your offense, then I'll trust you guys to do that. But but regardless of whether they go wide receiver, running back, or someone on the line, they need so much that if you go best player available, the chances are that position is going to be something you need.
I got you.
I want that team to be better this year.
I think if Genty is there, I can't imagine.
You have to take him.
Yeah.
You have to take him.
Especially the way they talk about him. This is a generational
You
guy. They're
absolutely
talking about
have to take him.
And he looks the part too. You look at him in college, but I've seen like some of his pro day work, and it just looks different.
What I don't understand is why would he be there? And is it the running back syndrome that people are scared of? Like, oh, we don't need to take a running back that high when we need an edge rusher or we need whatever.
I think those guys ahead of him, at least the 4,
and they're good. Yeah,
they're just their next level.
Yeah.
So you go get those guys. 5.
Well, you got Travis.
You got Travis. You got
and then
Carter.
Kid from Penn State. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, I also put Shador in there, but if it's not Shador, I guess you start at 4. Like I don't know why the Patriots wouldn't take him.
Yeah.
The Patriots are in the same position as the Raiders. They need everything too.
Right.
So, and you're getting a guy of Vrabel in there as the coach who might want to lean on the running game a little bit.
But they're probably looking at protection for their young quarterback. That might be the difference between the Raiders and the Patriots. Mm-hmm. The Patriots quarterback is young.
Yeah.
The Raiders quarterback is a little more seasoned, a little more experienced. There's probably a few things in the NFL he could deal with a little bit better than Dre McMichael.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll shift our attention back to basketball. We'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk to our man Matt George, ABC Locked On Kings. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, Dr. David, I just saw your gold tooth mock-up. You guys don't understand what I'm saying. The gold tooth will be in the back, not in the front. No. They can only be seen in certain situations. It's not a Mike Tyson gold tooth.
Run out there real quick and say hi to the guy talking to Penny Love. He's the Motorhead pizza guy. Oh. Oh, Dave LaGreca was the guy that The Rock told to shut the hell up. Oh man, this thing. How much time we got? Sorry, y'all. One of our screens is messed up. I'm trying to.
Well, I understand that, Dr. David. Fair enough. Maxwell, what up, big dog? I don't know what happened with that.
I'm not really worried about it now. I'm a little more worried about it for when we do all the switches.
Yeah. They're getting ready for one of our favorite parts of a draft day. I saw that red carpet.
Oh, yeah. That is my favorite part.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I do love seeing these. I'm a sucker for the draft. I love seeing these brothers go on stage and hug the commissioner, knowing that's the last time they're ever going to like him. I do love that. But, yeah, the red carpet is on point.
Safe. Let's go.
I'm gonna shoot old Matt George a text. The last time he missed the last time he had joined us like earlier in the week, and I was like, oh, he probably got busy and forgot.
Yeah.
And then he got mad at me for not reminding him because he was just sitting at the house. He's like, how come you didn't text me? I was like, man, it's cool. I wanted to chill. So I need to at least send the note like, hey, Matt, you good for today?
While we're waiting for Maddie McQueen, man, just want to give a shout out and prayers up to Elijah Arenas. Hearing that story today, him being in a car accident. The doctors put him in a coma, I think, to just they didn't really expand on it, but just to help him out, I guess. But yeah, that's a scary situation.
Yeah.
And you never want to see anybody, basketball player, not in something like that. But kid's got a really bright future. And we just hope this doesn't hinder it, man. So prayers up to Elijah Arenas and his whole family, man.
I'm
just scary.
Far more concerned about the young brother's life than his basketball career right now, man. Like, man, I don't know. I hope he's able to bounce back, man, because that sounded pretty tough this morning. And while I'm not a fan, certainly prayers up to Gilbert Arenas and his whole family. Young brother was here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, man, for the state championship. Put a heck of a display on, even though they weren't able to get the win. He looked fantastic. Looked great as a leader, and just a good teammate. So he seemed like a good kid, man. And like you said, outside of basketball, this guy's got a lot of life to live. So hope everything's okay and he can live that life.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Of course, the NFL draft beginning here about 5 o'clock. The Insiders will be back on your radio.
Yeah, man.
Coming up at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. They are live. They are live somewhere doing their show, previewing the NFL draft. So that's pretty dope for them, man. And yeah, it'll be on the radio. It'll be on the app, the Odyssey app. So if you haven't downloaded that, I know we don't talk about it as much as we used to, but download the Odyssey app and you can check out the Insiders and their draft preview show coming up at the very top of the 4 o'clock hour. Sent Matt George a text. Hopefully he'll be able to join us here in just a few minutes. I know he has a lot of opinions. I'm curious if anything that Scott Perry said yesterday changed the way Matt felt about the process in which the Sacramento Kings took to hire Scott Perry. Of course, Matt was not particularly thrilled with the way things went last week. He thought the process of everything was not a good look.
Yeah.
And so I'm anxious to hear if Scott Perry said anything that may have swayed him a little bit, or if he's in full wait and see mode.
My guess would be, and he'll tell us for sure, but my guess is I think Matt is so out on Vivek that nothing will sway that right now. I don't think there's anything
understandable
that will sway him on that. And he's not alone. There's a lot of people that feel that same way about Vivek and the ownership. Like, I understand, look, I'm not scolding anybody, but when I put out something on Twitter about, hey, I think Scott Perry is really good. You know, he's a good GM. He's a respected guy, all this other stuff. The amount of people who tweet me back, like it's the first time I've heard this. Yeah, if Vivek gets out of the way, then everything. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I've heard that 20 times already. I know. But I say that to say.
Not an original thought either, by the way. Not an original thought.
But I say that to say the way Matt may feel about it is the way a lot of people feel about this and feel about Vivek, and it's understandable.
Let's ask him, because he's here. Our good friend Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast, and of course of ABC 10. Matthew, what are you celebrating?
Giants take the lead, 2 in the 8th. Take the lead over the Brewers. Yo, it's dropped the ball and left.
Was that Marv Albert? What was that?
I think that was his rock. That was his rock
announcer.
Oh, generic announcer voice. Okay, well,
that was his rock. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Jesus. Well,
Matt George, you already know. Hey, look, I've told you we've got 6 months.
I can't
6 months
you
to get this thing done. All right, and you already know I'm gonna stay out of the way because you've got it. You've got it now. Locked On Kings, you've got it. ABC 10, you've got it now. I'm gonna stay out of the way. You got 6 weeks. 6 weeks to get this done.
You know, I actually think it's kind of getting a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, come on, you heard
Matt,
it. He closed his eyes. He heard the rock.
Matt.
He heard the rock.
Like there's moments. There's moments where
don't do this to me, Matt.
There's moments where I can smell it. I can smell what's cooking.
Okay. All right, man. Thanks, Matt.
Call me
Thanks a lot
DJ
for that. Oh, God damn it. Matt, did Scott Perry, you were, we outlined a moment ago that you were critical of the process of firing Monty McNair and, essentially waking up and hiring Scott Perry. Did anything Scott said yesterday change your opinion on that, sway your opinion, lighten your opinion? Did anything that Scott Perry said yesterday change the way you felt going into that press conference?
Not really, because the problem was never, to me, Scott Perry, or the issue for me was never the Scott Perry hire. It was just the process by which they went about hiring him so quickly without doing a search. I thought Scott's press conference was really, really, really good. If it's possible, like, to win a press conference, I thought he won the press conference. I thought he said all the right things. I thought his energy was fantastic. I thought he was optimistic. He drove the right points home. I think the fact that he leaned heavily on his experience and his connections and his contacts around the league, I think it's like the main star on his resume or the main feather in his cap. So that was I guess encouraging to hear. But I mean, words are words, and I'm sure we'll talk about it over the course of this show. Like there are times that Scott Perry was speaking and it sounded exactly like Mike Brown when Mike Brown was here. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, let's do it again. Maybe it'll be different this time because you're a general manager and not a head coach. So I was happy with the press conference. I was encouraged by the things that Scott Perry was saying, but ultimately now it's time to see results. But you're not going to see anything the first day or during a press conference. That's the time for speaking, the time for talking. So there's certainly, I didn't leave the press conference at all feeling any worse, and I didn't necessarily leave the press conference feeling bad either. It just felt okay. Here we go. It's kind of a fresh start. Let's do it again.
Speaking to the process of it all, and I understand wanting a certain way that you go about making a move that's this important. But what if I told you or presented to you, like Vivek, he knew 7 years ago, Scott Perry was the guy, and he lost him. And now Scott Perry was available after this didn't work. And this is the guy. This was the guy that was supposed to be here back 7 years ago and was going to turn everything around, and we lost him due to his dream job. Now we have an opportunity to do it. I just believe this is the guy. Like I don't really need to interview or search or do all this other stuff. This is the guy, and that's the reason why he went it that way. Would that make you feel a little different, or are you still like, even if you feel that way, still do a search?
Yeah, no, because I have no reason to believe that Vivek Ranadive's judgment is good. Like if this is the guy I've wanted all along, cool. Like the guys that you've wanted, whether it's players, coaches, pretty much everything, really haven't worked out. So like again, Perry is not the issue to me. It's never been Perry. It's just the process. But like, why didn't you do a search? Why didn't you? If you came to the same conclusion, fantastic. But I mean, that it's just me more being just a stickler to the process and wanting the Kings to do everything by the book and by the way that I think everybody else would do it and not their own way of doing it. If the result was the same, the result was the same. And I will give them credit for not wasting any time. I mean, they went out and did it. And then Scott Perry sounds like not going to waste any time with his head coach search. Hopefully get it done a week or maybe even less, maybe a slightly bit longer, which I called for, making decisions and making moves quickly this summer so it doesn't linger for a long time. So at least they're accomplishing that. But I mean, the whole root of the problem is in a distrust or lack of faith in the decision making of the organization. So there's always going to be a level of skepticism with whatever decision they make, whether they came to the Scott Perry conclusion by normal circumstances or not. I think I would have felt the same way about Scott, but always felt like, okay, like I think there's just a natural level for me and for a lot of people of like disbelief in that it's going to work because we've seen the last 12, 13 years.
So real quick though, to that point, the search doesn't matter. Like whether they have a search or not doesn't matter. He could have had a perfect search. You don't believe in him.
No, the search does matter because again, to me, doing things the way that I think everybody else would do it and taking the time necessary to at least have conversations with other people, I think that would, like, the process is important to me. If the Kings execute the process correctly or in a way that I think everybody else would, and then hire a general. And look, and they're a good example. They're in a great spot.
I'm just saying, but pointing out they did.
But also, I'm saying, like you said, you don't trust who Vivek thinks is right because he doesn't get anything right. So it doesn't matter if he did a month-long search. If he thought that was the guy that was right, you'd be like, I don't believe you because you're always wrong. That's kind of my point.
I think there's always going to be a level of skepticism with any decision Vivek Ranadive makes because of his track record. I think that's completely normal, completely healthy, and completely understandable. I don't think he's earned a clean slate. He hasn't. But he gets credit too for making the right decision. Like I credit him for the Scott Perry decision. I think the thing that that Vivek and ownership did right on this decision is that they went out and got a vet. Like the last 3 hires were first time GMs.
Mm-hmm.
He went out and got a vet. Like I give him credit for that. And that's where I said Scott driving that point home really benefited the image for everybody. Like it's almost like calling it a politician has like a negative connotation, but Scott Perry separated himself from the competition and therefore separated Vivek's hire from the competition or from the past because it's clearly different in this one marquee area. And it's a very, very big area. It's like my respect, my reputation around the league, my connections everywhere. I've been in this league a very, very long time. And that is promising because that's different. That's new. Vivek gets credit for that. I'm not saying everything that Vivek touches like dies and is bad. That's not even remotely true. But every decision that this ownership group makes is going to be met with a certain level of skepticism until they actually produce results beyond just 1 year. And even then, it's not fair, but it's the reality. If they start getting results, Scott Perry is going to be the first guy that's looked at. And then there's also now going to be another step to this, which is, okay, let's say Scott Perry in a year or two gets them back to the playoffs and they lose in the first or second round. Okay. Now it's like, okay, now show me that it's not going to completely fall apart a year or two later.
Mm-hmm.
So it's what you've created for yourself. I think it's only natural. I don't think it's malicious. I don't think it's overly negative. I think it's the reality of the situation of what you've created for yourself here in Sacramento. And like they say, the cliche, winning cures everything. Well, hopefully Scott Perry can be the cure.
What, you weren't the first person who noticed similarities between things that Scott Perry said and things that Mike Brown once said. Was there something in particular that made you feel like, oh, heard this before and it wasn't that long ago?
Yeah, it wasn't like direct words, but Mike was very focused on the soul of the organization and everybody being on the same page and everybody like there being a unity on all levels of the organization. And just Perry's words, I thought, echoed that same vision, talking about everybody, buying a mirror for everybody. He was mainly talking about himself and the players, but he's talking about all levels of the organization. Everybody looks in the mirror and makes sure they're doing everything they can to execute this joint vision that everybody has for the organization. I just thought it was very similar. The things that I was most skeptical about in the press conference were like when Perry was answering the question from Sean Cunningham about his comments on Zach LaVine. He said, I'm a straight shooter. I call it like it is. Like, and people, I think people appreciate that about me because they know it comes from a good place. Okay. So you're a straight shooter. He brought up he used the word accountability a number of times in that press conference. The last guy to do that got fired for his process of trying to hold people accountable. Now that was a head coach, not a general manager. Maybe it's different this time, but I know for a fact there are people in this organization on all levels that don't necessarily like being held accountable or don't necessarily practice what they preach. They use accountability as a buzzword, but in the process of being held accountable by a straight shooter that might be saying things that they don't like, whether it's publicly or privately. And what Perry said was extremely public about Zach LaVine. People might not like that and throw fits about that. So the skepticism to me there is, I think accountability is absolutely needed in the organization. I'm hoping Perry can be the one to deliver it as the boss in terms of basketball operations. But these are words that we've heard floated around this organization for 5, 6 years. And it feels like every time there was an attempt at accountability, it wasn't always carried out. So those are the things that I was probably most skeptical about out of that press conference. Not anything to do with ownership or anything to do with Perry. More just all right, this is the vision you want to execute. We've had these conversations before. Maybe let's see if Perry can actually be the one to make the difference.
And I think with Perry having that type of mindset and trying to bring that into the organization, because much like you, I don't think there's anything wrong with Mike Brown or anybody else trying to hold these guys accountable. But there's a way that you present that accountability. There's a way that you go about things yourself when you're trying to hold others accountable, that people look at and people react and react to. And I don't know everything that happened, but and I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong, and I'm not taking a side, but I am looking at it's not one person that was upset with Mike Brown.
Right.
There were multiple people that I don't know what he did that was different. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did, what he said, what was going on, and I'm not even saying they're right. But it wasn't just one person that had a problem with him. So I think his presentation, just me speculating, may have been an issue. Some of the things that were looked at as being, hey, I'm being accountable, it might have been looked at as I know more than you, or I'm better than you because of my history. And I think Scott Perry will be and should be mindful of when he does look to hold people accountable, the way that he holds them accountable, the way that he presents his message, because that may play a role into how that message gets across to these people.
I agree. I also don't think you need to walk on eggshells around players that don't get the job done or who are on a mediocre or average team.
Well, I don't think it's walking on eggshells. It's just how you work with people, like how you do it. Like you don't have to walk on eggshells to earn somebody's trust or to earn a relationship where you can be critical of somebody or something like that by the way that you go about things yourself and the way that you handle things. So it's not necessarily eggshells. It's just being aware of how you present what you're trying to get across.
Well, let me ask you this question. Do you think what Perry said about Zach LaVine was wrong in any kind of way or bad?
No, I don't think so either. I think that's been overblown from the start. I thought it was perfectly fair, and people were like, well, damn, he's talking crazy about Zach LaVine. I didn't think he was talking crazy about Zach LaVine. He was saying real stuff, and I think that's something because of what he said. When you mentioned it perfectly the other day, Damian, if you were Scott Perry and you talked to Zach LaVine, that'd be an easy conversation to have because it wasn't malicious. It wasn't a personal attack. It was just looking at what his career has been and recognizing his strengths and how do we move from you being just this guy to be a winning ball player. And I thought that's been overblown from the start, but that's maybe the way I looked at it.
Well, follow-up question. Do you think Perry would ever say the same thing now that Zach LaVine's on his team?
Would he say the same thing now?
Whether it's publicly or privately, would he say the same thing about Zach LaVine now that Zach LaVine, he runs a team with Zach LaVine on it?
I don't think he would say that publicly. That would be stupid. I think privately he would.
Yeah, I think he would too.
And are we confident that Zach LaVine would take that well?
I don't know. Zach LaVine, but I don't know.
I think if you sit and I think if you sit down and have a conversation with Zach LaVine, like I don't think it's a combative conversation between Scott Perry and Zach LaVine. I think you can explain those comments rather easily. Whether Scott Perry still feels that way or feels that's where he's best suited, it's probably more of we've got a roster to put together that we feel like you can be a marquee part of. We've got a roster we got to put together. We feel like you can be even the leading scorer of. Leading scorer doesn't always mean the best player, but we're going to have like a lot of focus on you here moving forward. And if Scott doesn't feel that way, I think he'll tell them. We're going to put this together a roster you're going to be featured in. And that's it.
And another thing, why do we assume or think so little of Zach LaVine that he would automatically take offense to that or look at that as a negative? Like that's something that
I think that's probably basketball players are. I don't think it's a Zach LaVine thing. I think basketball players as a whole, we believe are fragile.
He got called, like he got questioned whether or not he's a winning player on national television. Like I completely understand exactly what Perry was saying in the clip. I don't think Perry was overly hostile or aggressive by any means, but on national television, he questioned whether or not you can win basketball games with Zach LaVine, or if Zach LaVine actually contributes to winning. Like that is a pretty significant criticism for a guy that's making almost $50 million a year. And now that guy is on your roster. So I'm not saying he had to necessarily put out fires, but let's not pretend like he didn't say something pretty significant about arguably the guy that he's most stuck with on this roster right now because of the contract situation. Like
that's fine. There's another guy he's stuck with too, and I could ask the same questions about.
And I don't
know that Domas amounts to winning.
I agree, but that's also one of the guys that is pretty well known that didn't like Mike Brown for Mike Brown's accountability. And he had a problem with some of the things Mike Brown was saying. So this is my point. Like, is he going to be able to hold his center accountable if his center's refusing to shoot the basketball in meaningful games? But like this is my point. Like, we can dance around everything if we want to. This buzzword of accountability around the league has been here for years, but there has been very inconsistent accountability for years. So I am hoping Scott Perry will be different because he's the general manager, because his approach is very different from Monty McNair's, who is a lot quieter and more in the shadows. It's a GM approaching it, not a head coach approaching it. But it is more than fair and more than reasonable for anybody to question whether or not there actually will be accountability held in this organization when that buzzword's been around and the execution has not been there. And the last guy to actually, I think, really do it lost his job pretty quickly. Like, I'm not making this up. This is how it's been.
And that's why I asked you a question or presented a situation before. I'm going to be overly dramatic just for the sake of the argument. But if the guy is saying, Domas, your sorry ass needs to listen to me because you haven't won anything in this league, and I'm the guy that has 5 championships and all this other stuff. You need to do like the presentation matters.
Sure.
So accountability is one thing. If you are disrespecting people, or if you're dismissing people, or you're not getting them to understand what you're saying because your presentation is not good enough, it's not necessarily about the accountability. It could be about, this is how you deal with people, and they're not feeling that. And I'm not saying that was Mike. Once again, I preference it by saying I'm being dramatic for dramatic sake, but we don't know what his ability to preach accountability was. It could have been just a bad person-to-person interaction that people don't want to deal with.
Yeah.
That could have been the case. So, but it's not, I don't think it's fair, and this may not matter. I don't think it's fair to just say the last time somebody tried to hold people accountable, he got out of here. If he was like being a jackass to everybody, that probably holds more weight than them trying to hold people accountable.
Well,
I put weight in results like that. I just look at results. Like, I think the whole crux of this conversation, Casey, we could be having these exact same back and forth about something completely separate, but based on the same premise of, I don't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. They don't deserve it. They don't. They do not earn the benefit of the doubt. I look at the results. I look at 1 year.
Who? Okay.
The entire organization.
I got
but
you.
And when the reason why I defend Mike Brown so adamantly, I'm not saying Mike Brown was perfect. I've never said Mike Brown was perfect. Look at the freaking results. Mike Brown is the common denominator to the only success this organization has had. That's it. The most common denominator to the dysfunction is the guy that's still here in ownership, and that's fine. Like, he's going to be here.
But let me ask you something. What happened the first 31 games of this season?
I think the issues that were not properly addressed with the roster continued to come out. I do not think Mike Brown did a perfect job by any means. I think Mike Brown was still facing the repercussions of how he handled certain players the season before. The mistake that I think Mike Brown made over anything, and a lot of people are immediately going to jump to Keon Ellis, and it's not Keon Ellis. Mike Brown tried to turn this team into something that they're not, instead of emphasizing their strengths. I think that's something that Doug Christie does really, really well. But just because Doug Christie tries to emphasize a team's strengths doesn't mean that he can help get that team across the finish line. Mike Brown put too much of a focus, in my opinion, on, and I don't know why the hell we're still talking about Mike Brown, but here we are. Mike Brown is put the emphasis and the focus on trying to turn this team into a better defensive team, which in theory is good, but he sacrificed too much on the offensive end. But yes, the first 30 games of this season were not good. Like, the Kings were 5 games under 500, or is it 6 games under 500 when he was fired? 5. Thank you. 5 games under 500. I'm not saying Mike Brown was doing a great job and got fired out of nowhere, like completely blindsided. It wasn't like a Taylor Jenkins situation or a Mike Malone situation. We established this on this show when both those guys
were fired out of nowhere either. But
either way, their teams weren't in winning positions, or their teams were in winning positions. Mike Brown wasn't. That aspect and that element at least made sense. My whole crux of the issue was Mike didn't have to be the first domino to fall. I think Mike would have done a better job if some of the moves that were made after Mike was fired were done beforehand. Maybe I'm wrong. But again, I look at the common denominator of Mike had success here. He was one of the only guys to have success here. And I also have it like a pretty good understanding of how things changed for Mike and for this organization after that first year when there was more autonomy than there was years 2 and years 3. Call that an excuse, call it what you want. It just, that's what I've heard. That's the basis of I'm going off of different conversations with different people that I've had. So the first 30 something games, it was not going well. It was not going right. But I also know the line in the sand was starting to be drawn, not a hard line necessarily, but there was a line, clearly a divide in the locker room amongst players and people with where the direction of this organization should be. And I think the organization chose the wrong side. And here they are. And it compounded upon itself to where, like, I don't believe one of the takeaways I had from the press conference, guys, is, man, I really wish Scott Perry had been allowed to make a decision on De'Aaron Fox. Like, I think the Kings would have been in a way better situation, even if it was unsalvageable. Even if De'Aaron Fox sat out for the rest of last season and got surgery, the Kings would have either not made the playoffs like they did anyway, and probably lost more games and held on to their draft pick. I understand if you're of the camp of just get it over with. I know Kenny is. Just get the pick to Atlanta and move on. I totally understand that side. But the Kings would be maybe in a better position draft-wise had De'Aaron shut it down. And even if the relationship is unsalvageable, I trust Scott Perry to make a better decision on how to trade De'Aaron Fox for a number of reasons. Number one, because of his experience. Number two, he's not constantly dealing with the threat of losing his job. And number three, he's not on a week-and-a-half timeline like the trade deadline was. So to me, Mike Brown was the unnecessary first domino to fall, and it knocked over a series of other dominoes that have put this organization in a position to where now Scott Perry has to come in here and clean up the mess. But it seems like, based off his time in other places, he's been kind of an expert at cleaning messes up.
When you asked why we're still talking about Mike Brown, this is post-mortem at this point for the Sacramento Kings. We talk about anything here. The other thing, what should the first domino have been? Because you said they chose the wrong side. And correct me if please tell me if I'm wrong. The right side with Mike Brown, and in this scenario, again, please tell me if I'm wrong. You have to figure out something else to do with DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, and one other guy. You have to figure out what to do with those guys. Is that the proposal? Is that those are the dominoes that should have fallen and Mike Brown should have been here?
I think, like, even if you just did the Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas trades, I'm not saying that would have fixed the problem.
I hear you, but you have a month and a half from the time they fired Mike Brown to the trade deadline. Can you survive like that with players who do not want to play for Mike Brown for whatever reasons? I don't know what they are. DeMar DeRozan did not like Mike Brown. Mike Brown did not like Domantas Sabonis as a player. I don't know why he didn't. And Domas, I think, felt a way about Mike Brown too. What do you do in that regard? You had 2 to 3 starters who were not feeling their head coach.
I guess you ride it out, or you try and shop, and
that's how they got in this position, trying to ride it out. Because we go back even further, the summer, all those problems were there. And they said, no, just re-sign them and we'll ride it out. We'll figure it out. And it started off, it got to a 13-18 start. You can keep doing that if you want to, but to me, that's where everything started.
Well,
they either should have moved on from those players in the summer and kept Mike Brown, or let Mike Brown walk. But they decided to just ride it out, and that's how you got to 13-18.
Well, I'm saying specifically ride it out to he said the next month until the trade deadline. Like, I'm not expecting a midseason overhaul of an entire roster. That's just not realistic. But that's the position that you put yourself in. So in that month or whatever between that point and the trade deadline, and really it's like a month and a half, you you start shopping and you start putting things out there. But here's also the reality too, is the organization was operating under this playoff mandate like that. And that's why I asked Scott Perry directly about it yesterday. I was like, has there ever been any kind of mandate or any kind of timeline? There was a mandate from ownership about making the playoffs this year. That is the reason why they made the decisions that they made. And it was a mandate by make the playoffs by whatever means necessary, which is why the possibility of this team winning 2 play-in games and making the playoffs as an 8th seed and then getting the Memphis Grizzlies treatment at the hand of the Oklahoma City Thunder was so concerning to me, because under that mandate, that would have been called a success. And I'm sorry, that's not, there's no success to that, in my opinion. So I think everything was done under this guise of making the playoffs at all costs, but there was clearly a lack of synergy within the entirety of the organization, front office, coaching staff, players, or whatever, about how to accomplish that. I just know who I'm trusting. I know whose side I'm picking. I'm picking the guy who actually got results when he came here, who also has the support of the star, who, even if the star is on the fence and doesn't necessarily know if he wants to be here or not, I understand all reservations of committing to De'Aaron Fox and not wanting to pay De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox was the dude here, and he, you know what side he was on, and you chose against that, which is fine. That's the direction of the organization that you chose to be on, but you're going to be ridiculed for that, especially when you've not had any success outside of it.
Do you want to say something?
No.
Do you feel like he got the job done the second year?
Mike and the Kings? No.
Okay.
Of course not. They missed the playoffs. There's a set of very specific circumstances that he has to take ownership for. I thought he mishandled the Kevin Huerter situation completely. I thought the Chris Duarte saga was bad, and I know Chris Duarte was someone that Mike Brown believed in. I also know that the front office did not do anything to address the size, length, and athleticism, which shockingly Scott Perry brought up in his press conference, by the way. Who'd have thunk? Because everybody realizes this is a problem. You lost 6 times at the same damn basketball team because you couldn't match up with them. And over the course of that season too, Mike Brown was the first guy to play Keon Ellis. Mike Brown was the first guy to give Keon Ellis a shot. So there was good and bad from that season. Ultimately, it played out the way that they did, but they still won 6 more games than they won this year.
While yo-yoing Davion Mitchell, who looks great in the playoffs right now,
mm-hmm.
which Mike Brown played in the previous playoff. I don't know what that, and I think that without talking to players, that might be the most frustrating thing. Some days you will play us.
But nah, I can tell you, players have said that to me on radio shows before. Not knowing what you're doing on a night-to-night basis as a player is brutal.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't play Davion for 5 straight games, and all of a sudden
playing 30 minutes,
and all this other stuff. Same thing with Terrence Davis and Keon when he played. That was a frustration. The whole crux of what we talked about, though, Matt, is 100% fair on your part, and people who feel the way you feel, is this organization, Vivek specifically, has not earned the right to get the benefit of the doubt that just because you bring in a Scott Perry and he is accomplished, that, oh, it's all good, Vivek, like you did a good job. Like, no, we'll say you do a good job when you got 45, 50 wins in a season, not just at a press conference, or not just because you made a hire because you think this is the right. You haven't, to your point, Matt, you haven't earned that.
Yeah.
There's been too much failure here. There's been too much lack of success here for anybody to sit here and say, oh, good job, it's just great.
Yeah.
I get it.
Matt,
I get it.
We have to go. The Insiders are coming up with their draft special. When will you be happy? We want a happy Matt George. Is Matty McQueen ever coming back? Is Matty McQueen gone forever?
As soon as I pop the cap, pop the cork.
All right. Well, Matt clearly not happy with me. So one day we're gonna make Matt happy, and he's gonna have fun, and he's gonna love this. We're gonna head out to the Insiders, man. They are doing a live draft day preview special. That's coming up next on the radio, on the Odyssey app. If you're watching on YouTube, switch over to one of those 2 channels, again, 1320 AM or on the Odyssey app. And we will see you back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos 49ers.
Great. Matt, we're off the air. You can tell me to fuck off now if you'd like.
It's fine. Thanks for having me, guys, as usual.
No, Matt's like, no, fuck you guys. I'm leaving. You guys suck. Go to hell. Go straight to hell. Tell us to go to hell before
I feel like I come on this show and it's like poke. I was not prepared at all to talk about Mike Brown today. I was like, okay, let's talk about all the things that Scott Perry said. It's like,
did because you said the last time somebody was holding people accountable, they got fired. That's how Mike Brown got into all of this.
Yeah, which
so I'm just saying that's how he got into it. There was no correlation to Mike Brown until you said that.
All right.
Matt's never coming on this show again.
Considering it. So done with this garbage ass season.
Matt will only talk about fun stuff next week, I promise.
No.
Guys, we got to end the stream. We got to head over to 102.5. We're having a couple technical issues in here already. We'll see you guys tomorrow.